个又热，
欢迎来台中
中央山脉。
Good morning and welcome to the Taiwan Open of Surfing QS 5000. Beautiful scenes this morning as we have a look at Jinzun Harbor and we like what we see. I'm Paul Evans. I'm joined by True Starling. How you feeling?
I'm feeling really good, Paul. I mean, the waves are really fun this morning. It's cleaned up a little bit, which is great. And I was watching it for a little while when we got here, and there was so much opportunity out there. So I think we'll have a good day. And look, it's clean. We did have a bit of a typhoon earlier, so it's
We had a bit of a typhoon.
Yeah,
just a bit of one. Yeah,
a big one. But the surf's dropped a little bit. It's cleaned up more. Yesterday we had the trials on, and the surf was definitely tricky. So it's nice to see today cleaning up a little bit more.
Straight down to Biz. 25 on the clock for these three. And have a look. Up and shredding on a right. Our surfer in red out of Japan is Takuya Hongo. With a quick start, a couple of whips from him. Where are we? What are we doing? Why are we here? What's going on, True?
Yeah, well, we're at Jinzun Harbor, which is in the Taitung County. And we're here for a QS 5000, which is co-sanctioned with Asia. So Australia and Asia are co-sanctioned for this QS 5000. We were in the Philippines in Cloud 9 for the Siargao International Surfing Cup. We've backed it up with the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We had a great opening ceremony yesterday. And this is day one of competition, day one of surfing. And first heat round of 128. I think we're going to have 16 heats of this round today at 25 minutes. And then potentially maybe a couple more heats at the end of the day, depending on the waves, depending on, where we are with time. But, we've been coming for this event for 14 years. It's been running.
Yeah, a lot of people have been to this event before, are very fond of it and the place in general. Why is that? What's special about Taiwan?
I think there's so much special about this place, Paul. I mean, the surf is really fun. There's so much opportunity. I actually really like this wave. It's a little bit punchy. There's different kind of peaks up and across the cobblestones. It's a cobblestone break, so there's not really much sand going on. But yeah, it's really fun. The mountains behind, there's so much scenery, and then you kind of go into the little town here at Jinzun Harbor, and there's a couple of restaurants, and then the city is about 40 minutes away from here.
Yeah, beautiful part of the world. So we're on the east coast of Taiwan, in the southeast corner in Taitung County, and looking into the Philippine Sea, the Pacific. And some pretty consistent swell and some fun waves up and down the coast like this one.
Yeah, that was a nice first connection for Takuya. And he gets that second turn. I mean, it was probably a small wave compared to what they've seen. The judges have been watching it for most of the morning. But there's definitely like enough waves on offer. 267 for Takuya's first wave. Josh van Niekerk is from South Africa originally, but he lives in Australia now, actually works at Urban Surf in Melbourne, but Takuya's up and riding.
Yeah, live action, Hongo with some speed and a nice whip from him again. So just squeeze in the juice here. Another sharp, incisive maneuver. Here goes Chun Chen. The backhand attack from him. A little bit of a softer wave. Just got that crease in it. Doesn't get to quite unleash the beast on that one, but he'll paddle back out. He'll be enjoying surfing heat with a couple of shredders from other regions in the world, and there's a lot of talent in the field here. We'll get into those topics as we pick up live action from Van Niekerk. Opens up with a little jam in the pocket and then arrives, just punches the lip real quick. So that'll feel good for him to get going. And just 25 minutes, 2 best ways, and obviously no safety net. If you're not in one of those top 2 spots, you're out.
Yeah, and a round of 128 knockout, it's not fun, especially for the international surfers who've come all this way. But, you know, it's what it's about here.
I mean, it's quite fun.
It is fun.
For us.
Yeah, it's fun for us.
Yeah.
We get to watch, but it's not fun for the surfers.
It's business.
It's business, that's for sure. But, yeah, the event, it's been 14 years running, and last year we saw Dakota Walters take out the event for the men. Sarah Wakita took it out for the women. It was actually a really great surfing year, and this is the replay for that last wave of Takuya. You could see the bend on it, and he gets that nice opening carve and quick to get a second turn in. I feel like quick turns out here, like, got to be really sharp and into it, and this is Chun. Gets that nice opening backside carve. He looks a lot smaller compared to the other competitors in this heat. He's probably quite young, competing in the trials yesterday. And then Josh van Niekerk also has a score to lock in. And yeah, these 3 competitor heats for this first round is exciting to watch with 25 minutes. I mean, for most of the 5,000s, we start with 25-minute heats. And it's nice to have more time to allow for more opportunity for the surfers out there.
Live action. Here goes Hongo again. Just ripping in. And he looks lively and sprightly this morning. Slides out there, recovers well, and then gets the tail out again. So, bit of venom in his surfing this morning. He's had his coffee, he's ready to go, and he's enjoying himself. He's got a lead already. He might build on that there when that number comes through for him, but straight into it. And the busy start. True, people talk about the QS as being sort of a bit of a bummer, a grind, all those sort of things, but not so in this region. There's so many cool events. That seems almost a little bit unfair. You guys have got so many cool events over here. You mentioned you've just been over in the Philippines, now here in Taiwan. How cool is that?
I know. We are so lucky. I mean, competing can be quite hard, but the traveling part and going to all of these different amazing places is probably the best part of the whole thing, you know. And I think it's so important. Like, everyone says the Kiwi grind or whatever, and I'm like, no, it's not that, you know. It's fun. We surf these cool places, and, you know, Josh is here from South Africa, moved to Australia, and now he's competing here in Taiwan, you know.
Now he's eating dumplings.
He's eating
probably
dumplings. So many dumplings and bao buns, and there's so much going on. And here we go, Josh up and riding again.
Boom, arrives late, gives it a crack. And he goes down in the white water. Mainly the rights being taken this morning. And they look fun out there. It's pretty clean compared to yesterday. We had a bit of wind out here and we came to check it. Came down for the opening ceremony, which was a bit of fun. There was all sorts going on.
Yeah, there was, and it was cool. We had some dances. We had a traditional kind of display of the pig on the stage, which was I think that was a traditional thing for here.
Yeah.
So there was so much on offer, and it's cool to kind of embrace a different culture.
Yeah, Deadly was one of our colleagues was first in line, wasn't he? Yeah, he was actually pushing in. There was a couple of sort of older people, and he just elbows out straight to the front of the line.
Yeah, he honestly just could have stepped over everyone. He's that tall.
Yeah, the barbecue scene's strong here.
Yes.
But it's not just about the surf in this event, right? There's a whole lot of sort of cultural celebrations. Barbecue's a big part of that. But a cool part of the world and a really great community. We're stoked to be here in Taiwan. A quick look at the left for Takuya Hongo. And it's just a real quick one. Won't threaten his top two. Numbers are relatively modest so far. He's in the threes, but at the moment, that's enough. Plenty of time left to go, though, True.
Yeah, I feel like threes are you're in a pretty good zone for the start of the heats, and then you kind of need to start opening up. I mean, I feel like his surfing has been really short and sharp and quite precise, but I think maybe the wave size is what's kind of made it a little bit tricky for Takuya. But, you know, there's, as you said, there's still time to open up. There's still opportunity for him to kind of find some better waves to really allow him to showcase his surfing, because you can see like the hints of the power and the hints of the flair that he has. I just feel like the bigger waves will really allow him to open up. But there's a lot of spread in this break as well. You know, there's kind of a few different peaks that you can surf at. I haven't had a surf here yet, but watching it, you can see that there's peaks a little bit further up the beach, in the middle and down. So there's plenty of opportunity, especially if you're under priority and you need to get a score. You can dart away and try and get a wide one, or try get one that's deeper to really allow you to kind of capitalize on any opportunity that you might need.
Did you get a chance to get your asparagus juice this morning, or have you just stuck with the oat milk latte?
Yeah, I'm sticking with the coffees in the morning.
Okay.
Paul, you know, I just can't go past the coffee, otherwise I'm a nightmare. But there's so many different drinks and dishes that you can have here to really embrace the culture. The asparagus juice, I feel like if I've tried it, then you should try it with me.
Yeah, there's the cranberry vinegar as well. Have you tried that one?
No.
That's a combo. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's sharp. It's quite sharp, I'll say, but it's invigorating on the palate.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued.
A lot of great flavours in this part. We've been going for dumplings. We had some little fried pancake things as well.
Yep. The pot stickers?
Yeah.
Pot stickers?
They're really good, aren't they?
Yeah, they're so good. There's options for veggies here too, which is good. That's two veggies, but yeah, I've heard there's pork ones, curry ones, chicken ones, so much opportunity. The food is just so good. Yeah, you really need to lean into the dumpling side of it, though. If you love a dumpling, you'll love it here in Taiwan.
Van Niekerk on a right-hander, nice and smooth off the bottom, gives it the full treatment off the rail. Another nice whipping snap high in the pocket, and again, he ain't done yet. Little section on the inside, and a vertical hit to finish. That's going to feel a lot better from him. Didn't quite get going in the early part of the heat, but right now with just over 14 and a half minutes to go, he'll paddle back out with a bit more swag.
Yeah, I feel like getting a little bit of confidence on that wave for Josh. He competed here last year. I think he maybe made the round of 64, but there's heaps of opportunity. I mean, Josh doesn't really compete too much. I think he just loves it here in Taiwan, which is why he was like, I need to come back to be able to surf here and, as we've been mentioning, enjoy the culture, but just kind of go adventure. There's so many waves around here that you can get opportunities at. We surfed at the river mouth a little bit further up the coast yesterday, which was really fun. There's another wave further up the coast from there. It's just, yeah, there's so much on offer. There's so many good waves here that no one's really discovered yet, and that's exciting. Well, yeah. I find it exciting.
Yeah, you follow the coast road and there's all sorts of nooks and crannies, aren't there? And, you know, a thriving surf community, but compared to a lot of places in the world, relatively uncrowded, you'd say. Really fun place for a trip. I've only been here for a couple of days, loving it so far. 13 and a half on the clock at the moment. We're waiting for the last score to drop in for Van Niekerk. It'll be the high score of the heat. 4.5 for him. Goes to first, and he can breathe a little bit easier.
Yeah, he can. That's the best wave of the heat so far, and you can see the images behind. I mean, look at those views. I actually last year spent a lot of time looking towards the beach and got pumped a few times just because I wasn't paying attention to the ocean, because I was just hypnotized by the mountain view there. It's just so beautiful and just so contrasting to the ocean that we have, the blue into that beautiful bright green. It's just, yeah, I don't know. It does something to my soul.
Yeah, really pretty drive up from town this morning. We're staying just down the coast and saw this blue sky and the sun pop out. Just look lovely, delightful. Taiwan, a place that people have known about surf here for a couple of decades, I'll say, but not, compared to some of the other waves in this part of the world, it's not like one of the main kind of big draws where people go on a trip. But I think that will probably change when people find out more about the potential on this coast and some of the other stuff that's going on here as well, the sort of cultural scene. It's definitely, you're in Asia for sure, but it does feel quite unique compared to some other places. It's got its own distinct kind of flavour and vibe, but just very laid back and cruisy, I'll say, from what I've seen so far. It just seems kind of mellow.
Yeah, it really does. It's got a really chill, cruisy vibe. There's no rush to do anything. You'll get there when you get there. And I think, I really like that. I feel like it's important sometimes to embrace that in your life. So to come here to Taiwan and to really kind of take on that sort of attitude is really cool. I think it settles everyone down a little bit, and especially for the competitors, takes the pressure off as well. I mean, everyone is kind of staying within walking or riding distance, which is amazing to kind of be able to get to the beach within 5 minutes of waking up, really. And yeah, to kind of wake up and see this, it's dropped a little bit. I think it's going to get smaller throughout the week, but we're still going to have some really fun waves on offer. And it's just exciting to be here, and yeah, I think everyone was really excited to get back. We had a big event at the Philippines last week, so then to come here and have it completely different, it was pretty much a slabbing right, and then to come here and it's more of like an A-frame kind of peak. It's so different.
What are your three top takeaways from the Philippines? What happened? What are you saying? The waves are pumping, right? I guess that's the first one is the waves, no?
Yeah, waves were pumping.
Cloud9,
yeah.
world-class spot.
World class. It was amazing. Favorite moment of the event was, I reckon, Sierra Kerr winning was pretty sick. She got 3 airs in her final. She did 3 airs in her final, which you don't see many people do that. And then my second favorite moment was there was a moment from Zabe. I think he got a 9.23 in his quarter or semi-final, Xavier Huxtable. And he came out, and you could see on the drone shot, he came out of the tube and you could see how happy he was. You could see his smile, and I was like, this is what it's about, to surf amazing waves and to come out with a smile. It was just like, yeah, we're literally just living the dream right now. Top 3 favorite moments, for sure.
That's pretty good. And we're just pretty much straight north, right? The Philippines are kind of south of us here. You guys all flew direct from there to here.
Yeah. Or no, kind of direct. I think there was 2 flights. Yeah. Got here, spent a night in Manila, and then Manila to Taipei. So it was pretty mellow, 2-hour flights to get to Taiwan. So if you're in Taiwan, you can go to the Philippines. If you're in the Philippines, definitely come to Taiwan. It's amazing here. Very different to the Philippines, but a good different, for sure.
Who's got the best dumplings?
Here. Yeah, absolutely. For sure. There's so many dumplings. Everyone loves it. You come here and it's like, yes. I think the universal kind of emoji for Taiwan is the dumpling emoji.
Couple of waves slipping under everybody. Under 9 minutes to go here. It's still Josh Van Niekerk leading this one. 4.5 and a 2.5 for him. Good enough to put him in the lead. Not by much, though. Hongo of Japan is only 0.3 behind him. He's a 3.64 for first. Those two at the moment heading out of this round. And our local Chun Chen, who got into the event via the trials, which went down yesterday. And a bit meatier surf than this with a bit of wind on it too. It was well supported by the local community. How cool is it when you got qualifiers from Australia, amazing talent from Japan as well as other regions in town here, Indonesian surfers here as well. But all of those legends, those amazing, generally young surfers up and coming to town. It's going to inspire the locals here for sure.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's why everyone gets so excited for this event. both the locals here and also the international competitors, because you kind of get to mix together, and the internationals can see the talent from the local surfers here coming up and see them get better each year. And then the locals can really push themselves against the international competitors. You know, you have the likes of, in the top seed around, you've got Joe Azuchi, Dylan Moffat, Tenchi Iwami, Kais King, Oscar Berry. There's so many surfers here that have Challenger Series experience and have come back to re-qualify. And I think for the locals, it's exciting for them to push themselves and just kind of see where they fit in the field. And then hopefully continue to travel to more QSs around the world.
Yeah, and if they do decide to just stay home and surf here, they got loads of options.
Yeah.
We saw from that shot there, he's just down in the corners, another little wave, a little bit more shelter. When it gets bigger, we've got another one on top of your shot there, just slightly up the coast. There we go. And basically every little corner, every bend, a lot of these kind of boulder points and river mouths and all sorts of kinks in the coast. Not loads of beach breaks and what I've seen so far, so really good at bending that swell and grooming it. And all sorts of fun waves. Here's a set on the peak, though. And here's live action. Your heat leader, Van Niekerk. Backhand from him. Will go left. Nice and loose and stylish. With that back leg tucked in. Keeping it all down the line. And he'll hit it again for a finish. So just trying to get rid of his low number for short. He's on a 2.5. He wants to do something about that. Let's see where that goes. We have the panel. But building a bit of momentum here. Look at these dreamy conditions, Drew.
Yeah, it is amazing out there. I mean, it's pretty clean. There's a little bit of texture, but it's definitely not as windy as we have seen it the last few days. So it's nice to start competition. And it just seems like everything is going in our favor right now. And I think that was a really nice wave from Josh. He has definitely been working on kind of improving his surfing, being able to kind of get out in the lunch breaks at Urban in Melbourne. So I think to be able to have that is a bit of a luxury, honestly. But this is Chun Chen.
Here we go. The local on the attack on the backhand with some speed, trying to get over a bit of deep water and get that reform section for the Grom. Doesn't quite happen for him there. Then he looks slightly miffed at the fact the ocean's not really cooperating with him so far. He's still got 5.5 minutes, though. It's a short paddle. It's a relatively short period swell as well, so there are heaps of waves coming through. And he's not out of this by any means. No one's running away with it score-wise. It's still pretty tight.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. I mean, that last wave was a 1.23 for Chun, and I think if he can find a 2 or a 3, then he's putting himself in a good spot. And with 5 minutes to go and a pretty quick paddle out, he does have time to do that. It's just finding those waves under priority. Especially Takuya, he is a really good competitor as well, and I think Takuya will be aware of the fact that Chun needs a 5.33, so he's probably going to either better the 3.33 or just stop Chun from finding any of those good waves.
4 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. That's the view as we look out to the east and out into that Pacific Ocean, where at this time of year, get different sort of options for swells here. There's some local stuff that comes with the prevailing winds. And then some deep storms, some low pressure systems sending really powerful and at times meaty swells as well. So this whole island can cop it really from a variety of directions. But the consistency of the place has been why it's been a favourite. You mentioned 14 years this event's been going.
Yeah, 14 years, and it's because of the consistency of the surf.
You touched on it, but what are we thinking for the week? What are we looking at in terms of waves? It was pretty solid the last few days. Things are dropping off a touch.
Yeah, so I believe that today is supposed to be the biggest day of the period. I actually haven't had a proper close look at it.
Just make it up then, mate.
Yeah,
just say,
we're going to have pumping waves all event.
Yep.
Which, you know what? That's what I'm expecting. I feel like even if it does get a little bit smaller, it's going to be really fun. So I feel like we'll have some really good waves for the whole event.
Sick. Here we go. Live action. Nice whip off the top. And again, great style and flow. And then a little underwater adventure with the incompletion on the end of that wave. For our surfer looking to try and get back to first. Takuya Hongo led this one from the beginning. Built up a bit of momentum, Right now, it's the Aussie that's come back at him via South Africa in the form of Van Niekerk. He's got that first place position and about a point and a half on our Japanese surfer Hongo, trying to get back into it. He'll need to try and finish his rides if possible. Let's see if we get some more participation as well from Chun Chen, who wants to get involved. Doesn't need huge numbers. You can see the requirements on your screen. 2 surfers will advance, 1 will bow out at this stage. Get down towards 2.5 minutes to go. Nervous moments if you're chasing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the clock won't stop for anyone, and I think for Chun right now, he just needs to find some waves to kind of better his position. And like I mentioned before, it's not too far of a paddle out, and Takuya looks like he wants to better the 3.33 that he's got, and maybe might do that. I don't know. It wasn't very critical. He didn't get as much height, so the judges could be a little bit they might be a bit they might critique it a little bit for Takuya. And yeah, it came in at a 2, so they're saying it was good, but we want to see a little bit more height, a little bit more direction as well, and probably in a little bit more of a meatier section. But I think for Chun, he's here, he has a minute 45 to kind of get a 5.33 or break it into 2 waves. And yeah, you could see didn't get much height. It wasn't a proper section really, so it was just kind of a bit of a throwaway, a 2.03 I think for that last one for Takuya. And I just feel like, he's just having fun out there right now.
A minute 20 on the clock here. Looks like some more lines marching in. Let's see what action we get. Priorities with the heat leader, Van Niekerk. He'll try and get himself a wave and just consolidate, but he'll wait for the right one to come through. Here we go. Here goes the Grom Chun. He's found a left hit, a section to hit. Doesn't quite get there. Tries to hang on. And the wave just wouldn't really cooperate for him there. Just got a bit awkward for him, but he's enjoying his experience anyway, I reckon. He's loving the fact that he's out there in a QS 5000 against 2 outstanding surfers. But right now, he's facing elimination at this stage. Taiwan is stoked on him, though, and we expect to see more talent from this region throughout this round and throughout coming events as well. Just 30 on the clock now. Chen will try and paddle back out and find another way, but it looks like these two, Van Niekerk and Hongo, have got this one stitched up.
Yeah, they definitely do. Josh is an experienced competitor as well as Takuya, and I just feel like they've kind of shown the young Grom, I guess, how to surf a heat in a way and kind of teach them a few lessons out there, which is what he's here to do, is to experience and learn lessons and take little bits of information from everyone that he can. So it was great to see Chun, but he'll unfortunately bow out.
All right, we're wrapped up for our first heat. We're stoked to get underway here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. When we come back from break, we'll bring in Vaughan Deadly in for the call to join True. Stay tuned.
佑特，
欢迎来台中
中央山脉。
Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Having a look at Josh Kerr taking on a couple of locals from Taiwan in the form of Chu Chin Hao and Chen Sao Sin. I think it's time to bring in Deadly. What do you think?
I reckon. Bring him in.
He was back at that pig carcass, just really trying to get some scraps off the bone. I think he's satiated now.
Yeah, I think so.
See if we can get him in.
Whoa, Josh Kerr showing us how it's done. That was his first wave, a 6.17 for Josh. Gets another one straight out behind it. Nice opening snap. Drives hard through that carve, and he kicks out. And a couple of replays from the first few waves. This is the first wave of Chu Chin Hao. So he gets that nice opening carve from Taiwan, and then Chen also getting a nice wave here. Oh, sorry, this is also Chu as well. So a few good waves, but Josh Kerr getting the better of it with that nice air rev, and then a good two-turn combo. Vaughn, Deadly, good morning.
Ni hao.
Ni
Ni
hao.
hao, Truce, darling. How are you this morning?
I'm really good. I'm excited
Yeah.
to be starting here.
This is
today.
cool.
It is.
What a nice little heat to get things going, hey? Fossilised old relic against a couple of up-and-comers.
Yep.
Joshy Kerr. He's recovering from a little bit of head cold, but he doesn't look like it's affecting him too bad, does he?
No, not at all.
8.57. Is that rude? To call someone a fossil? A relic?
No, maybe.
But he's surfing so good, isn't he? Oh, nice backside snap there. Chin Hao. Giving it some. Yeah, how you going?
I'm good. I'm really good.
That's nice. It's good to start the day with a bit of
It
just an
really
ease in.
Yeah.
Welcome back
Yes.
to Jinzun Harbor,
I know.
Taiwan, Taitung country,
Yeah.
or county, I should say. And yeah, third time here for me. What about you?
Second time here. Yeah. Last year was my first year. But this is that first wave for Chen. Just a little bit too much on the back foot, but then this is that last one for Chu, and I really liked it. Gets a nice opening snap. His backhand looks really solid, drives through that second turn, and you can see he's just patient through to the inside, maybe a few wobbles, but gets a good connection to finish.
It's been so cool watching the evolution of Taiwanese surfing. The first couple of years when we first saw the trials, there's been a massive performance leap since those days. These guys, Chu, Chen, they're guys we've seen literally get better year on year. And I love that last wave, as you were saying, the backside snaps looking nice and clean.
Yeah.
What an experience that, to surf against a guy, who's been on the World Tour, won a big wave World Tour event.
Yeah. Paul and I actually, we touched on that in that last heat, saying, it's cool for us, especially as well. Well, Josh.
Wow. Head cold, pretty much washed clean with that backside snap.
I think that he's just telling porcupines there.
Blew the pipes out, that's for sure.
We were touching on that last heat, like how cool it is for us international surfers and I guess commentators as well, Vorno, to come here and be able to see the evolution of the Taiwanese local surfers here and see them grow and get better each year. And then also for them to be able to compete against the likes of Josh Kerr and even, everyone else. We've got some Challenger Series surfers here as well.
I just wonder, when these guys were Groms, did they have photos of Josh Kerr on their walls, or did they have photos of, Owen Wright and Julian Wilson, that sort of slight next generation?
I wonder. Probably both, honestly. I feel like, yeah.
Well, Kersey's never gone out of style. Oh, that was really crispy, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was
good finish. And we've turned up this morning. There's been a bit of residue. Wow, so much anger in that one. Settled down.
Really?
That was awesome. Big, nice snap. Is he on the 20s? He must be.
Yeah.
He's always on the 20s.
Yeah. He's got a blue one, and I'm just going with the colours. He's got a blue coloured one, and then a darker, it looks like a black or maybe a dark purple, but they look so fun.
No. Well, jokes aside, Kersey's traveller in the world. He's surfing the best waves. He's obviously hanging out with his daughter Sierra, who's looking really good on the rankings at the moment. Just took a big win in Siargao in the Philippines.
Yeah.
The Cloud 9 event, pretty much pumping.
Yeah. She kind of made a bit of history there. She did 3 straight airs in the one heat in that final.
Oh, wow.
Made every single one.
That's awesome.
It was amazing.
Well, one of the highlights of this year on the regional queue was actually watching Josh and Sierra just trailblaze their way through the draw at Nias, pumping Nias. Just getting the biggest pits, and it was so cool because at one stage it looked like they were both going to be surfing in opposing finals.
Yeah.
Kersey just getting knocked, unfortunately, but that was just one of the coolest stories from 2024.
Oh, it was amazing. And so Josh and Sierra also traveling with Charlie Haitley, who actually got second over in Siargao. And they had a bit of a bet going on between Sierra and Charlie. Whoever got the highest heat score total gets to choose dinner.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, Josh got knocked out. I think in his first heat it was a little bit slow. He didn't get a good opportunity.
So he had no choice?
No choice. He had no say in the offer, but right now he's looking pretty good for the next round. You never know what's going to happen, but he's surfing so good.
Who won the bet?
Well, it was a daily thing.
Oh,
yeah,
so each day whoever got the top score. Okay.
Yes. So Josh never actually got to pick because it was either between Sierra or Charlie. So I wonder if Josh, he's entering the chat with this one.
Yeah. Well, it looks like Kersey spotted something here. Lets that one slide, and it looks like Chu is going to have a crack at it. And he's got a nice timing off the top there. Good combination out of the lip. And this is just really stylish surfing, isn't it, True? Gets the exit, doesn't go for the big kapow on the end. But I love it when a surfer takes their time. And here goes Kersey, big snap to slide. That was one of his trademark manoeuvres back in the day. And again, puts a bit more sting into that one. Little float over the section. You can see how fun this wave is when you get one that really links right through. It sort of bends in on itself, and you can get just endless opportunities to sort of open up on it. That was a cool wave.
Yeah, it was so sick, and you could see Tube watching that as he's paddling out. He's probably watching going, oh, okay, that's how you do it. And Josh just kind of playing teacher right now in this heat. But this is that last wave of Chu, and you could see, I love how, as you said, he was patient off the bottom, didn't try to rush it. You can see he's using his front arm to kind of really pivot up into that into the sections and kicks out, and then this last wave of Josh, as you said, this trademark carved to that slide. Oh, I love that turn. That one just a little bit more anger, a bit more spice, and then he gets that quick float to jam. Gets the fins out as well. That 20 is looking pretty fine out there, Vaughn.
You know what? He said he's on the mend from that little head cold. So often, when you've got a little bit of a, I don't know, when you're just off your game a little bit, you can kind of feel a bit lethargic in the water. But as soon as you start to feel good again, like you duck dive and you get all that sort of clarity in your head and you can start to feel good on your board.
Yeah.
Geez, that's a good feeling. He looks like he's just washed the last of that away. So that's going to be fun. Look at this view. That is Jinzun Harbor there. The beautiful volcanic sort of mountain range behind it. It's such a mix of other areas, if you've travelled for surfing like many people have, you kind of get touches of Tahiti, a little bit of Indo, a little bit of, even like touches of Hawaii about this place. But, it's really unique in its own right. The little city that we're staying in Taitung there is just, it's almost like a pocket city. It's still got high rises and it's got these little narrow streets and just amazing markets and food and everything going on. But it also feels like this little tiny country town.
Yeah, it really does. It's so cool as well. Like every corner is different, but it's kind of, it all links up. It's so cool. I mean, I love staying in the city. There's so much opportunity. There's so many different dumpling places. But yeah, as you come down here, it just gets more raw and more, I don't know, just vivid and bright. And I don't know, there's something about this place. It's just so beautiful.
Well, I was actually talking about this with Paulie just the other night. I was like, this is a place I would definitely come on a surf trip with friends because it's super unusual. It's not necessarily like a place where you go, let's go get like 8-foot pits, but it's a place where you can come and, I don't know, just like really get stuck into the culture of the place, and every little corner's a new adventure, and there's setups that probably aren't packed out all the time. So, yeah, fantastic country, awesome little zone down here in the south, and Kersey's enjoying it. He's having a good time. 6.17 and a 6. And it looks like Chu Chin Hao is in second place at the moment, 3.07 and a 2.87. And these Taiwanese surfers, some of them coming through the trials, and others, already having seedings into the main event. So that was cool. The trials event yesterday was sort of late in the afternoon. The swell was dropping off. There'd been a bit of a residue from a big typhoon. There's a beautiful angle of Kersey rebounding off the foam. He goes for the air rev, and it's just too easy for this guy.
He can't put a foot wrong right now. I mean, that was sick. Kersey's just, I don't know. I feel like he's bluffing about the head cold.
I think it's gone. It's finished. Yeah. Look at him go.
The oceans are powerful.
I was going to say, it's so cool for Kersey, obviously retired from the Pro Tour, but it's impossible not to want to pull on a rashie and surf heats if you're at a contest and you're watching your kids. Sure beats sitting around up in the stands.
Definitely.
So, every comp that Kersey's in, I just get the feeling that he's basically just treating it as a free surf. That's why he's just so loose and carefree out there.
Yeah, I feel like that competitive fire, it never really dies.
It never dies. If you're a top-line athlete, that's with you for life.
Yeah, I agree. And it's just, it's so cool. I mean, I always get super excited to see Josh, put on a rashie. I'm like, oh, what have we got today? And it's just exciting to see what he brings to the table. That's
so true. And the other cool thing is, he's got a story every time he wins a heat. He's like, oh, this is cool, and he's having fun. And the deeper he goes into the draw, the more fun everyone has watching him.
Yeah,
because it's triggering something primal that's in him. But he also, like I said, he's just out there just having a ball. So this is a little replay. The drone angle looking so good, and a little rebound straight into this little ramp, front side air rev. Kersey, obviously one of the real innovators in surfing. He was an air show world champ before he was a CT competitor.
I didn't know
They used to have a little air show series in Australia, and then they invited a bunch of other crew from, Santa Cruz, Southern California, a few crew from Europe. and they had a sort of a series, and then they'd have a final, but usually on a surf trip.
Wow.
Yeah. Kersey took that out, maybe even a couple of times.
That's sick.
But
I didn't know that.
obviously has his own airs as well. The corrupt flip still employed these days. Still see some pretty spectacular versions of that move.
Absolutely.
And is this the replay from land? Oh, this is cool.
Even that backside snap was so huge, but yeah, that air rev. I feel like he's definitely giving some tricks to Sierra Kerr as well. She gets so much height and pop. And I feel like there's a couple of little secrets that they just share amongst the two of them that no one else knows about, which is so cool. I mean, it's just cool to see them here traveling together. To have Josh with his daughter would probably be so amazing. Even Sierra in Cloud9, people were like kind of saying, "Oh, Josh, can we get a photo?" And she was talking to me and she goes, how do these people even know who he is? And I was like, what do you mean, Sierra? She goes, I don't know. I didn't know he'd be known in the Philippines.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, okay. He is Josh Kerr, but yeah, cool.
Yeah.
It's amazing to see kind of where I was going with that. It's amazing to see the impact that he's had around the world.
That's so true. And that's not even really acknowledging just some of his accomplishments on tour. He's in the final of the Pipe Masters, for heaven's sakes.
Yeah.
Really played a huge part in knocking Kelly Slater out of the world title race the year that Joel Parkinson won, 2012. So, yeah, he's been a big player in all facets of surfing. It's one thing you touched on then, which I find really fascinating, is the knowledge that Sierra can tap into from, air technique and rails. And, Josh has surfed every wave in the entire world, as you say. So she's turning up with just so much access to, it's like almost an unfair advantage. And I was just thinking about, what sort of advice were you able to tap in from your parents? Because my mum wasn't really telling me, hey, if you ever go to Pipeline, make sure you sit lining this palm tree up with that part of the hill in the background. She was more like, I don't know, don't wear undies, the same undies 2 days in a row. My dad was like, don't pick up brown snakes because they're poisonous. And that was the wisdom I got access to.
Yeah.
But
that's not bad.
Still good. Still very, very helpful.
Very handy.
Probably served me extremely well over the course of my life. But would have been nice to get a little bit of surf knowledge.
I know, yeah. I have had so much from Dad. I feel like I'm so lucky in that. There's definitely been times over the years where I'm like, oh, Dad, just go sit over there. Let me talk to someone else.
Yeah.
But it's cool.
That's what's hard, I think. If you've got kids and you're going to comps and you want to give them advice and all that sort of stuff. I remember Occy saying that, when he was used to give Jay advice.
Yes.
But then at some point you've also got to let them figure their own way out, and that advice can feel a little bit like it's grinding you a little bit.
Yeah.
So I think that, obviously Occy was like, oh yeah, I had to just sort of take a step back because he was also getting so stressed out watching.
Yeah.
Which is inevitable. Whenever you watch anyone you love, even if you don't have anyone personally, in the event, you still can get up behind surfers from your hometown or whatever. You get nervous about it.
Yeah.
But I think when you're a parent, you can so easily overstep the mark and make things so much more stressful,
I do that with Jessie.
Do you actually? Yeah. I was going to ask that. Yeah.
When Jessie used to compete, I used to be like, do this and do that, blah, blah, blah. And then I learnt very, very quickly because she'd just go, snap. And I'd be like, whoa, okay. I need to rein it in and just kind of give her advice when she wants it and more just be there. That's just what she needed. But I would get so nervous. So nervous.
I remember sitting here with both of you guys when you were both in the event one year, and it was just, you couldn't even talk. It was
nothing.
Chewing your nails down to the elbow.
We just get so invested. I mean, I'm invested in all the competitors, but then there's definitely a few, the hometown people, like Dill Moffat's in this event, and you want your local kind of family, really, to get through.
That's true.
Sure.
Well, Kersey's out to a wonderful start in this event, Taiwan Open of Surfing, and this is just another little gem in the regional QS Dream Tour. This tour is so fun to watch. They have scored out of their minds this year. Nias was cooking, Shigao was pumping in the Philippines, Cloud9. Crewy was super fun. That was that was cooking. Obviously, there's little events here and there, sort of one-stars that sometimes poke their heads up with pretty fun waves. But, this wave, you don't hear the competitors complaining about it. There's so many opportunities. It's not like one little takeoff zone. There's kind of like little peaks constantly breaking all over the shop. And the consistency of the swell is almost never an issue. Like, in fact, have you surfed out here where you're just duck diving like 50,000 wind swells just to get it? It's actually so hard to get out sometimes.
Yeah. You have to almost like paddle out on the beach so wide and then paddle into it just so that you kind of don't have to battle with the paddle back out. There's been moments like even last year, I remember just free surfing just being 10 minutes to get out, and it was like a 2-foot day. I was like, I swear I'm not this bad of a paddle or duck diver.
Here goes, I think this is Chu. Nice little finner out the back, and he'll get a second turn in. Or was that Chen? Sorry, it's hard to see with the sun on the Rashi. Cool little wave, though.
Yeah, that was sick. I think it was Chu. It looks like it's a blue kind of tint there.
Yeah.
And it was a really nice turn.
Like
Lets
that.
the fins go, and then that second turn gets that good connection. You could see the spray kind of fan out. So a really well-surfed heat for Chu. I mean, Josh Kerr's kind of run away with it, so second place is up for grabs. But Chen has been a little bit quiet. We saw him get a left before, but maybe just the opportunities haven't really come his way in this heat.
Yeah, Chu, you were saying earlier, he was sort of paddling out when Kersey got his last 6, and I think some athletes are going to see an opposition, someone in the heat, get a good score and get rattled by it. But, I think Chu was pretty pumped up then, especially with that little tail blow out the back.
Yeah. As opposed to kind of getting rattled, he got inspired. And it's that's why we're here, and it's why these competitors, there's so many Taiwanese surfers in the draw, and I think that's really cool because they're like, there's Josh Kerr in the event, and there's so many other amazing competitors. Like, I could literally name every single one, and they just get inspired by it to surf better.
Yeah, it's so cool, isn't it? Kersey's looking like he spotted something here. Just having a look. Beautiful angle. The water here is so warm. It is really tropical. The temperature, sort of the air temp, is so, I don't know, just comfortable. It can get warm when the sun's out. Look at Kersey here. Oh, my goodness. Big club sanger to come in on, and he's just feeling loose and free and happy, and good on him.
Yeah, that was super cool. I mean, it's a bigger looking wave. Just gets that first kind of check turn, and that was sick. The club sandwich, I was like, no way. And then he just pulls it out. I mean, he just...
You know what they call that turn, the club sandwich?
No, tell me.
Well, because it's got a bit of everything on it. It's like a bit of an air reverse, bit of a grab rail, bit of a
I love that.
Yeah. So that's a cool way for Josh Kerr to finish off the heat as it winds down. Please stay tuned. The Taiwan Open of Surfing. We've only just kicked off. We've got so much action to come this week. We'll be back in just a moment.
的诱特，中央山脉。
Taitung Country, or Taitung County, actually. Welcome back to Taiwan Open of Surfing. Vaughan Blakey and Dai Waco. Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you again
Konnichiwa.
here.
And, mate, ni hao. Welcome back.
Welcome back to, WSL QS 5000.
How cool.
How cool is this place is. Really loving this place so far. But what about you?
I love coming back here. It's really unique. It's sort of unlike anywhere else on earth that I've ever been. And this is my third time here. And, yeah, as soon as we come into Taitung, the city, I'm always just tripping out going, what a cool little joint.
Right.
Like it's a big city, but it's actually quite small. And you feel like you're in a bit of a country town. Wow, on the backhand, blowing tail. Well, mate, set this heat up for us because you've got a couple of countrymen in this one. We got a Taiwanese surfer as well.
So we have Soma Hirahara and Aoi Oguri from Japan, and Liu Yuan from Taiwan, and Kei Kobayashi is from United States, but he is Japanese. Actually.
Yeah.
And I think Oguri Aoi was up and riding, and he is only 17 years old. He's originally from Tokyo, but now he lives in Chiba, which I always called like Japanese Gold Coast. All the professionals going there and to live there and practice every day surfing.
Because I was going to say, like in Japan, Chiba, is that sort of like the epicenter of the best waves?
Definitely.
Yeah, okay, cool.
And there's a few other places that I would say it's a sense of surfing industry in Japan, which is like Shonan. And actually, the Soma Hirahara, he's from Shonan area.
Okay.
And that's where I actually grew up.
Oh, cool.
And there's another area called Miyazaki.
Miyazaki, yeah.
That's
where the CTs used to be. I clearly remember Miyazaki Pro back in the day.
Yeah, and then actually yes, and we have like a back-to-back event in Chiba as well, where Kelly and Andy was in the final.
So that was the Chiba zone.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, I remember. This is going back a little bit, man. But when the world tour would stop in Japan. Every now and again, they would just get these incredible typhoon swells. And I just remember seeing Tom Curran and, all that era of just big, perfect waves.
Back in the days.
Yeah. That was Chiba, right?
That was actually in Nijima Island, which is located in Tokyo area, Tokyo County.
Oh, wow.
But you got to take a boat to there for about like 24 hours. But
Amazing.
here is Oguri Aoi up and riding. So, Aoi Oguri 選手。綺麗に2発入れてきています。このヒートには2名の日本人選手がクレジット。その後ろでは平原相馬選手の1本目のライディングになります。綺麗に2発入れてきてフィニッシュもしっかり決めてきます。
Some nice surfing there. And this is a dual sanctioned event. So it goes points go towards the Asian qualifying tables, and then points also go to the Australian Pacific region. So we see, a coming together here of two tours, and that happens quite a lot throughout Asia.
Yeah. Well, here is Kei Kobayashi up and riding straight into the air reverse, and he makes it perfectly. And he gets a finish right here. Well, he gets a finish. Tail high, kick, finish. It was great surfing from Kei Kobayashi. He was actually in Japan doing all the QS 3000. He actually won one of the event. So this is one guy from Japan. He's only 17 years old.
How cool. Getting his, first taste of tour life. There's a lot of 17-year-olds, they've still got a few years in the pro juniors left, but they like to get out and get some of this experience under their belt of surfing against big names. A couple of vicious snaps there from the man in blue. And this is the replay, probably the biggest wave in this heat. And, mate, look at that. Like, isn't it classic? Like, in the last sort of, I would say, 3 years, but more so in the last 18 months, the full rotation air reverse is the only air reverse now. Like, back in the day, you'd kind of see crew get to the end of a wave, maybe do a little grab rail, sort of fin flick, nose pick, air rev into a turnaround. And they just don't they just don't seem to be going there anymore.
No.
They do the full huck out into the flats, you know.
You got to go to full rotation air reverse to get decent scores like, Josh Carr did in the last heat.
Yeah.
That was a great heat to watch, actually.
Oh, man.
I was watching it live, and, wow, he seems healthy. And
How good, mate, does that twin fin look in this sort of wind swell where it's not really a deep driving ground swell where the thruster's going to just take off and have that perfect, precise access and power.
Yeah, actually he's using 20 out there, right?
And
That's
it just
amazing.
goes so fast.
So
and because
fast.
this is just a tail end of a wind swell, really. He's just able to just generate speed straight off the bat, and his timing is just as flawless as it's ever been. So, yeah, I wonder if we'll see another one of those Josh Kerr deep runs through the draw.
Definitely.
Always fun to watch.
And I believe he's sitting in a good position in ranking, actually.
What, to qualify for the Challenger Series?
For Challenger Series, I believe so. Because he got a good result in Nias.
Yes, that's right.
And through a couple of heats in Korea as well. So, wow.
And you know what? If Sierra's going to be on the Challenger Series, which clearly she will be, that's motivation for Josh. It just makes his sort of experience of travelling around and supporting her more fun for himself. Yeah, it's a strange attitude to bring into it, isn't it? Because you wouldn't imagine that he's looking at his own career at all at this stage. But if he gets back on the Challenger Series,
still gets it.
How fun?
How fun, traveling together like dad and daughter. And imagine if they both make to the CS,
Mate.
and that could be
would
amazing
be wild, wouldn't it?
travel for both of them.
You know what's crazy is this year, earlier in the year at Snapper Rocks Challenger Series, they had a super heat.
Right.
Kelly Slater, Steph Gilmore, Joel Parkinson, Mick Fanning, Paul Fisher paddled out for one of them. And they were surfing as good as anyone, mate. The surfing in that heat was insane, Diane. He's like, what? These guys could easily get wild cards and cut their way through drawing pumping waves especially.
I really love how Stephanie that was a textbook surfing at Gold Coast.
Beautiful.
In Snapper Rocks. Yeah, that was a beautiful surfing.
She's the queen. Speaking of Josh Kerr, let's find out what his motivations are coming into this event. She's down there with True starting.
Thank you, Vaughn. Josh, second heat of the day for the first round. It looks really fun out there.
Yeah, it was. It was pretty user-friendly, to be honest, out there. I've been battling a bit of a head cold the last couple of days, so it was nice to be able to get in the water and kind of clear it out a little bit, and then also not have to work too hard to catch waves. Wasn't too much duck diving and not too hard of a paddle. So, yeah, pretty fun. It was enjoyable.
And it's your first time here in Taiwan. What are your thoughts so far?
Yeah, just kind of first times getting out about. The food is unbelievable. The street food's really good. Really beautiful. The coastline is a bit more dramatic than I expected, like with the mountains like right here behind the coast, and then heaps of little waves. It's like we've had a really windy kind of big swell for the last few days, and we surfed this like left point up north that was very unexpected to see a wave like that in Taiwan. And yeah, it's definitely exceeding expectations.
Vaughn was feeling a bit reminiscent in that last heat, watching a lot of some great surfing. It seemed like putting on the rashi just ignited a bit of energy despite the head cold.
Yeah, exactly. Me and Vaughno have some good history. Hey, Vaughno.
Yeah, mate.
But yeah, just I just feel like if I'm going to be at the party, I may as well dance. So that's what I went out there and did.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Josh. We'll see you soon.
Thanks.
Oh, damn straight. I back that heavily, man. I don't go to parties to sit in the corner. I want to hit that dance floor and cut that rug up. Yeah, so cool. I hope we get to see a lot more of Josh in this event because I want to start talking to him about what we were just chatting about. Like, mate, if you make this Challenger Series, like, surely the CT is just...
All right.
Because, like, as you get older, you're not sort of just sitting back going, okay, yeah, I've done my job. The world is for everyone else now. Like, you set new goals. You might head in new directions, learn something new, whatever. But it would have to be there somewhere, niggling away like, geez, if I could qualify.
Wow.
I mean, it is hard, though. The Challenger Series is psycho, man.
So serious right now. Everyone's just ripping. Like the last couple of years, I've seen a lot of people.
Di, what's who are the big hopes from Japan to qualify? Like we've seen last year for Australia, for example, Jolie Vaughan,
right,
and Georgie Pitar get the job done. But there's probably like 15 guys that everyone would love to see cut through into the World Tour from my country that I'm aware of. Every country has its big hopes. Who are the crew you're looking at?
Probably Hiroto Ohara. Recently he got signed with Riviera Project, and probably his focus, the most focused right now compared to the last couple of years. But he was focused person, but he's like more into it. He got new sponsors. And there's a lot of hopes.
Is Hiroto, is he very old? Because he's been around for a long, long time. But
I wouldn't say he's old.
No, that's what I mean. Like,
Yeah,
he's one of those guys who kind of popped onto the radar so early.
Yeah,
It's almost like Julian Wilson and Owen Wright. They were famous from when they were like 13.
Yeah,
and
true.
so by the time they're sort of hitting the World Tour, you think, this guy's been around for ages, but they're only like 20.
Yeah, and Hiroto is only like 27, 28,
Yeah,
I would
perfect.
say. So,
yeah.
Still 20s, late 20s.
Yeah.
Just, he's fit.
He is such a good surfer, man.
Right.
Like his style, his just brutality when he hits the lip. He's got perfect timing. He's definitely one of my favourite surfers from the Asia Pacific region. He's like, I'd love to see him hit the tour. I think his surfing
Definitely.
speaks to those waves too.
But he was just, behind the ranking, I think, this year. He was probably coming like 15th or 16th in the
Right.
overall, but unfortunately he didn't make it.
Who would be like a bolter? Who do you think could just shock everyone and possibly get up there?
I gotta say Ryaru Ito. You seen his surfing in years? He came third place, and he has the best backside barrel skills, I reckon.
He got a 10 in that event?
I believe so, yeah.
I'm pretty sure he did. Oh, up and over here. Oh, goody. We have another Taiwanese surfer in this heat as well, Liu Yan. We're talking about it with True. Just the leaps that these Taiwanese surfers have made year on year since this event's been on. Like that's one of the really cool side effects of having a world class event with elite surfers come to your country or your region. It's just how quickly it affects the surfing performances of all the local guys. And they really get so pumped.
Actually, this is my 5th year in Taiwan, and first time I got here was 2012.
Yeah.
There's not much, grommet surfing in Taiwan, but now these days I've seen a lot of them just ripping and like you said, the revolution of surfing in Taiwan is crazy.
And are they calling you off waves now? Like back in the day, they were on the inside. Now they're like, "Oi, oi,
definitely."
Yeah, we had a great time last year. We actually went from Taiwan straight to South Korea, surfed in the pool. It was it was so cold. There were days, I think, where we got up during the morning of the events, it was -2 in the air.
Definitely, yeah.
The pool was 4 degrees.
It was freezing, but still we had a great time in Korea again. Unfortunately, we don't have the Korea event this year, but
I heard it might be on the cards for the next year.
Wow.
Just a little. Anyway, I hope so. But this has really become a mainstay. This event, Taiwan Open of Surfing, this little harbour it gives you so many waves and so many opportunities. Right. I think that's why people love coming here as well, because there's nothing worse than packing your bags, travelling to another country, making all that effort, spending all that money, and you paddle out and it's inconsistent, or there's one little peak and everyone's trying to free surf and you can't get a wave and your head's just doing cartwheels. So it's nice to get somewhere where there's plenty of opportunities, lots of little takeoff zones, and you can kind of just surf your own heat a little bit more.
Definitely, this place gives you a lot of opportunities, because everyone I interview with, they all say, "Wow, this is the sickest place to surf," because you can do turns, cutties, even air reverses. Yeah. It's kind of proper skate park.
It is, yeah. It's cool. And in the last few years that we've been working together, some of the airs that you see go down in this heat, because it's always a crosswind.
Yeah, true. We need a cross shore actually to get swells here. Yeah. Probably this time. But last year I've seen a lot of people doing big airs, Dakota Walters and Joe Bogan. Yeah.
Joe Vaughan and Oscar Berry. That's just some of the Aussies. Back in the day when I first came here, there was a World Junior titles on, and we had Cade Matson and Jet Schilling, and
I think that year Amuro Tsuzuki won a
Amuro Tsuzuki won.
junior
That's
women's
right.
division.
Yep. She's a legend.
She's still repping, you know.
Surely back on tour. Surely.
Surely.
Too good not to be on the CT. Yeah, anyway, you should have seen, the Brazilian Storm at that event as well. Holy moly, they were giving it so much airtime out here.
Well, it looks like 小栗葵選手、綺麗に2発ここは入れてきます。現在、小栗葵選手は3位のポジション、必要なスコア 5.60。平原相馬選手は2位のポジション。1位になるためには 3.01 が必要です。7分40秒を切ったところ。
Cool finish on that wave.
Really love people doing layback these days with a big spray.
Well, look at John, mate. He won the world title on a big Larry.
Yeah.
In surf, not too dissimilar from this, really. Like, this gets compared to Trestles a little bit. Jinzun Harbor. And, yeah, it's not quite the same, but there is a sort of elements of it that are quite similar. Like, the wave has a similar sort of power.
Definitely.
And shape. But when it's pumping out here, like,
So
you can really see people unleash the full arsenal of, high-performance surfing.
I would say a little bit shorter wave here compared to Trestles, but still it's a great A shape. You can go left and right, and even there's I think another peak on the left side of the area. There's so many places here to surf.
Yeah. Do you being a goofy, you must constantly look over at the little left on the other side of the bay just here because it's tiny. It's it's not that far away, I don't know, a couple of 100 metres. And there it is, just on the left. So we're at the contest site just there. That's Jinzun Harbor that we're looking at. And just to the left of your screen up there, that's a really fun little left.
I got to
kind of drains out. You know who I saw ripping out there? Travis Logie. Doff of the cap to the great man. South Africa's finest.
Wow, such a great setup here, Jinzun Harbor. So actually, this place is called Golden Goblet.
Is it?
Yeah, that's Jesse was telling us this morning.
Yeah, it's beautiful though. Yeah, one of my favourite things here is that all these photographers from just all over Taiwan come and they form this giant wall. You dead set think it's like, I don't know, Kodak Reef they used to call off the wall.
Probably on finals day, it's just packed with all the
So
photographers from Taiwan.
I just would love to see the memory cards on how many they've got in their back pockets. They shoot everything.
Pretty much everything. Even you're just doing paddling.
Yeah.
They shoot everything. So here he's on the screen, getting ready for the next heat. We have 3 Australians taking on 1 Taiwanese surfer.
Luke Brumby.
So we have Luke Brumby, Tim Bange, Keanu Parrish, Adrian Kovacic.
Yep. The Taco, mate. He's from Bronte. He's good mates with a lot of my mates, and he's flown over last second, got his entry in 2 days ago, left it pretty late. Wow!
Really love the first hack from Soma Hirahara. Hirahara Soma 選手、一発目大きなターンを入れてきました。これはフィニッシュはできませんでしたが、いいライディングでした。Here is Kei Kobayashi getting another big hack. Gets the finish. That was a great surfing from both of red and green.
Really good surfing.
Right.
That's probably 2 of the best turns we've seen in this heat. Kobayashi getting the fins out the back. He born and raised in the States, do you know, or moved over there?
No, actually, he was born and raised in States. San Clemente?
Yeah, okay.
I'm not really too sure, but yeah, definitely he's born and raised in the States. But now he's coming to Japan doing all the QSs, and actually he does Japanese national competition as well.
Oh, okay, yep.
Oh, here's a replay of Kei Kobayashi. Really love the
How
last
cool is
section.
that? Just a full board slide, fins out over the back, grinds the coping. Love those turns. And then this was just really, really well timed, wasn't it?
Yeah, straight into the second turn. Really love the combination. He didn't get the finish, but still 2 major turns from Soma Hirahara. not a big, massive scores coming into this heat so far, but definitely that 2 ride will push them up to double digit.
Yeah, we got some big names coming up in this draw later on throughout the event. Early rounds, you get to sort of, I guess, set the watermark. How's it going to be out here? And it's good for everyone to see what they're going to bring. Are they going to go new school? Are you going to go back to sort of just solid surfing? And it seems like, based on what we've seen this morning, like Kersey, not scared to throw fins, big club sandwich. He's kind of almost said, like he said, if you're going to go to the party, you may as well get on the dance floor. And I think that'll sort of wake everyone up to really go hard, because I've noticed that Hirahara and Kobayashi, they're really going at it and throwing a bit of tail out the back as well. So getting the judges interested.
Right, the last wave for Soma Hirahara comes in 5.20. That put him in the lead now. Just over 2 minutes remaining. Here is 日原相馬選手、最後の波で 5.20 をマークし、第1位のポジションへ残り時間2分になるところ。So the last wave for Kei Kobayashi comes in 3.90. So he's now in the second. Oguri now needs 6.8 and Yuan needs 8.10. That is a big score.
Yep. Yuan is definitely going to need a bit of a miracle here. He's going to need the best wave of the heat. So.
Right. Well, he's got a fast priority now, so he can just wait for the right ones. Definitely he knows everything about this place. So here is Oguri Aoi 選手、テイクオフしています。さあ、この波で 6.80 が必要。
And unfortunately, you get knocked down in this round, you are done. There's no second chances here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. And it's, mate, it must be a bitter pill when you paddle in losing your first heat after all that travel. And, yeah, just gut-wrenching stuff.
But a good experience, against those
good experience,
top
yeah.
surfers.
But, I mean, that's like, it's like when you come in, your mum says, well, you tried really hard. It doesn't really mean anything. You just go, oh, God.
True. So
nobody likes to try hard, Mum. But it's been a good effort here from these surfers, and his little replay, nice up and over. So the first turn was good, but he needed a massive score, and this wave just gave him nothing in the end. Look, disappointment. Wow. Yeah.
And here's the Yuan's last wave. Well, he gets a couple turns in, but the wave didn't offer too much for him. Just dies out a little bit. So with 15 seconds remaining, probably we're going to see Soma Hirahara and Kei Kobayashi through this round.
There we go, 6 seconds. And it is Hirahara taking that one out, mate. I don't think there's going to be a score of consequence here for Kobayashi. What did you think?
It was a great heat, actually.
It was fun.
It was great talking to you.
Yeah, always, bro. Always, brother. Stay tuned, folks. Taiwan Open of Surfing will be right back, and plenty of action to come.
Beautiful shots right now of Jinzun Harbor. We are here for the Taiwan Open of Surfing QS 5000. It's the men's round of 128. And for the first time in my career, an absolute pleasure to be sitting next to Paul Evans.
Wow, yeah. I mean, that makes me feel great. Thanks for the intro.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Makes me feel great sitting here. This man on your screen, Tim Bainge, up and riding. So 2 pretty strong turns here. You have sat through 2 heats this morning. What are your thoughts so far of Taiwan and the action you've seen so far?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say sat through. That sounds like I wasn't enjoying myself. I was regaled by the action, red hot, ripping. The waves look dreamy. It looks really fun. When surfers take off, I just see a world of opportunity.
Oh, it's such a fun wave. You wait till this afternoon until you surf it. It is so much fun. This man right here, this is Keanu Parrish, just tagging away on a couple turns. So he's our surfer and why we also have Adrian Kovacic in the green and Luke Brumby in the red. So Luke, not sure if you've come across these guys before, but Luke from the sunny coast.
Yeah, tell me more about him.
Yeah, he is. I'll get back to this in a second because right now this is Tim Bainge. So he's up and riding, really strong goofy footer, as you can tell. 2 pretty nice, pretty tidy turns there. Heaps of spray off that second one. So Tim.
Yeah, smooth. I like it. Just kind of cruising, but applying the right amount of pressure to impress the panel. This was Keanu getting into it as well. A little bit of a sloping one, wasn't it, this one? So never really unleashing the beast here, but it felt good to get started.
Yeah, so those 2 surfers, I can tell you, Tim, he is from the sunny coast as well as Luke Brumby. So those guys probably coming up against each other in more local places in Oz rather than here in Taiwan. So 2 sunny coasters pulling each other. But I'll get back to more info for you because right now we're going to cross down to Dai, who's got the winner of that last heat.
朝一のヒートでしたが、まずはいかがでしたか、ヒートの方。
楽しくヒートできたので良かったです。はい。
この台湾初めてというふうに聞いたんですが、どうですか、初めての台湾は。
初めての台湾結構グーフィー天国で、ご飯も自分結構好きでハマっちゃいそうです。はい。
So this is actually his first trip to Taiwan and he loves the food, all the little left and all the places, so he's loving it so far. 今日この後、サーフィンあると思うんですが、その間どうやって過ごされますか？
リラックスしながらみんなと今 COD っていうゲームにハマってて、それをリアルとモンちゃんとライハとやりながら、はい、この休憩しようかなと思います。
So he's gonna surf again. So in the meantime, probably he will be playing games with Rai High and all the Japanese crew. Well, では次も頑張ってください。たくさんの人が見てくれてると思うのでメッセージの方お願いします。
次も頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
Well, back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Dai. I absolutely love when we get to see Dai really draw the Japanese competitors out. We get to connect with them a bit more. So thank you, Dai. And I missed that heat, but looked like a couple good scores. Now, Paul, back to my little info spiel on these guys right now. Luke Brumby, like I said, Luke, Tim, Sunshine Coast. They come up against each other a lot. Luke actually surfed a couple really great heats in Cloud 9 last week. Tim wasn't there, so this is his second time competing overseas this year. Just picked up a Volcom sticker, so it is new. Got a 9th and a Pro Junior just a couple weeks ago in WA as well. So those 2 guys compete against each other a lot. Then we have Keanu. He's from here. He competes in this event every year, except unfortunately hasn't made it out of this round. And he said on an Instagram post, he said, I am driven, I am determined to get to that round 2. And I am going to say farewell to my mate Paul. And welcome back in to my other dear mate, Dai Wacko. Dai, how are you?
Good.
Just a quick little turnover.
Right.
Post-heat to in-booth.
It was great. I actually didn't know this was the first time for him to traveling to Taiwan.
Yeah.
And he loves it here. Everyone loves it. But here he is. Wow.
Luke Brumby, how could you not love this place? Luke, 2 big turns to get this one started. Comes through again. So Luke, he's looking sharp. He had, like I just mentioned, a couple great heats over there in Cloud 9. And I feel like, yeah, right now, he's looking pretty in form.
Wow, he's looking so sharp. But, you know, it's totally different game compared to Xiaogao we had Cloud 9. But look at that first turn and second. Oh, love the second turn, the finish. And even gets a last section.
Yeah, that was nice, that one for Luke. I feel like that was a really nice shaped wave as well. It bent back at him,
Right.
which
True.
allowed him to kick the fins out up the top. It had a gorgeous bowl. And we were saying this in Cloud9 and now we're here. It looks like a skate park.
Yeah.
This wave is just
It
a
is.
skate park. It's amazing.
Just skate park. It's so easy to do anything, actually. Like you can do, all spinners, cutties, layback, airs.
It's the best. It's such a great wave to have a competition at. And this is the first round, and we have waves for the first round. So there's plenty of opportunity for all of our surfers. Adrian, he's been competing on the QS since 2015. He came here in 2019. Didn't get an amazing result here, so I feel like he's here with a little bit of redemption right now. Hasn't started off too strong, a 1.83, but Di, this is your second heat here this morning. What are your thoughts on today so far?
Wow, the surf is, actually pumping. Well, I wouldn't say it's pumping, but still, so much opportunities for all the surfers to get scores. But we had a really blowing days for the last couple of days, and I've seen surfers, paddling out 2 days ago. It was so wild, actually. But now it's perfect size. A lot of opportunities for everyone, I think.
Yeah, it's such a great wave for a competition purely because of how consistent this wave is. And like you said, the last few days we have had a typhoon over us, so it brought really big swells, really strong winds, and it made it really hard to be contestable. Lucky that day one of event, the typhoon's gone. We have really playful 2 to 3 foot waves, a little bit of cross-shore wind, but it's not really affecting much because look at that one there for Adrian, 2 big turns. So these guys probably rocking up this morning. Not sure what they were going to get, but they got really fun waves. Out the back now, this is Tim on the backhand. Wow. So there's the first turn. Really strong surfer. Swoops through another one. Wow, strong third one there, Di.
That was a strong combination from range. Well, I really love the, first turn, and even more the last section. It was great timing, throwing a lot of sprays. That was a great surf. Here's a replay. He's racing down the line, and put some turns in, and he gets the finish. It was a great surfing from Surfer Green Adrian, and really love this first turn. On point, throwing a lot of sprays, nice cut back, and gets the finish. There's a strong surfing from Tim.
Yeah, I feel like Tim definitely getting the better out of those 2 waves. Up and riding. This is the local surfer. This is Keanu. He is from here in Taiwan. Recently competed in a local event. He got 3rd, so he's definitely one of the stronger surfers coming out of this region.
Right.
But just coming unstuck there. Went for a left. We haven't seen too many lefts in this heat. Had a bit of a weird wall, though.
Right. Soma, he's a goofy footer, and he was telling me that it's actually kind of hard to pick one. Probably watching from the beach is just, you think, it's just so many opportunities out there. But once in the water, it's kind of hard to see which one you have to take.
Let me guess. When you were out there this morning, did you go the lefts all morning?
I actually didn't surf this morning.
Did you not? I heard rumours that there was the Di Wacko out there in the surf this morning.
Really?
Yeah. The rumours were lies, basically. That was Luke Brumby, though, finishing off a very strong wave. So Luke needed a 3.14 to go to first. That last wave of Tim, a 4.6. Look at this drone angle shot, though, Di.
Well, again, I really love the drone shot. Wow, that was great second turn. Keep the momentum going and gets the finish right there. So he needs to back up 3.67. Better than 3.67. So would you say he will?
Yeah, I liked it. It was 4 really nice turns. Like you said, Di, that second one had a lot of punch in it. Kicked the fins out, and yeah, there it is. He gets the score to go to the lead. So that last wave, 3.67. Tim Bain now chasing a 3.91. So small scores, but we've seen some pretty nice surfing in this heat so far. I feel like I've still been pretty entertained. It is the matter of a lot of the locals are in this earlier round, and they're coming up against a lot of the really, great lower seeded surfers.
Yeah, but they look so young. So new generations from Taiwan, Taiwanese surfers coming into this QS 5000, which is great opportunities for the Groms and all the people in Taiwan.
It's so funny. They don't even look too stressed right now. Just before a heat, just cruising out, soaking up the shade because that sun definitely has a bit of kick out there right now. This is looking like it's going to be a nice wave. Luke Brumby up and riding here. Ooh, goes for the air on the first one. Swings it back around here. Can he finish this one off? That's more like it. Gets a lot more pop.
Can he come out? That was unfortunate for him, but really loved the first turn. And here is Adrian up and riding on backhand.
Yeah, foamy looking face there, Di. So got one nice turn in as we saw from that drone angle. I feel like though on Luke's wave, I'll get back to this because Tim, he says, I want to go too. Dodges his competitor, almost takes him out, looking for a finish.
Wow.
Wow, huge last turn there, Di.
That is a better looking left so far in this heat probably. Really love the last section. He hits so hard, gets a big sprays. But on the last of the Luke's wave was like proper skate park.
Yeah, it is so much fun. And like we said, this heat is such a good place to have an event. And I feel like the reason I love this event too is because there's so many waves that are rolling through. It makes for a lot of action for us to call.
Right.
These are the replays though. What do you think of this one?
Well, really enjoy watching him doing, reverse, and he gets this last section into the air. But unfortunately, he, couldn't ride out of it clearly. But on the left side, it was a great surfing from Adrian. But like you said, it's kind of foamy wave. It's hard to surf on it. Oh, Team did a stylish layback turns, and from there he gets a finish here. That was a great combination from Team Bench.
Yeah, and you can tell from that drone angle shot that last turn had a lot more punch in it than what I thought. He really pushed hard through it. Feel like that's going to be the score he needs to get up into the lead. It's kind of been the Tim and Luke show. So these two guys growing up on the Sunshine Coast, they would compete against each other a lot.
Right.
Up there, I'm sure North Shore Board Riders is probably tuning in watching Tim. So one of the strongest board riders clubs in Oz. They have one of their members out there, and he's just gone to the lead.
Wow. Last wave for Tim comes in 4.23. Now he's in the lead. Now look, Brambin needs 4-0 to go into the first. Adrian needs 5.83. Keanu needs 6.77. So to get those, fives and six, what do you think they need to do in this condition?
I would say fives and sixes, almost less. I feel like if you can find yourself a wave and do, I feel like everyone's getting 3 or 4 turns in. If you could do 2 really solid turns or 3 really solid turns rather than 4 or 5 kind of strung together, that's probably what's going to get him above that 4-5 point mark. But big airs.
Definitely, like Josh Carr did in his heat. Just one big air gets a 6, and 2 big turns even get him probably like 6 something in his heat. So like you said, I totally agree. You need just 2 turns probably maximum.
Yeah, all you need out there is 2 turns. This is looking like it is a bit of a set rolling on through. So who has priority? It is Adrian. He's up and riding here. So here's this skate park wave we keep talking about. So slashes that first one. Oh, but weird end section there, Di. Kind of just closed out.
Right. I thought it was a good looking wave, but here is Keanu up and riding, needing 6.77. A little bit of layback hack right there. Racing down the line, trying to connect the inside, gets the finish, but fortunately he couldn't ride out of it. Yeah, I thought Adrian's wave looking really great when he took off, but unfortunately he didn't get the finish. But on screen, Riki Horikoshi from Japan is just, preparing for his first round. And he's actually, competing in surfing, but as well as SUP surfing.
Yes, I did see this. He's a professional SUP.
SUP rider. Yeah, he's really good at SUP surfing.
Is that a big thing in Japan? Is that big in Japanese culture, like SUP riding?
I would say it's big, but it's not really the big culture thing.
Not as big as surfing.
Not as big as surfing, but still it's, everyone's thing things to do, but it's getting big actually.
Yeah, because I was having a look and because I wanted to try and pull some more info for the surfers in every heat, and I came across Raki and I was like, oh, he does SUP riding as well.
Yeah, like he's actually competing in World SUP games as well. So he
Really?
represented Japan as a SUP surfer. And he does this SUP clinic and surfing clinic in Taiwan, I guess.
No
yeah,
way.
So I think his favorite surfer is Kai Lenny.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course. He can ride anything.
Yeah.
Back to the surfers in the water. This is Adrian up and riding, good looking left. Oh, goes down on the second turn. So needs a 5.83. He's definitely starting to push that little bit harder, which is what we want to see from Adrian. But yeah, unfortunately, that wave isn't going to be the score. But those lefts, I can see you eyeing them off, Di.
Definitely. I'm trying to watch out with the left. But here is Luke Brumby up and riding. Well, it's looking for the ramp and going to the air. Wow.
Oh. I thought he was too much on
Right.
his toe edge when he landed. I thought he was going to go down, but Luke pulls it off.
Pulls it off. That's amazing to just pulls it off. Yeah, like you said, I thought he was going to go, he's going to go down or something, but let's have a look at it. Wow.
That was when you watch that wave front on, when he lands, you can tell he lands quite over on his toe side edge, and I thought that was going to be enough momentum to make him fall forward. The way he just quickly regained composure, navigated that, got the full spin to come out, that was really impressive stuff. I honestly, when Luke probably watches this heat back, sorry Luke, I did ride you off for one moment there. I was like, oh no, that would have been sick. And then he landed it. I love when that happens in a heat, when you think someone is gone and then they just make it happen and they make it work. And we'll see if that's going to be the scores we were talking about before.
Definitely it's going to be the score we were talking about, like a 6s and 5s. We need one big turn, and that how he managed to pull it off is probably coming from all the trainings he had in Australia, probably. Yeah.
Definitely, he's feeling it. He's back up and riding now. He's just going to get a quick up and out. So you can tell that was a bit of a confidence builder for Luke. He's now trying to really regain some, momentum and just keep building on this heat. I love when we just see surfers' confidence start to go through the roof. We're seeing first scores lock in for that last wave of Luke, and it's looking like it's definitely going to be the best number of the heat. Potentially his last two waves might go into his top two. Oh, no, sorry, just his second to last one. This guy trying to defend first. This is Tim. Gets the second turn in here. Steepest section to work with. Vertical. Kicks the fins out. Comes round again. So Tim says, I don't want to lose this first place. And he's going to go switch.
Wow, he's really having good fun here in Jinzun Harbor. But couple scores lock in for Luke Brumby's fifth wave. Looking great and comes in 5.67. It's the highest score in this heat, hitting the double digits, 10.5.
Yeah, I really liked that wave. I loved that air. Like I said, I love feeling surprised. I love almost when the surfers prove you wrong. I kind of just admire that feeling. I admire them for keeping their composure in heats under those kind of high pressure situations. And then Tim, he's not backing down either. He's pretty revved up on this wave. Take me through it, Di.
Really like how he managed to keep the momentum together through the wave. Really love that turn, finish. He didn't get to finish though, but still it was a great combination from Tim Bainge, needing 5.90. And here is some fun part of the wave.
It comes through at a 4.2, so it wasn't enough. The judges not deeming it to go into his top two. I did love that third turn though. I see this is kind of going back to that point we were talking about, Di. I feel like if he can get a wave and do that third turn 2 or 3 times, that score is going to go way higher than a 4.2 because it's the quality factor. So, yeah, I cannot wait to see if Tim in this last 2.5 minutes can bring some more of that out.
Definitely love to see he's doing that third turn every section. That could be, sixes and sevens in this condition.
As a goofy footer looking at this wave, if you were going to go out there and tackle it right now, what are you thinking? Are you thinking, I'm going to go the lefts, or am I going to stick to these bowly rights?
Definitely going right, actually. I kind of, spent quite time on a Gold Coast, so I'm kind of used to the right break. Even though I love going left, but I would say in competition, I would always go looking for rights, actually.
Especially at this wave as well. I feel like in the last 25 minutes where we've watched this heat, the rights have just proven to be the hero today. The lefts,
Definitely.
the lefts are probably a little bit longer, but the face is flatter. It's not bowling back as much. Up and riding though, this is the local surfer. Keanu wraps that one all the way back around. Bit of a smaller wave here and a bit of a foamier face. I love the fact that he's going for it. Tries to get the finish, and he does. So that's going to be a score to lock in for Keanu. He does need a big score though, Dai.
Right, but definitely it's going to be his best score. And with 1 minute 20 seconds remaining, well, he's trying to go back out. But it's actually a quite short distance for, go back out. So it's still good, plenty of time for him. So nice cutback right there. But probably I think he needs to get one of those bombs to get great scores.
Yeah, I love his surfing. I love his approach to the waves as well. You can tell he spends a lot of time here. I do think he just took those smaller ones in this heat, and with a minute to go, he does have a bit of a paddle to get back out. But this is a really great event for the local surfers to get some competitive advantage and learn from what the international surfers are doing, then take it back to their regional events and train and work harder so that when we come back, for the event here next year, they are just as big. Huge single turn there for Tim Bainge.
That's exactly what you need to get those fives and sixes. The big one maneuver. That could have been his, second best score, even if it was a one single maneuver.
Yeah, you can tell he's having a bit of fun going switch on that. But let's look at this replay, Dai.
Wow, I love the throwing the tail. I was great surfing.
Yeah, it's cool to see Tim in Arashi. Actually, he's more of a free surfer, so it's fun to see him come over here, compete, and it's looking like he's going to make his first heat. So it's going to be the two Sunny Coast surfers, Luke and Tim, moving on through. We're going to go to a quick break, everyone. Stay tuned, though. We'll be back with heat number 5 very shortly. Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing QS 5000 here in the gorgeous Jinzun Harbor. We've had a pretty fun morning of waves and action. Calling me through the round of 128, heat number 5, Paul Evans.
I'm back.
We're back.
Yeah, let's go. This is going to be fun. The waves look great. Sun's out today, which is cool. Water looks blue, dreamy.
I know, we've had a bit of a gloomy start to our trip. We did have a typhoon lingering over us, just bringing the wind, but bringing some waves as well, but it was pretty gloomy. So now the sun's out, the waves are here, they're super playful, and it looks like we've got a really great heat. We've got Riki Horikoshi in the red, Harley Walters in the blue, Andrew Huang in the green, and Yu Chang Chang in the white. So 2 locals versus a Japanese and an Australian. We are going to roll straight into the last heat's heat winner, who is down there with Dai Wacko.
All right. So first heat you got through, and how was it?
It was actually really fun. I was looking at it when I was going out, and it looked pretty slow, but there's heaps of waves coming through. It was good.
Right. Definitely, you had a fun surf with your mate.
Yeah, another sunny coast guy. It's good to have a heat with him. It's just like surfing at home. It makes it a bit easier, which is so fun. Yeah.
But how's that air reverse you did out there? It was nervous moment.
Yeah, it was pretty nerve-wracking. I didn't think I was going to make it, but I was like, oh, I'll just try and hang on to it, and yeah, luckily did.
Yeah, it was a great surfing, and you were telling me that this is your
Easing right here for Jinzun. What are your first initial thoughts of Harley Walters after that wave?
Sharp, incisive, yeah, spicy. I like it a lot. When you can kind of look cruisy, but also sort of semi-angry secretly at the same time. That's a good combo.
Yeah, it's a cool kind of vibe that the Walters brothers bring. It's this like low-key but really aggressive surfing. This man on your screen, that is Andrew Huang, just getting his heat underway as well. So Harley, this is his second ever QS. First QS was last week in Cloud9, and
He looks at home, doesn't he?
Yeah, he was on the wait list. Wasn't sure if he was going to get in. I was speaking to him, and I think maybe day 3 or 4 over there in the Philippines. He's like, I'm in. I was like, perfect. Surfing's going to suit that wave. So I'm stoked that he's in and that he's here.
Yeah, and by the way, if you don't like dumplings, there's literally something wrong with you. You need to get some help. You need to call the emergency services and get helped.
Get help, and if you do like him, book a one-way ticket to Taiwan, because this is the place for them. Another man, this guy on your screen right now, this is Riki Horikoshi. He's not just a pro surfer. Many people have many talents. So does this guy. He's actually a pro SUP rider, represents Team Japan in the World SUP Games. Does it all. Does it both. And he is from Shonan, the exact same wave as Dai Wacko. He's giving me the thumbs up right now. So I'm sure Dai's going to watch this heat closely. Like, make sure his hometown
Do you
mate
do
gets
much
through.
supping, Jesse?
Never done it before in my life.
Never tried it?
No.
Okay.
Do you?
No. No.
The laugh after.
No. If you like had to, would you be like more of a long distance racer, or do you reckon you'd do like the surfing with the
surfing? I would fear for other people's life if I was surfing on a SUP. I wouldn't be able to control those things. But this is this replay of Harley's. What are your thoughts, Paul?
Yeah, just like whippy and sharp and kind of cruisy at the same time. No downtime, just staying busy, and then gets the little finish as well. Gives it a little bit of extra zhuzh to get the board nice and vert, so it looks really cool. And slid out the tail as well. So just showing a little extra and looking like he's super confident and enjoying himself and just out here in Taiwan on a surf trip, basically. Why not?
Harley did that usual. Every young man goes through it where you're like, hey, Harley, and they're still a grom to Harley's a man overnight. And I feel like I saw Harley, and then a couple weeks later he was 6'2" or 6'3", had a mo. I was just like, wait, where did Harley go? What happened? So he's definitely grown into himself, never really went through that awkward phase that sometimes when guys grow really quickly, they go through in their surfing. He just made it work, and now it's paying off for him. He competed in the World Juniors earlier in the year, got a 9th, so he's a really solid junior surfer as well. And yeah, traveling here with his brother, Dakota, and Oscar Berry, who actually took out that 5,000 last week.
Good squad.
Great squad. And I think cool experience for Harley too. Both of those guys Challenger Series surfers, so getting to pick their brains would be pretty exciting. He's having a look at this one here, so see what Harley can bring right now. So there's the first turn. I'm loving the drone angle shot. goes for it on the
What?
second and pulls it off there.
Stop it.
Harley Walters saying, okay, cool, calm and collected, but let me show what I really got.
Wowzers. Didn't see that coming. It's quite often with those sort of things, you see him telegraph, don't you, from a long way off, but just sort of first turns great and then just goes upside down right there, blows the tail and lands it cool as you like. Super cash. Love it.
Yeah, the Walters brothers spent a lot of time almost just dabbling in comps. They were never the family that were super hardcore comps growing up. And then they spent a lot of time free surfing up and down the far north coast of New South Wales. And I feel like really just matured their surfing and nurtured their craft so that when they decided to be like, yeah, we'll throw the Rashi on, they have such a deep bag of tricks. And it makes watching them in heats so exciting because Harley's last two waves, I've loved them. And then you have moments like that for you where you're just like, I was not expecting that. And for me, I'm not sure about you, but that is my favorite type of surfing to watch where you just never know what you're going to get.
Yeah, it's a good thing about this wave as well. It does pop up sections quite quick. And sometimes it feels like, from what we've seen so far this morning, some of those like instinctive surfers are going to make the best of it because the sections, they're maybe not there, particularly on this kind of short period as well, for ages in front of you lined up. So love that. It looks really natural and free.
So tell me, you've been here not long now. This is your second or third day here. I'll get back to this point in a second. Right now, this is the SUP rider showing us his surfing skills. Gorgeous backhand surfing here. Just wrapping through a couple carves. Has a section to work with there. Gets the ride out. So that is Ricky just trying to battle his way in for first. That last wave, though, judges loving it. A 6.33 for Harley. So straight to the lead. Ricky now needs a 7.57 to answer back. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, backhand attack. Pretty solid in terms of where he paddled into that wave in the opening section. Then just went really slopey for him. So he had to be pretty patient. A nice sharp finish as well. Made sure he got it done. But the wave didn't quite run in front of him, did it? So just a little bit lacking in pace. I think that'll probably keep the score down for Ricky.
So, Paul, back to what I was saying.
Yeah.
You've just here, you're fresh, you've got fresh eyes on Taiwan and Jinzun Harbor. First thing, where does it remind you of? And what do you think you're going to see for the next 7 days of competition?
It reminds me of like just lots of places in the tropic. Looks a bit like Hawaii, doesn't it? Particularly when you look at that kind of ridge of mountains with the light on them in the morning. It looks like that. The weather feels sort of similar as well. It's got a beautiful temperature. Low 20s or something like that. Just like not hot, not cold, just dreamy. Not board shorts as well, so beautiful. What am I expecting to see? Just some heavy-duty ripping, really. I don't know like loads about this field, like some of the bigger names from Australia I've seen before and some of the Japanese, but there's a lot of kind of unknowns, and that's the cool thing about the regional qualifying because it feels like it's that place where a lot of surfers kind of step up. Maybe they were known in their regions or even in juniors, and then this is where they kind of put themselves on that global map, so that's rad.
I feel like you'll be pleasantly surprised because obviously every region that goes to the QS is so impressive, so talented, but when you... Obviously, you're biased to your own region, but I've spent a lot of time getting to know the Asian and Australian competitors, and the depth of talent that is here is absolutely outrageous. This man, part of it, gorgeous looking first turn here. Strong second one, kicks the fins out, almost lost his balance a little bit, pulls it together, looking for a finish, knows he needs it to get some extra points, tags it, drifts the fins a little bit, and gets the ride out. So Ricky Horikoshi showing us that he can sup and surf. He does it all. But, yeah, like I was saying, I really feel like you're going to have a nice, pleasant surprise because there's so many big names who get knocked out even early on in the draw just because everyone is so talented here and there's a massive pool of great surfers.
Yeah, love this action from Ricky. I feel like there's not enough Rickies in surfing. You don't get loads of Rickies.
No, you don't. You're right.
So I'm really pleased just on that note, but I like the surfing too and just showing a bit of variety there, wasn't he? Opened up with a big wrap and just digging the rail in, which would have felt really cool for him, and then got a nice finish as well, a couple of turns down the line. So Ricky getting into it, getting involved. I like the look of this guy.
Yeah, I do too. I love that we've got two goofy footers, but we're kind of getting two different approaches right now from Harley and Ricky. The two local surfers, Yu Chang and Andrew, we haven't seen too much of them this heat. They've kind of just been slowly going under the radar, a couple ones locked in, but they do have a bit of time still on their hands. 11.5 minutes. It was funny. We were watching them get ready for their heat. They were on the drone and they were just cruising on the seats in the shade, just sitting there having a chat, still with their thongs on with like 5 minutes to go in the heat before. I was like, I love that. It's low maintenance, it's low key, whatever works for you in your heat prep. Some other people we've seen with bands, getting ready, headphones on, dancing, but these guys just having a chat in the shade.
What sort of tunes gets you fired up to surf or commentate or do what you do?
Commentate?
Yeah.
Just a quick little psych up. I was a bit more of like an Eminem kind of girl.
Right.
Yeah,
so
I
you'd like to
loved
get
it.
mad. You
Yeah.
were like, I'm going to go
Yeah,
and just like fight the world.
Yeah, literally. Everyone just starts swinging at everyone.
Okay.
Just kidding. This is one of our local surfers. So Chan up and riding, looking at this steeper section, just can't really make anything out of it. So something I said to Dai, I think this is a really awesome experience for some of the younger Taiwanese surfers. These guys, pretty young from what we saw on that drone angle shot. And this is a really great way for them to learn and bring it back and come back better and stronger next year. And I think this is just one of those great opportunities where we get to travel for surf comps and see what the local talent brings.
Yeah, absolutely. They're loving this opportunity out here. Surf with some absolute rippers from different regions to get all that experience as well. Just a chance to be a legend with your mates as well. Maybe they're watching here at the beach or maybe they're watching the broadcast and they're just stoked to see everyone ripping in. Really cool. The community here will be buzzing about the participation. We saw some of the trials yesterday that went down just before the open ceremony, and like, the energy was so good down here. People love their surfing here.
Oh, they love it. It's such a big surf culture. I actually got to hang out with Team Taiwan a little bit at the Asian Surf Championships in the Maldives a couple months ago, and they're such a fun, awesome team.
Humble brag, Jesse. Oh, just in the Maldives.
Oh,
yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I do love that part of the world, actually. But
looks beautiful.
they were such a supportive team of each other. Win, lose, or draw, like, they were just like, oh, it's so good. Like, they were just more stoked to be there and to be a part of that event, that anything and everything was just so fun to them. So, yeah, I thought that was really cool to see how that team functioned on that international stage for the Asian surf.
You didn't try supping over there? Not even one of the inflatable ones? The big.
Paul,
Really?
I'm telling you, I'm just a surfboard girl. I've never even tried boogie boarding.
Foiling?
No. I would try foiling.
Kiting?
No, I'd fly away.
Yeah. It looks quite complicated, doesn't it?
It does. The only other thing I would try is probably, foiling. I do want to start surfing more surfboards though, like longboards, mid-lengths. You know, just be one of those people that can master all crafts. Watch this space. This time next year, ask me the same question.
Yeah, they're admirable goals.
Actually, Paul, I have.
Yeah. This time next year, you might be a sup foiler. You never know. There's all sorts of combos. You can get really fruity with it.
I might not be here. Me and Ricky might be at the World Championship SUPs. Who knows? Here he is up and riding, though. The man we're talking about, loving it this wave, but not really for Ricky. He's just saying, no, it's not got much to it. It's pretty cool, though. This wave is just a skate park, and I've never been to Trestles, but a lot of people do liken the shape of the wave and the area to Trestles a lot. But yeah, if this is anything like Trestles, I'd be stoked because I love surfing this wave. But you didn't bring a board. That makes me so sad. I want you to experience this wave.
Yeah, I might go in competitors there and just see if I can steal one.
Yeah, just snatch one.
Yeah,
there's so
fine,
many.
Isn't it? Yeah, no one will notice.
Yeah.
If I move quick, if I'm stealthy, everyone will be watching the waves.
Here we go. Ricky up and riding, opting for a right. So going back to the back end. Ooh, tags that second one and really gives it some. I liked that wave there. 2 turns, but 2 nice turns.
Yeah, Slick Rick. He's good energy, isn't he? He's all over it. Yeah. Slick Rick was a rapper in the 80s. Slick Rick the Ruler.
Never
Originally
heard.
from the UK, but he moved to America and got really big over there.
Is this who you listen to in your pre-commentator
From time
warms
to
up?
time, I'll listen to a bit of Slick Rick the Ruler. Yeah, so I like this stuff. I like the finish. Gives it a good crack as well, and just showing his confidence. Could have just kind of nursed that one and gone safety, but he gave it the full spank as well, and just showing that spark and a real difference between surfers in 1 and 2 at the moment and our younger crew here from Taiwan. And I think it's a case for Walters and Horikoshi at the moment of just basically getting to familiarise themselves with this wave because they've got a great chance of getting through this seat and going deep into the event.
Yeah, well, I feel like the point I was making before about how the depth of talent we have surfers like Harley and Ricky, they're in the round of 128. They're not seeded surfers. And they are so talented. They're so good. And we have 3 seeded rounds for the men. So we have 3 rounds of 16 heats to come up. And then the women have 3 seeded rounds as well. And both of them so incredibly talented. And this is the type of wave that it does allow all the surfers to kind of showcase their talent. It's a really fair wave because so much opportunity comes through. It's actually a really pretty perfect wave to have a competition at, just based on opportunity. It is not in a sense like a wave pool, but it's almost as consistent as one. So yeah, I'm excited to pick your brain at the end of the week to really see what you think of how this event has gone through. Looking like we got a paddle here though. This is Harley Walters, originally from Angari, now lives up in Kira. Big first turn. Ooh, kind of fumbles though. And looking like Ricky got a wave as well. So we'll see if we can catch up with some replays. But yeah, just a little bit quiet right now for our local surfers sitting out there with priority. Yu Chang, we'll see if he can make something happen in these last 5 minutes, because I'm sure he can give us a lot more than that, what we've seen so far. But I know that there are some pretty good local surfers coming up. But did you get to watch any of the trial heats yesterday?
Yeah, some really good ripping going down. Like we were saying before, good energy as well. Loads of crowd support, which is really, really cool as well. This was the backhand attack from Ricky. And that wave that he just got. A couple of quick redirects. Don't know if that will threaten his top 2. First turn here from Harley's pretty solid. And then you can see the wave just kind of slopes off. We quite often say about surfers, like, it's a great opportunity to be out there with only a couple of other people in the water. But you know what? If you're a Taiwan local, I reckon you surf with only a couple of other people often, because there's so many waves, it seems like. Every little kink in the coast seems like another couple of spots.
It's the sickest place. And even when there's a typhoon and it's huge here at Jinzun, there are so many different nooks and crannies to surf. Harley getting a bit funky with it, and he's hopping out, just having fun right now. But yeah, even the other day, it was huge here. Only a couple surfers were really going for it. Can go anywhere. Found this little left point. Was stoked. This guy, though, he just got a pretty nice turn in there for Yu Chang. But yeah, I agree, Paul. One of those places in the world where it's not just one wave to surf. There are, I feel like there'd be hundreds, and so many we wouldn't even know about too.
We'll go on the hunt if we get some time off. See
Yeah,
if we
let's
can
do it.
See if we can find some spots. I'm looking forward to doing that. I like that wave from Chang, though. He got a good finish as well, didn't he, on the end? That's going to feel much better for him. Just getting involved, whacking the closeout, getting the completion. He'd be buzzing.
Up and riding, our other local surfer. That's a better looking turn, trying to hold on. Gets out in front of the foam. He's ticked that box for the judges. Stands tall, so you can tell he likes it. I can see he has the Yagio sticker on his board, which is a really cool Taiwanese company that gets behind Taiwanese surfers. You'll see that sticker appear a lot over all of the local surfers' noses of their board. They're basically this big corporate company that just loves surfing and believes in Taiwanese surfing, and basically just any Grom that has any talent says, here you go, here's a sponsor.
Talented Grom right here. Cool looking red spray on the board too. And the Loke Dogs just representing in this one. Styles it out as well. I don't mind it at all. And he looks like a young lad. It's not a big guy as yet. So he's just feeling out, getting experience, watching some real rippers from Australia and Japan out in the water, basically just enjoying himself. If he's at school, when he goes back to school, I reckon he'll have the chest puffed out. He'll be a hero.
I would guarantee that majority of the local surfers here would be 15 and under. They are so young. I know that there's one coming up in a few heats' time. He's just turned 13, and the locals have pretty high hopes in him, so they're ready to see him compete. This guy on your screen, Harley Walters, 18 years old, decides he doesn't like it. Oh, actually decides I can't go anymore. Ricky has priority. Ooh, bit of a fumble there, maybe the back foot just on the leg rope. So he's going to bring this one through. Love it. Gets funky with it, but Slick Rick can't hold it down.
Yeah, that was smooth though, wasn't it? Doesn't get a finish, but I just like the sort of audacity. Maybe like a late decision with that turn as well. Just looked really nice and smooth. So no one forcing it in terms of those two, Walters and Horikoshi. Surfing really well, kind of pushing the limits a bit, but making it look really good, all smooth and joined up, and it's great to watch.
Yeah, it's kind of been a story from start to finish of Harley and Ricky. You could probably feel We never know. You never know till the fat lady sings, is what my dad said growing up. It's never over. So 1 minute 30, we'll see if our local surfers can do anything. But Harley trying to just find a bit more flow in the back end of this heat, get used to this wave a little bit more, because he could potentially be surfing again today. But he looks like he's just been having fun out there. Goes for it on the inside and just says, all right, sweet, I'm out of here.
I reckon he's done that a few times before.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. I think so too. So Harley, 1 minute on the clock. He's going to replace this 317 here.
Yeah, he's enjoying himself here, working on his backup score. Good crack to start off with, and then always looking at a little section. It just sort of cooperated for him. He cruised back, and it was pretty patient. And then as soon as it popped up, yes, please.
It was one of those waves, like you said, where it pops up a section every now and then, and you just got to work with it on screen. Oscar Berry, brother Dakota, is not even paying attention. He's just like, yeah, all good. Next to him, that's Mike Clayton Brown with a brand new haircut, might I add too. Saw some lightning bolts down the side there, but that is Harley's support crew on your screen right now, and yeah, they're stoked. They're like, bring it on in, Harley. Thanks for the win. Job well done. We can go home, eat some dumplings, call it a day. So 10 seconds. It is going to be Harley and Ricky moving on through. Last kind of display right now of Yu Chang Chang. Great effort from our local surfers though. So yeah, blue and red moving on through. It's kind of been that tail end. It's lovely to chat to you, Paul. I'll see you again in about 3 heats time. Stay tuned, everyone. More surfing coming right up.
And a very warm welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. It's a lovely day here on the southeast coast of the island of Taiwan, and it's a great day for a QS 5000. We're watching at the moment the surfer who blew up in his last heat, having a little debrief with Big Bruv at the moment. And they're enjoying their trip to Taiwan, as are we. We're checking out Dom Thomas right now. And he looks like he's enjoying the waves as well. Here's Bo Yun Chen, the local. Gives it a crack off the top. Let's welcome True Starling back in the booth.
Thank you, Paul.
How's everything?
Everything is great. I went for a little wander around the event site, had a couple of chats to a few of the competitors.
What did you find out? Yeah, what have you got?
You know what? I found out that everyone is really happy to be here in Taiwan, and the waves are really fun, and I think everyone wishes they had a heat today.
Yeah, it does look like one of those days where you just want to get out there and surf. Real close, the setup, isn't it? Like it's a short paddle. Like everything about this place feels quite easy and like user-friendly as well, doesn't it? It's not like one of those events where the peak's like way down the beach and you're kind of squinting at it. It's right there, so real good place to post up and watch it all go down. You can see a little bit of free surfing going down around the corner there. So there's just another little wave on the end of this one, essentially, that's out of the contest zone. And I think that's the story of this coast, right? I feel like there's waves all over. It's not like one spot and then you've got to drive for miles. There's a bunch of waves all near each other. So many places to check out.
Yeah, there's so much on offer. It's so exciting. User-friendly is exactly the words that Josh Kerr used in his heat. He said it was just really user-friendly out there. So, Paul, you're doing your job perfectly right now.
Yeah, me and Kersey, we see life the same. Yeah, we've got a lot in common.
You have like communication with each other mind to mind.
Max Grayling, backhand attack on a steep one. And he gave it a good hit, nice and vert on his first turn, and the wave ran away a touch. So getting straight into it. Mainly been the rights today, and the goofies on that backhand, they can get pretty steep, that one. Just a kind of a float setup. He wanted another section. It ran away, but he'll pop back in the line. It'll have loads of time. 25 minutes. We're seeing surfers get maybe 6, 8 waves, something like that. So plenty of opportunity for everyone.
Yeah, so much. And I think it's pretty consistent out there. There's heaps coming through. Bo Yu Chen, who is in this heat, another little bit of information that I found out.
Hit
Paul.
me.
He's 10 years old.
Wowzers.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What a legend.
I know. He's 10 years old in the event. He was in this event last year. I think he was the youngest one. And I was like asking around. I was like, surely he's not 10. That is crazy. Just because he surfs so good. And then I spoke to Kathy, spoke to Winston, who's one of the beach commentators. And they're like, yeah, he's 10. And I was like, poof, mind blown.
That's radical.
Crazy.
What a dude.
Yeah. Pretty amazing to see him here and for him to be in the event against Dom Thomas and Max Grayling. They're, both from Max is from the northern beaches of Sydney, Dom is from Newcastle, and they're both really excelling in what they're doing at the moment. Dom had a great heat in Shagao, but Bo, he's going to stick it to them in this one.
Here he goes on the backhand, gives it a nice hit, great style, a little bit of flamboyance with the kick out as well. I like this kid. He looks like he's enjoying himself. He's having fun. He's 10 years old, so he's in a kind of a baggy singlet probably. Maybe a big knot in the back. And he's only got a little frame, but he's got some big turns, Drew.
Yeah, he really does. And he uses his little frame and technique to his advantage. That's what us shorties have to do. And I think, it's exciting to see Bo Yu here. And he looks really free. He looks excited and looks like he's stepping up for the challenge. This is a beautiful angle. You could see he threw heaps of spray on that one and kicks out to just get himself back out the back. And as you said, it's quick to get out there, but his little arms are going to be putting in the big ones right now.
He'll make his way back into the lineup with around about 18 on the clock at the moment. Just pretty modest numbers in from the opening exchange. Looked like it was Thomas with the best of it. 3.67 for him. I'll have a little look around, see if he can find himself. Essentially, a longer wave was that one maneuver that he got done, and he stuck it. That was cool. Reasonable number, but they'll have plenty more where that came from. And that strong Australian contingent, of course, they're over here because this is another one of the co-sanctioned events where surfers from the Australasia region can compete in Asia and vice versa. The Asian surfers come down those events in Australia, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Almost seems a bit unfair. Not everyone can do that, can they?
I feel like this is the best QS tour. I know. It's so great. I mean, to be able to come back to Taiwan once again, to go to the Philippines was amazing. There's so many great places that we can go to when the events are co-sanctioned between Asia and Australia. It is just so much fun.
Let's pick up live action right now on the back end. Max Grayling digging in hard on the rail. Meanwhile, other side of the peak, here goes Chen getting involved. And he had a wave stretch out in front of him. Tried to get the finish done. But I tell you what, I like his spark. He's not out there kind of watching, spectator. He doesn't seem to be overawed by what's going on. He's getting involved.
Yeah, he is really stepping up to the challenge, and I love that. I think, he doesn't want to get knocked out first heat. He wants to be making rounds. He just seems like he's hungry. He's excited, and yeah, of course, anything can happen in heats, but we'll have a look at the replay. He's got such a cool style. He's pumping through this one, loads up low off the bottom, a little bit of a bog there, but yeah, a bit of a throwaway wave for Bo Yu, but it's exciting to see him here. He's 10 years old, and he's really giving it to Dom and Max.
Yeah, I like the way he's just catching waves. I think just keep doing that. Keep it going because, there's going to be some fun ones out there, and he is going to connect. Doing exactly that, Max Grayling. He'll wrap one on around. Meanwhile, Dom Thomas, here he goes. Let's see what he's got on the inside. He'll see a section, and he'll give it a crack. What do you think, True?
I think Dom's got a little bit more.
Okay.
I was hoping for something different. I was hoping for a layback jam, maybe, something a little bit different. But I feel like Dom has more to give. He dropped a 9 in one of his first heats in Shagao from a huge, I think it was an air rev, and he was just looking so sharp, and unfortunately he got knocked out not too long after that. But Dom is such an incredible young junior surfer. His best result this year is a 17th at the Central Coast Pro, which is a QS 3000. But yeah, I feel like he's got a bright future. But yeah, I think he has more. I wanted to see him go a little bit harder on that last
What's the best
section.
QS event in Australia? What's your fave?
Oh, I think when
So many to choose from, but you're
is.
going to have to just pick one.
I know. I think when the QS 5000 was on in Cabarita. Loved that.
Is it because that's where you live?
Yeah. But it's a really fun way
Classic
to...
Starling. Just lazy.
Super. Well, that was Max just kicking out there. He's also having heaps of fun. And this is that last wave of Doms. I love how he just really arced on that first turn, gets a second combination. And you could see it was a little bit foamy. Maybe there wasn't much power in it, but I was expecting a little bit of a layback jam. I think maybe he was feeling a bit, could have done that a bit better. But there's still so much time for Dom. Another one I also love is the Newcastle event, the 5000, which is actually now a Challenger Series, just because one of my favourite restaurants is in Newcastle, Etna on Derby.
What do they do?
It's Italian.
Okay.
And they do a really good pesto gnocchi.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I know. Super chill and easy. Chili flakes on there. Bit of Parmesan cheese. So good.
Is it quite a big portion, or because it's quite easy to get over full on the gnocchi, isn't it?
It's a perfect amount.
Right.
Yeah, it's a sometimes amount.
Yeah.
You're not liking it, Paul.
No, I am. I just... yeah. I just
You're not
think
frothing.
I just think it's a strange choice for
Really?
Yeah, for a restaurant.
I think it's so good.
Okay. What are
You know what?
What are the pizzas like?
Quite good.
Yeah.
The pesto gnocchi is the go.
Okay. A basil pesto?
Yes.
The green pesto?
Yeah.
Okay. I've been getting into the red lately.
How really?
Just mixing things up a little bit.
Love it.
Yeah.
Bring it on.
Yeah.
Oh, that was unfortunate for Dom. Looks like it's getting a little bit tricky, like maybe a little bit wobbly out there.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. There's a little bit of ruffle from the wind as well. I still think there's really fun waves coming through. I like the approach of being busy. I just think you might as well just keep catching waves. You don't need to be overly patient.
Yeah.
Quite often, quite hard to tell if some of them are going to connect as well. Some of the energy just sometimes kind of disappears and goes, and others run through. So I think just keep surfing and stay in motion, so to speak. Just back on pestos.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. Sometimes you can overdo it slightly on the basil pesto, the Genovese. No? What do you think? I mean, it's
feel like
delish.
This one is
I love it.
Perfect. It's like not too basil-y, not too pine nutty.
What's your stance on pesto lasagna? Have you had that?
No.
It's amazing. It's so good. First time I ever went to Italy, I wasn't sure how much veggie food they're going to have there.
Yeah.
Guess what? They have loads. They have heaps of dishes. They don't make them for veggies. It's just a dish that just is veggie. And the region I went to, Liguria in the northwest, is where the basil pesto comes from, Genova. And they make the green pesto lasagna, and it is so good. It changed my life. Yeah. I'm actually getting a little bit emotional thinking about this little restaurant where...
He's getting teary in here,
It was a surf event, and, like, the star food was in this restaurant in, like, the old town, in this, like, kind of just beautiful, one of those, like, classic, like, Italian alleyways. It was so pretty and amazing. Yeah, it's good.
Wow.
Get involved with the pesto lasagna. I recommend it.
Wow. So you went there for a surf event?
Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah. It was really fun.
That sounds amazing.
And we ate so much food.
Yeah. Came back like 10 kilos heavier.
Yeah. And like, even the stuff that doesn't look that good is just delicious. In the morning for the contest, they sort of put out just some focaccia. It's just like bread with oil on it and sort of salt. And you're like, it's so good. Oh my God.
Never stop eating over
Yeah,
there.
it was really, really good.
It's kind of like here, never-ending supply of dumplings.
Yeah, different scene, but equally good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's different vibes. I don't know how everyone isn't massive in Italy, because I would just eat all the time, but maybe the portions aren't like crazy.
Huge.
Yeah, but they enjoy it. They're into it.
I think we eat really quick, and they probably mindfully eat a little bit more.
Yeah, they go for long walks. And they move around a lot when they talk. That's got to burn up a few calories, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. There's surf events over there. They'd be surfing there too.
Yeah, the waves are really fun.
Sick.
Yeah.
I didn't even know there were waves in Italy.
Not like all the time, but when there's waves, it's really fun. Yeah.
Interesting bit of information. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah. How do we get? Oh, the restaurant in Newcastle. Right. So I guess Challenger Series surfers will be able to go there.
Yeah. There's
Won't they,
actually some
next year?
really great restaurants in Newcastle.
Right.
There's a lot on offer, but this one in particular, literally I go there and it's like the first meal I have. It's like, what are we doing tonight? Going to Etna on Derby. That's all I'm doing. You can come if you want. I don't really care because I'll go by myself.
Table for one.
Yeah, happy to do that. But Jessie never lets me down. She always comes, which is great. Shout out. Thanks, Jessie.
9.5 minutes to go in this one. It's Dom Thomas in the lead. Numbers aren't huge. Couple of threes, good enough for him at the moment. And his mate Max Grayling, he's not a long way behind him. He's got a 3.27. He's got a wave here, a little double up. Here he goes on the backhand, the bottom turn, and then the big crack off the top with a little drift. And then another committed bottom turn to a whipping backhand slice. And he'll get a little tweak on the tail as he finishes that closeout section. He'll finish it incomplete, but two nice, spicy, vicious maneuvers done before that.
Yeah, that was nice from Max. Just as you mentioned before, the goofy footers are really able to wind up a little bit more on their backside here. And that's exactly what Max is doing. He's just able to kind of find those steeper sections. It was just unfortunate that last one maybe, just getting caught up in the whitewash at the end. But he's looking really solid. Usually surfs around the Avalon area, I think, on the northern beaches of Sydney. So he's used to kind of surfing waves that can be a little bit difficult or can be pumping, So it's nice that he's an all-rounded surfer and he's ready for anything. He didn't go to Shagao, so he's just come here for this event in Taiwan and loads up for that really nice first turn. You can just see how he gets a little bit closer to the pocket than what the natural footers maybe have been. And, that last turn was huge. It was just, you could see the two directions from the whitewash just coming and just kind of getting him a little bit caught off guard. But still a good wave nonetheless.
Yeah, goes to the lead with that one as well. See it up top there. His total 7.1. Meanwhile, Thomas with the punt.
Oh,
doesn't quite hang on to it.
Wow, that would have been a pretty good score if he had made that. He had it. It just looked like he was negotiating those bumps, and it just, once again, just kind of caught him off guard a little bit. But that's just a little glimpse in what Dom Thomas can do in the air. He can really get so tail high and project. I get really excited when we see air sections, especially when Dom's out there.
I get excited when I see Bo Yu Chen. I want to see more of him.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's get him a wave. He's had 3, and he's looking for more at the moment, trying to find something here, see if he can use some of his local knowledge. Here's a replay of Dom.
Yeah, you can see him flying down. He gets so tail high, gets a rotation, but just kind of doesn't maybe project out far enough, but he's looking solid, and so is Bo Yu Chen.
Here we go. Jamming, loses the back foot though. I won't quite hang on to that, and he'll look to go again, find something else. He'll need some of that Grom energy to get himself back in the lineup, stay involved here, and just keep catching waves. Busier approach from the two Aussies. They've had 6 waves apiece. Max Grayling nudging that score up a bit with that last wave that he got. But the spicy backhand manoeuvres would have been even better if he'd got the finish in 2. 6.5 to go. Just wrapping up the Italian food chat. What's your stance on pecorino, the cheese?
Don't mind it.
Don't mind it.
Like-
Sorry, what? Sorry.
Sorry. You know
Do you want
what?
to try again? What do you think of pecorino?
I love it. It's amazing.
It's good. Have you had the one with the little, you can get it with little black peppercorns in?
No.
You had that?
No.
Oh, it's so salty and delicious. It's so good.
You know what? You're going to have to culture me on the food when I come over to Europe.
Yeah, well,
I'm going to, Paul, help.
yes, if you want to wind up the French, which obviously we all do, I like telling them how good food is in Italy because they got a little bit of food rivalry. I mean, they're both good. But yeah, I like to have a bit of fun with that.
Yeah,
And so
love
there's
that.
at the market where I live, there's a cheese stall
Yum.
stand. And I always order the Italian cheese, obviously, just to wind them up.
Paul. Oh, my God. That is amazing.
I mean, you know, it's the little things that get you through your day,
Yeah,
isn't it? It's just
yeah.
the little kicks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Grayling, he's getting through his day and the heat. That was nice. And then he'll set up here with a little chop. And he looks interested to an inside section. Keeping going. And a little chop hop kick out to finish as well. Max Grayling looking to try and get out the threes. Scores have been a little bit low in this one so far. I'm not saying the judges are being stingy, but they're not being generous.
Yeah, they're asking for more, for sure. They want to see a bit more critical power, maybe direction changes, variety. They want to see that, maybe even on bigger waves as well. This is a better section here. That was a nice turn from Max. But then it's just this little bit through here that kind of gets him caught up. You can see that it sort of fattens out and then peaks back up again. But just a bit of a throwaway end of that wave. I mean, he's still surfing really good, and Dom's answering back here. Just, that's a better turn there from Dom. That is the turn that we're so used to seeing from him, and what I was hoping to see on that wave before. Let's take a look at the replay. You can see nice first connection. Gets that carve in there, and then he's patient here. He's just gaining some speed, and that's where he really loads up into it. And that was a better connection. That, yeah, like I said, that was the turn that I was hoping for on that wave earlier in the heat.
4 minutes to go. Don Thomas wouldn't mind going to first place. He needs a 3-4-4 if he's going to get there. Good chance of getting that. What do you think?
Yeah, I think he'll get that. If not, it'll be very close, but I do think it could change the situation. Bo Yu, he holds priority right now. He needs a 5-3-3, and I feel like, you know, like you said earlier, it was cool to see him catch heaps of waves at the start, and now he's gone quiet. Yeah, I hope he gets that Grom energy, as you called it, Paul, to kind of get himself back into this heat.
Yeah, just want to see him keep catching waves and enjoying himself. Let's get him some waves, come in and stoke out the Taiwanese squad, cheering him on. Just vibing him, loving the fact that Taiwan's being represented here, and their story looks like it's going to be a deep and promising one in terms of surf talent from this region. They got the waves. They've got a major international event here as well to get them inspired, which is really, really cool. In the past, we've had World Junior Championships here as well, so Taiwan's hosted like events at the very highest level, which is cool.
Yeah, it really has, and to have a QS 5000 here is a testament to the conditions and the consistency of this wave, and I just feel like there is so much opportunity, which is why we keep coming back here, as well as the beautiful scenes, but the surf is so fun.
Bo Yu on the backhand, driving off the bottom, and then bringing it back to the white water. There's that cool style that he's got. What a legend. Look at this guy, 10 years old, and ripping in the QS 5000. And a little bit more speed to finish with a quick redirect on the inside as well. So potentially his best wave there. Certainly the longest one for him. Multiple maneuvers. That was great.
Yeah, I liked it. And he's got such a great style, loads up so well. You can see him just use his arms to his advantage, and yeah, it's just so great to see him in this one. I kind of like really liked how he was trying to take it all the way through. I liked that turn. That was at the end. That was my favorite turn of the whole one. It just had a bit of flow and different style. It was cool to see him get there. But I don't think it'll be the 5.2. It's a 1.9 that he got, and it was a smaller wave potentially. I mean, he makes all the waves look pretty big because he's so little. But Max Grayling found a nice connection there, gets the spin. He's patient through the inside, just getting a few carves, and then loads up for a better vertical section for Max. He's used to finding these wobbly waves and making the most of kind of what's going on. I feel like Av does have a little backwash, especially in the mornings. Avalon, I'm pretty sure that's where he surfs, on the northern beaches, and you kind of have to figure out how to use the backwash to your advantage there. So that was working in his favour right now.
Final minute here. Waiting for a score to come in for Max Grayling on your screen. If it's better than a 4.28, they get a first. It's Thomas right now occupying that. His compatriot. He's got priority as well. Priority hasn't been huge so far this morning just because of the multiple opportunities that have been coming through. Surfer's able to head a little bit wide and snaffle something as well. But it's been fun, and it's provided us with good opportunities for surfers to post scores. Here goes our local. He's just 10 years old. He's my instant favourite new surfer. He's called Bo Yu Chen, and he's ripping on this left. Gives it a crack on the closeout section to finish. And he ain't done there. He'll get a little inside runner as well. He's light on his feet. He's sprightly. And he'll just look to juice this thing through to the insides. Hats off to Bo Yu Chen. He's not going to make it out of this heat, but he's won our hearts, hasn't he, True?
He well and truly has, Paul. You can see he's not giving up yet, and that was a nice connection for Bo Yu, but he is just ending this heat with a bang, and it's been so great to watch him compete in this one. He's 10 years old, and he's got a bright future ahead of him.
Really cool to see the Taiwanese surfers involved here and representing their country. We'll keep rolling with the action. Fun waves in the water. Another stacked heat is going to head out soon. We're going to bring in Vaughn Deadly in for the call as well. Stay tuned.
个右侧，中央山脉。
Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing, and this is Ryo Inaba. Fantastic surfer from Japan, firing off in a huge heat. No, you are not reading that wrong. Jinzun Chen is out in the water. A fantastic surfer from Taiwan, has had some success, I believe, in the ISA Games, and shares his name with another surfer. I'm just trying to remember who it is. John, what's his name again? John.
Do you need a hand there, Vaughn?
Yeah. Help
Florence?
me out. Oh, yes.
There we
go. Of course. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's... Oh,
Oh, no. You hate seeing that at the start of a heat,
Wow.
especially round one.
straight away. But, he definitely made the most of the wave regardless of that. Ryo Inaba, he's such a skilled competitor. And huge turn there for Ryo. Gets the second one in. He's looking solid, but yeah, the bit of a situation to start that one off, Forno.
Hey, I really do not like seeing... I mean, it's weird. I love seeing it, but I don't like seeing
No.
it because
Yeah.
I love that, passion and skill
Yes.
and determination to get into the better position, but then it sucks when it kind of blows up in your face with an interference or something like that. But, some of the great moments in pro surfing go down in those paddle battles and those fights for priority, so it's kind of fun. But also out in this heat, Cheng Yu Yen from Taiwan as well. So Taiwan represented here, and there's a big Taiwanese crowd on the beach. They all take a day off school and stuff and come down and check it out.
Yeah.
It's really, really fun. Atmosphere is huge.
Yeah. It's
And
exciting.
that was, I believe that was that John?
Yeah. That was
Yeah.
John. He actually lives in Encinitas in San Diego. And he's come over here. So his parents moved over there about 8 or 10 years ago.
That's right. Yeah, I remember seeing him surf a few times in this event.
Yeah, he's ripping and he's just looking solid. Question for you, Vaughn.
Yeah.
Just looking at the paddle battle or the little tussle that we had earlier. Do you prefer heats with priority or heats with no priority? Straight
I
up
think
hassle.
I do appreciate heats with priority because you kind of have to just let your surfing do the talking, and the chess match of how you use your priority is interesting as well, all that
Yeah.
strategy. But there is something to be said for the bad old days where it was elbows and forearms and all sorts of, shenanigans going on in that fight. Like if you talk to some of the old crew when it was 6-man heats back in the sort of 70s, early 80s, like they were proper going at it.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you recall the just last year, the Jack Robinson, Italo Fiera heat in the WSL finals where they had a paddle battle and they were right on top of each other, and it is exciting. You kind of get out of your chair for those moments. So, yeah, I don't mind. Look, I like it when the surfing does the talking.
Yeah.
But I also like it when two firebrands get into that space where they're proper in the battle for the priority, and so it's still there. It's just not as ruthless and lawless as it was back in the
It's
Wild
not-
West.
Yeah, it's not like a 20-minute kind of hassle. It's maybe
No.
a 5 to 7.
Well, back in the old days too, like thinking back to sort of, Hawaiian events and stuff, there was a lot of blocking and stuff going on. If you had that countryman who was going to do well, you could kind of keep people off waves and stuff like that. So yeah, there were kind of like these. It wasn't underhanded or anything, but there were just these motives that could sort of control the outcomes of heats that weren't necessarily fair to everyone. So it's kind of cool. The priority thing definitely makes surfing better.
Yeah, for
Surfing
sure.
events.
It's good to watch.
It just
Everyone-
depends, though. Are you a blood sport fiend? Do you enjoy that sort of thing? Look at Rio here.
Wow, he's just absolutely ripping, throwing so much spray, timing it so well for Rio. He's a very experienced competitor. Vaughn, I thrive when it's like the first 5 minutes and there's no prio. Oh my, I like get
Yeah.
the inside, hassle it out. AVB, no prio heats, bring it on.
Yeah, that's the narrabeen in you.
I
You guys
know.
love
I know.
fighting and scrapping it out. And, you
Yeah.
know, like, fair call. Like, for you to even get a wave in that narrabeen lineup, no one's just handing them over. So you learn young that you're scrapping for every bit of food out there.
But then I get excited, like when you're in a good priority rotation, it's like, oh yeah, okay,
Yeah.
it's my wave and no one can take it off me.
Exactly. And then there's that extra little bit of thing. Like, I don't know, you probably wouldn't deal with it, but certainly, like, when I've been in the water and it's everyone's got the rules of the lineup sort of engaged and a set comes and you know everyone's looking at you and it's like the wave of the day. Like, some people have it in them to just go, oh no, am I going to blow this in front of everyone and just cook it? But
I get that all the time.
Yeah.
Those feelings. And you're like, I'm in the spot and it's my wave.
When that sucks is when you're just a bit out of your depth.
Yes.
Because if you don't have just the, I'm gonna fully own this moment, if you're just a tiny bit tentative, you can really make a kook of yourself, which is, no one wants to be a kook.
No.
No one. I reckon it's the greatest insult in the world. If you surf, someone calling you a kook is like, oh
yeah.
That got
breaks the heart.
No, it's all right. Just quivering lip, like, no, I'm good. You get home and mum's like, you okay? And, if your mum says it, you okay? In that voice, you're like,
yeah. Oh, my God. No.
Yep, I'm good. Yeah. But, that's what sucks about these first rounds. Like, if you get through your first round, you can kind of go, all right, well, at least I had a little bit of flow. But if you get knocked in your first round heats in these comps, it is such a hit to your confidence.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, it's so hard, but when you're able to make the most of waves like this guy here, Cheng Yu Yen, I mean, it's great, There's heaps of opportunity out there, and there's no kooks in this event.
Nah. It's really a bit of a one-man show at the moment. Rio Naba's got so much flow. I mean, he's in the zone with this lineup.
Yeah, he really is. His backside is looking so strong.
Can you? Nice carve. Epic experience to be in the water with these surfers, John Chen and Rio Naba. You always expect to see the Japanese surfers do extremely well in this event. The style of surfing that plays into their strengths. Don't get me wrong, like they charge.
Yep.
But they are so competent. It's so skillful in this kind of like these swells here. They lack a little bit of punch, and the Japanese surfers just have it down. Like, they really know how to connect the dots with these really beautiful high-speed transitions. Whereas, if you're growing up in places where there's heaps of push in the swell and you're not used to having to milk it, you can kind of you can struggle in these sorts of conditions. Because you even just hitting the lip, if you hit it too hard, you can lose all your speed. But we're seeing a lot of Rio's just been incredible in this. We saw some heats earlier on too.
He's kind of just using everything to his advantage with speed. And, gets that second turn in for Cheng Yu. I feel like the Japanese surfers do that so well. They start their wave off with speed, and then anything that they see that can be useful within that wave, they identify it so quickly. And it's like, that's a section, I'm going to hit that. And it just, because they just generate speed so quickly, it's so good to watch, and their power as well. It's awesome.
It feels like surf like this is quite regular in a lot of those coastlines. You're relying on typhoon swells to get the really top quality Japanese surf. But I think on a day-to-day basis, this is pretty similar to what they'd be surfing at home.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Josh Kerr said it was pretty user-friendly out there. So, I think it's definitely not an easy wave to surf, but it's definitely a wave where it kind of screams at you. It tells you, when you read a wave and it tells you what it wants you to do. It's one of those waves where you can see it really clearly. And someone who's doing that so well, John Chan, nice backside connection, gets that second one in, and that wave will die out. But even that, just finding those two smaller sections at the start to really open up on before it dies out was really smart surfing from John.
The swells here, they kind of generate up north and come down the coast. So, the lefts will be kind of a little longer at times, but often be breaking away from you, whereas the right will bowl in at you a little bit better. So, just thinking of previous years, it does seem to be the right-hander that offers the big points.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I even remember last year, that right-hander, you'd get a really good first section maybe a carve in a second one if you got like a set or a longer wall, and then it was like a huge hit to a finish or an air, kind of whatever you wanted.
And the wind is always kind of northerly here too, so it's a full cross-shore wind, which means for the right-handers, that scooped out little cup, it's a good ramp. So, it's funny. I'm just trying to remember any. There were definitely like years where it was a bit more solid. I remember Cade Matson surfing in the World Juniors here, really belting it backhand and getting really big scores. But generally speaking, it does seem like the right-handers are the little bit more punchy, a little bit more sort of scooped out, opportunity.
Well, we had Dakota Walters and Joel Vaughan in the final
That
here
was
last
sick,
year.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, two like amazing aerialists within their own right, and they were just going to town.
That was a great final. And those two have a bit of a history too. So there's an arm wrestle that's taken place there. You'd love to see Coda get on tour, and those two match up at some of the stops on the new Dream Tour, which has just been released. Lots to be excited about there.
What event are you most looking forward to?
I have pretty much 6 events that I'm just so frothing on. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I love Bells.
Yeah.
The reason why Bells is, it's not everyone's cup of tea. Like, people don't like go like, oh, Bells is just a fat ride or whatever. But I'm like, mate, it's late this year. So the Bells moves around with Easter. It's always on the Easter weekend.
Yeah.
And it's so late. It's almost May. So it's way later. The last few years have all been in March pretty much. And so that really opens up the possibility for those big southern ocean swells that just wrap round into the Bells amphitheatre there. And then, so I'm looking forward to that. I'm really looking forward to J-Bay. I'm really looking forward to Snapper. I'm really looking forward to Chopes always, and the WSL finals at Cloudbreak.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, it is so good. And Trestle's actually, you know, like I didn't fancy it that heavily as a world title deciding event, but I love it as a CT because getting to see every one of those elite surfers really bring their, you know, high performance progression game is going to be sick fun.
Yeah. Oh.
So, yeah.
I'm excited.
Lots to look forward to.
So much to look forward to. It's going to be a good year. And these competitors in this heat right now, they're fighting their way to get to Challenger Series and then hopefully the CT from there too. This is like kind of the first stepping stone.
And what's the deal? Because this doesn't end. This is like one of the last events of the year, if not the last.
Yeah, the last.
But the ratings continue into next year, right? So there's still a couple more events that'll decide who are the top qualifiers in their region for the Challenger Series.
Yeah, so this is the last event for the calendar year.
Yep.
But then I think for the qualifying series year, it ends in before June. I'll have to get...
No, it definitely does.
It does, because Crew is the first one.
Yeah, that's right. And then the first Challenger Series, I believe, is Surfest. So that's been promoted up into, you know, that elite level where we're going to see the best surfers in the world who want to be on tour really going for it.
It's going to be exciting. Even to have Snapper on and you can kind of go between all of them and the Challenger Series can come to watch the CT, vice versa. You know, it's really cool. It's going to be a really great year. But yeah, this is the last event for the calendar year, and then we'll move into next year with some new events and some favourites, I'm sure, to be released to the schedule soon, which will be really exciting.
It will be.
I can't wait. And, you know, we have surfers in the draw who fell off the Challenger Series and they come back to fight for another Challenger Series qualification. There's just so much on the line, and it's just, it's so exciting. I mean, in Shargao, there was quite a few competitors who it's really their first proper year on the qualifying series. Kyan Falvey springs to mind, and Eden Hassan.
And they went off over there.
Yeah, they did. And it was so good to watch. You know, Kyan, he got some solid scores, and he got to the quarterfinals and got knocked out by Tenchi Iwami. And then Eden Hassan had a great heat as well. I think he was in the semis. And Marimar may have not. No. Quarters. I think Marimar knocked him out in the quarters, and that was really cool to watch because Eden was kind of junior and he had this really good flow with the wave, but Marimar's Marimar at Cloud 9. He's a local king there, and it was so sick to watch.
How great! This is Cheng Yu Yen Yeah, the surf was cooking for that event. I couldn't. I was just, haven't been there. That was a sweet turn to finish. It's good to see him, throw a little bit more danger into his surfing. He's been doing some nice little hacks, but he really hammered that last section. Looks like John Chen might have had a wave, but yeah, I've been to Shigao and Cloud9 twice, way, many years ago. Probably when you were. I hope you were born. I doubt it. It was about 90. Oh gosh, 96. Went over there and it was amazing, but like it really brought back the memories watching those clips because the shape of the wave, it's pretty unique. Every wave has its own personality, but like I could fully see and remember what the wave did just watching all the clips and the highlights from that event.
Yeah,
it was unreal.
It was so.
I got jelly. That's the point of the story. I was FOMO'd out. I was like, no, I could have been there.
Should have been there.
I should have been there.
We could have gone back to back.
See, there you go.
Wow.
Bit of risk in that one from Chen Yu.
Yeah, that was nice. I liked how he kind of played around with it a little bit on that last turn. You could see that he needed to. And, he needs a 2.83. I think that last one was a 1.97. So judges are asking for a little bit more, but a bit of a low-scoring heat. I mean, Rio's had some really good waves, but maybe just missing the completion.
Wow, so Rio's it's kind of like, just the feel of the heat has been that he's been catching lots of waves, which he has. I think he's up to sort of his 7th wave now. And it felt like he was ripping, but clearly he's not quite clicking on the combo. So he's got a kind of a major turn. That's what will net you a 3, but then not really getting a finisher.
Yeah.
So he's still within reach here for both these surfers. It looks like Cheng Yu got a 1.97 for his last wave. So he only needs a 2.83 to get up into second. So John's going to watch himself here. 2 Taiwanese surfers. You would imagine Cheng Yu getting over the top of John would be a massive upset and huge news in Taiwan.
Yeah, for sure. And he's going to try and give
found
himself
something.
an opportunity.
Oh, he's fanging down the line, but the left runs away on him. Bummer.
Like you said, I feel like some of the lefts, they just kind of run off really quick without you. Sometimes the rights are better, but he's got the goofy goggles on right now, and he just wants to go left out there.
The goofy gogs. It's true. It's a thing.
It is. I agree.
Remember when we were growing up, one of my best mates growing up was Aussie Wright.
Yeah.
And you'd be looking at 4 to 6 foot waves sometimes. And, John, he wants to put some distance between himself. That's one turn. Interesting to see what that scores. But yeah, we could be looking at 4, 5 foot southy right-hander just grinding, and he'd just be eyes only on this dribbly little inside 1 foot shorey. left rip bowl. He'd be like, look at that. It's true. I don't know why, but goofs just seem to love lefts more than regular footers love rights. I don't know why.
Yeah.
It's silly, but it's true.
Yeah, it is. Maybe they feel like there's not as many lefts around.
Maybe that's it.
Maybe.
But I heard, I saw a stat on Stab that said only 30% of all surfers are goofies.
Whoa.
I reckon that's strange.
That is crazy.
Is that represented on the tour? Is that kind of do we know if there's more regular footers than goofs on tour?
Surely.
We'll look it up.
Yeah.
I'm going to get the stats man onto it.
We'll report back.
I'm going to get Nate Fidock, stats man, WSL stats geek, to get onto it.
Well, there's just over 3 minutes, and you could see, I think that last wave for John was a 2.2, so didn't go into his top 2, but that last one of Rio Inaba was a 4, so he's just slowly inching out into the lead, or further into the lead, I should say. And you can see the setup of the event. You've got the judges and the athletes are there as well. There's such a great area of use to prepare for heats and kind of cool down as well and get debriefed.
Yeah, it gets really hot here.
Yeah.
You can see that wind. It's a really nice warm wind. You don't ever get chilly. In the water you can kind of, I guess, sometimes, but
it's pretty warm.
It's very nice.
It's tropical.
Yeah.
It's actually like the perfect temperature. It's not too
hot.
hot.
Look at that though. That is spectacular
I know.
geography, isn't it? And the further you go up the coast, there's just little setups and nooks everywhere. And not all of them are kind of established surf spots, but if you go for a drive, further up you go, you kind of get to that wave, that left that was on the Longboard World Tour for a little while. I think they've done a few events up there, and it's pretty top quality point break.
Yeah.
But a left point, like, they're pretty rare, like, in this neck of the woods.
Yeah, they are, but it's fun. Like, there's some really fun ones. Even, like, there's a river mouth up here that you can go and surf that. We surfed that yesterday, actually, and it was pretty punchy. But it was super fun, and Rio just, got such a smooth backside. I mean, he's just really timing it so well. He doesn't need to do too much. I feel like right now he's kind of just cruising.
Yeah, I think he's he's pocketed the 4. No one's had a better score than him. He's probably feeling pretty comfortable. 1 minute 17. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's put the foot to the gas at all.
Yeah, he's just kind of figuring it out there. And with another minute to go, it's just free surf for the last minute.
Oh, this will be interesting. Chen Yu
Wow.
finds a left. He's, eyes only for the lefts. Not bothering with the backhand, but that's the danger. The left will fizzle on you sometimes.
Yeah, it's hard to find a left that will really open up and connect all the way through. And I'm wondering if maybe he should have changed his tactics, but maybe that was his plan, to go out there and find some good lefts. And you know what? Stick to the plan. That's always the goal.
Yep. It was almost working for him too, because John just could not get away in terms of putting a meaningful score on the board. So why would you change your plan if you saw something, if you knew there were lefts, if you only needed a 2.83 to progress? It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, for sure. And it's not a big score at all as well.
You're working with a pro here, True.
What?
I just went to scratch my nose and bumped it. Here's John. Gets the job done. John.
Yeah, he's ready. Into the round of 96. Yeah, round of 96 is that next round, along with Rio and Aba.
Excellent. Nice surfing from Rio. Didn't have to go too mad. We're going to take a quick break from the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We'll be right back in just a moment. Welcome back, folks. The Taiwan Open of Surfing. It is the round of 128, heat number 8, a big heat. Ren Akano, Dave Perry, Evan Tang, and Hung Hai. We're here at Jinzun Harbor, and surf's looking pretty fun, I got to say. It's Vaughan Blakey Wacko in the commentary booth. Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you
Awesome.
again.
Who is this Grom?
This is Huan Hai from Taiwan.
Huang,
Wow.
he's got to be the youngest competitor in this event by a
Definitely.
long shot. What a cool experience, man.
Probably half of them are really young,
Yeah.
actually.
Did he surf in this event last year? He rings a bell. Oh, we're going to go down to True, who is with the last heat winner, Rio
Inaba.
Inaba, yeah.
Thank you, Vaughn. Rio, congratulations on your heat win. How was it out there?
It was pretty tough, like kind of slow, and I should rode my EPS, I think.
Will you do a ball change up for the next heat, depending on what the waves are like?
Yeah, I'll try ride it over there in the next spot and try it out.
It looked tricky to find some good connections out there. What were you kind of trying to focus on, and what waves were you looking for to connect with?
I was looking for like almost closing out waves, but I couldn't find any.
Would you like to say hi to anyone back at home watching you?
このまま頑張っていくんで応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you, Rio. Back to you guys.
Rio, mate. Great surfer. Fantastic performance. He never really got out of second gear, though. He was just sort of cruising. I think he found it a little tricky. Still put together a nice couple of clicks, but yeah, you could tell there he wasn't exactly like jumping out of his skin over his performance.
Definitely. But, you know, like you said, he's a great surfer. He was at Paris Olympic Games this year. He was representing Japan.
Wow, that's so sick.
He must have...
He went well too, eh?
Yeah, actually, yes.
Yeah.
I believe he came 5th
Yeah.
overall, which is great, making through a couple
and it
of
was
heats.
terrifying. It was so heavy how big the surf was on the day where he got the job done.
One of the heaviest in the
in history.
Well, back in the game, we have 20 minutes remaining in this heat. And it looks like we haven't seen any actions yet in this heat so far. We have Okano Ren from Japan. He is still a young junior surfer as well. He's only like 15 years old, and he was representing Japan in World Surf Junior, all the events. So he's been competing quite a long time, and he's actually a really smart and strong competitor. He can wait for the right timing. He can wait as long as he can, just waiting for the right ones to get a score. And do you know much about two guys in this heat? David Perry and Ivan Tang from Australia?
Not a whole lot, mate. I mean, you do see a lot of these guys surfing when they're in their junior years, and this is like the best experience ever. Like, you get to travel on the regional queue, cut your teeth against some of the world's best from all the other regions, and yeah, definitely a couple of surfers on the come up.
Right. Yeah, like so many next generation surfers coming from Australia into this back-to-back event, QS 5000, and must be a great opportunity for them. Just surfing one of the best surf point at Cloud9 and here Jinzun Harbor. Right, so it's been 7 minutes so far in this heat, and we haven't seen any actions yet. So condition probably has been changed a little bit compared to this earlier heat. There's some little bit of paddling going on in the water. Wow, pretty much 7 minutes, and we've seen only 2 waves ridden. First wave for Hai Huang is 1.50, and first wave for Evan Tang is 0.57. So not much going on in this heat so far. It's definitely the condition has been quiet a little bit. Here is on screen. Well, it's a live action from Safa High, the local kid. Great connection, great turns. Probably it's gonna be his backup score. So you're here in the last heat, and how's the condition has it been changed a lot compared to the earlier morning?
It's a little more windy and lumpy, mate. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely... It's sort of hard to say because, like, with these little wind swells, sometimes when the wind picks up a little bit... Oh, nice one from Pezza.
That is a first wave for David Perry.
Yeah, he's an insane goof, but earlier this year in Cruy, he laid down some of the big snaps on that big left. When the juice gets up, Pez stands up. That's what the South Coast crew are like, man, New South Wales. Love the juice. But, yeah, you can tell here that when he clicks, he's got a lot of power in his game. That was just perfect little timing.
You know, he's been waiting
for the Rui.
Yeah, he's been waiting for that wave for almost 10 minutes. And probably it was worth just waiting for. Gets the first section in and gets the last section in. Here is 岡野蓮選手、テイクオフしています。さあ大きな一発目、二発目も入れながら、最後のセクションもしっかり決めてきます。That was a Ren Okano from Japan. And here on the screen, South White going for the turn, but unfortunately couldn't really ride out of it. So we are going to see two good scores from blue and red. Here is red replay again. Really loved it. You know, powerful hack for the first turn, and he gets the finish right there. The great combination from Ren Okano.
Yeah, I'll give a shout out to the Malua Bay board riders. I believe that Dave Perry's been surfing for them, and sick little zone, man. It's way down south. You go kind of past, I believe it's even further south than Bateman's Bay, and there's a couple of beaches down there, top secret beaches. I'm not going to blow them open, but it's in that zone where, you know, the McDonald twins are from. Phil and Anthony McDonald, Shane Weiner. There's a real, like, you know, long line of super powerful, heavy charges from down in that area. So everyone can see what good surfing looks like in the flesh. You can surf against these heroes and whatnot. So that's really cool.
Yeah, that's cool to have, like, board riders culture in Australia. I really love about it so much. Just, well, here is our local guy up and riding. That was a really great surfing, great first turn, gets a vertical rip, and here is 岡野蓮選手、2本目のライディングになります。スープをフローターで抜けた後、ここもスープに当てていきますが、ここでこけてしまいました。1本目のライディングに 3.27 というスコアがついており、現在第2位のポジション、残り時間が13分30秒切りました。Well, our local guy going big on the first hack. Gets a float a little bit, but unfortunately the wave didn't offer too much for him after that. But still, it's going to be his best score. And we have 30 minutes remaining. The last stop, Ren Okano comes in 1.97. It is now his back up score, but probably it's going to be a throwaway in the end. And we are still waiting for the last blue.
Twelve and a half minutes remaining in this one. Evan Tang, yeah, he's, I'm not overly familiar with Ev, but I've got a feeling he might actually be from here or living over here. I'll double check on that. But
right,
yeah, representing Oz. but perhaps this is his first crack at the QS. So I'll dig some info up on that, let you know.
Oh, the last of blue comes in pretty good, 3.67. Now he is in the lead with a 3.67 and 3.43. Now Ren Nakano needs 3.83 to go into the lead. The server green needs 3.51. Ivan needs 4.57. Here is the Ivan up and riding, but it was just quick in and out.
So, yeah, Evans is only 13, so this is definitely his first Q. And, well, maybe not. Maybe he surfed in the trials or something last year, but it's so cool that he's over here. So he represents Australia, but he does live in Taiwan. Checked his Instagram just then. He's got a mean little sharp eye with the Jack Robbo spray on it, so no guessing who his favourite surfer is.
Right.
And great experience here for Ev. So great to see new faces. Always cool, 13. Sometimes the kids who are the best 13-year-olds do get overtaken by late bloomers. A good example would be, I don't know, maybe Connor O'Leary. His generation came through and he was consistent in the juniors, but then once he started filling out his body and getting the power game, and all of a sudden he just went bang and became incredible.
Right.
Cal Robson, he's another guy who sort of started coming on really late. And, that's why I feel like when you get these experience of surfing these heats, it can serve you well way down the track.
Yeah, true. You don't really have to get good result when you're younger. You don't really need to. Once everything just click, everything go with the flow, actually.
That's it, man.
But by the age of 13 years old, I don't think I could experience QS 5000 at the top of the level. So it's gonna be a great opportunity and experience for those younger generations, because the QS 5000 is a serious one. It's one of the biggest QS for a region.
You surfed on the QS though, didn't you?
Yeah, been competing quite a long time actually.
That's right. So who were the kind of surfers in your era that you had to cop hidings from every time you paddled out?
Wow, everyone was on tour now. Jack Freeston and there's too many of them actually. Norden was actually kind of new, same era.
So were you surfing in the World Juniors in Bali against those guys, stuff like that?
Yeah, World Pro Juniors.
Classic. That is awesome. Yeah, I never got close to that stuff. I surfed one QS. It was a 1-star at Commune that the Mad Hueys were running.
Right.
And I came last in my head and I went, it's just not for me. I'm too nervous. I actually went, you know what? Surely I can just hug the wall, get a little tube, get a score, might get through. And as I'm paddling out, there's this huge onshore blew up.
Wow.
And my plan went out the window. Should have just surfed, but no.
That happens in the heat.
That was my WSL career. Last in a 1-star. Do you reckon that's pretty much, you did it equal with probably half a dozen people on the lowest ranking at the end of the year? But I did get a WSL membership card.
Oh, yeah.
Flash that around when you go out at night.
Right. I'm a WSL surfer. But here is岡野蓮選手、テイクオフしています。さあ、大きなスプレーを上げて、さあ、ここのセクションどうでしょうか。しっかりとメイクしてくるか。前に出てきました。Well, that was great surfing from Ren Okano. Two big hacks, and he right out of it. It's a great surfing from Ren Okano. He's only 15 years of age. He's been competing quite a long time. Here's a replay. I really loved the first throwing a lot of sprays, and it gets to the last section. He hit it so hard, and he managed to right out of it. Well, definitely, it's gonna be his best score. Probably can't be a best score in this heat so far, with the 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Well, the day kicked off with fireworks, really. Josh Kerr went mad. I think he had a couple of 6s in his scores, and it's just slowly become a little more tricky.
Right.
Dave Perry sitting out the back there. Let's just check my Instagram, see if anyone's written in with some info about Malua Bay board riders, because didn't know they had a club. That's super cool. Guess who's from Malua Bay? My wife. Hello, darling. So, yeah, we're looking here. Hung Hai is in third, looking for a 5.11. David Perry and Renicano, they're pulling away here. A 5.11 out here, like, just think about that really nice backside snap that Perry did. They got a 3.67.
Right.
So, you know, these two guys, Evan and Huang, are going to have to really surf out of their skin to peel back.
You know, they need 5s and 6. So, yeah, just like you said, you got to go really big to get those scores. But here is...
behind the wedge.
Oh,
I thought for a second that he might get barreled.
It was a backdoor wave. It could have been in the tube actually.
I wonder if he didn't get on the... If he just had that little bit of extra push, if he could have maybe snuck through that one. Had a few shandos on it, but...
Definitely.
No worries. It was a cool-looking wave. That's, you know, when you're surfing out here and you get that one where you can actually take off slightly behind the peak and it just puts you in the perfect spot.
That's how you surf. I think that's how you surf at this point. Kind of you want to go behind the peak and get the nice section. You don't really want to take off on the shoulder here.
Because then you're just doing fat backs all the way to the shore. And
you got to go vertical.
Yeah, the judges pretty much would rather gargle sea urchins than see cutbacks like that.
Well, looks like David Perry is on the move.
Ooh, he's got eyes for the left here.
Wow.
Sets his first turn up. That's nice and speedy. Drivey bottom turn into the air. Rev! Oh, he was looking at a good score. Overcooks it slightly.
And here is Evan Tang.
Go, Ev. That is sick, mate.
13 years of age.
13, surfing in a QS 5000. Are you kidding me? That is sick.
That is a sick experience.
Yeah, that is really cool.
He's a high up and riding. Trying to get one big hack.
Bashes it.
That's a much better looking action right there from High, our local surfer. He's probably been surfing here every day. Definitely.
Yeah, last year when we were free surfing out at this break after the comp, it is mayhem. You've got every single one of the QS warriors out there. And it's so hard to get away. But guess who gets the majority of the peaks that come through? It's those grommets.
Right, true.
They're so hungry, man. They just on the inside, on the outside. Good first tag here, and I thought, he's got this.
Yeah, I thought he was going to pull it off, but unfortunately for him, but here's our local guy, Ivan.
And out the back. Yeah, good effort there. Huang, high, and he's got to come in feeling good about that, you know.
Yeah,
when you surf a heat, you just want to ride out of a couple of turns. He attacked the lip. Looks like Evan Tang might have got a little something done here, which is cool. 3.5 minutes. Yeah, I don't know about you, but, you know, you're saying when you're a grommet, paddling out into, like, the biggest comps you ever surfed and stuff, and just the nerves. I always had awful nerves. I felt like I wasn't myself when I was surfing heats.
Well, definitely that happened to me when I was younger. Every time I go full paddle into this heat, just shaking, my hands are shaking, my legs. I couldn't even feel my legs when I stand up on my board. It was that nerve cracking. But eventually you just get used to it, you know.
2 minutes 40. And just looking at these scores, I don't know, it doesn't seem like anyone's nervous. It just seems like they just can't find the little section that's going to give them a couple of shots at it.
Here's David Perry having a look at this one. Probably waiting for a section to stand up for him. But, whoa, a little bit of kick reverse right there.
See, we've seen that all morning. The left, it can kind of almost fool's gold you into thinking it's going to stand up.
Yeah, but just turn out just flat
Just
out.
fizzes, mate.
It's kind of hard to go left, I would say. I probably would rather go right.
And that's coming from a goofy, which is rare, mate. You never hear a goofy say, I'd rather go right.
Well, because I spent a little bit of time on Gold Coast, so that's why I would, rather go right, probably.
Yeah, I much prefer going right. Like out here, I think I went left a couple of times. Literally couldn't even get down the line. But we have seen scores on lefts. It does happen.
Right.
Especially if you're on the North Peak and you come into that middle peak. That can kind of give you a good section to clobber from time to time. We saw Josh Kerr actually do a rebound off that into an air reverse on the front side this morning.
What? Really?
Yeah. So, like, that's kind of what you're looking at. You're never really going to attack or get any punch out of a wave that's breaking away from you. But he was able to use that second peak as a sort of a bowl that he then carved around and used it to get plenty of speed into the front side whack. So almost like a roundhouse cutty rebound into
that's
air rev.
That's exactly a skate park, exactly like when you're skating in the bowl area.
Actually, I watched the Tony Hawk doco on the plane on the way over. It was so cool, man. Watching the old sort of like 80s pool scene was just amazing.
Here's the goofy footer going for the left, attacking on backhand, but 岡野蓮選手、こちらの波にテイクオフしていきますが、カットバックして、その後、ここでエアーリバース、キックリバースを入れてきます。
It's funny watching the body language of these guys. Like they're winning the heat. They're going to get through. There's 15 seconds to go, but they both look kind of frustrated, don't they?
Right.
And out the back, this guy's done extremely well. Huang Tai, he's put on a very good performance for Taiwan, and I think he'll come in pretty stoked. He got a couple of clobbers done. And a big congratulations to Evan Tang as well. So cool to see him surfing in his first QS. Stay tuned, folks. Taiwan Open of Surfing. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Taiwan Open of Surfing QS5000. On the screen, we have Ricky Komatsu from Japan up and riding. I'm here in the booth with Jess. How are you this morning?
I'm great. Loving being back here in Taiwan, especially for this heat. This is going to be a pretty good one. On your screen there, Caleb Cutmore.
We're going to have, like you said, Caleb Cutmore from New Zealand, Ricky Komatsu from Japan, Lee Twetchen from Taiwan, Luca Wang from Taiwan. So 2 local guys taking on Japanese and Australian surfers.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty solid heat. That man on your screen right now, Dave Perry, taking out that last heat. So looks like super fun conditions out there today. Really promising for the whole waiting period, actually. And this man, this is Lee.
Wow, that's a quick in and out. Probably looking for the, higher priority or something. But it was a, good opening cutback.
Yeah, so Lee, he is actually 13 years old, and he's from
Really?
Tainan. Yeah,
Oh.
so a different city to where we are now, and he is one of Taiwan's kind of promising surfers. He's really strong, has a really nice rail game, as you saw in that last one. And the other local surfer that we have in this heat is Luca Wang, and he's still in junior high school, so he's still super young. He's from down south, so I think he's about an hour and a half away from here. And everyone traveling far and wide to be here for this event. So yeah, those two local surfers still super young, but absolutely ripping.
There's so many young surfers now in Taiwan. Actually, they are all surfing in this, one of the biggest QS 5000. That's a great opportunities for them.
Yeah, they are so young. I'm pretty sure I heard the beach announcer say a few heats, maybe 3 or 4 heats ago, that one of the competitors was 11 years old.
Wow.
In a QS 5000, that's outrageous. 11 years old. I definitely wasn't 11 surfing in QS 5000, so
Definitely not to me.
no.
But here is Caleb Catmore getting those left. It's kind of hard to surf, but he had a great looking shape wave.
I think it's cool, actually, just to go back on that point. I think it's cool to see how many young Taiwanese surfers there are. There's almost as if there's a new wave of talent coming out of Taiwan.
So we are probably now having Vaughn's with the last hit winner.
Sure do, Di. David Perry, congratulations, mate. I was checking out your form guide coming into this thing and mentioned Malua Bay board riders, which I was frothing on because last time I was down the coast was a sick news party down there and it was really, really good. Tell us a little bit about where you're from before we get into your heat.
Yeah, right. So I'm from the far south coast of New South Wales, a little town called Malua Bay. There's not a whole lot down there. A lot of it's a retirement village, but you can pretty much surf by yourself, and it's pretty bad.
It's not too far from like some pretty epic, high-level pro surfers as well. The Macca twins are just down the road, and Browlee's around the corner as well, where Shane Wiener's from.
Yeah, a couple of pros down there. It's funny though, there's so many kind of waves that we never really see each other, but there's enough to keep busy.
Classic, mate. Well, what did you make of that heat? It looked like we were having a chuckle as you were coming in. It sort of you looked frustrated, even though you'd won the heat. You got through, you got the job done, but a bit tricky.
Yeah, a little bit tricky. It's such a fun wave, and there's waves out there, but early rounds is pretty much just feeling out the reef and the rocks and figuring out where to sit for your next one.
That's cool. And
it's really shifty, yeah.
And, mate, you had a couple of young competitors out there. Did they... What with those guys?
It was kind of gnarly. I don't know how old they were. They must have been 10 to early teens, but I went good luck, have fun before the heat even started, and I got kind of staunched. So yeah, I don't know. They can definitely surf. They got some waves out there, and it was pretty hard going from get go.
Well, congrats, mate. South Coast represent. Always great to see, and always great to get through that first round. Such a nervous one when you make such an effort to get over here.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for having us.
Good on you, Piers. See you, brother. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Vaughn. Yeah, like he said, it's
Whoa!
Jet skis going off out the back. Is that our rescue, guys?
We just came back to some serious airtime just then
Wow.
from the jet ski. That was epic. I love that.
That's epic. Yeah, like he said, always get nervous when you're in the first round. Just trying to get a taste of the area.
Yeah, you're always thinking to yourself, I just want to get through this heat.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think David put that through, came across pretty honestly just then that it is a long way to come to get knocked out in that first round. So, yeah, I love his honesty. I loved that interview. And on screen right now, this is Caleb Cutmore. So a couple waves to catch up with. Bit of a smaller, fatter left here for Caleb. So Caleb actually from one of the best lefts in the world, I would say, Raglan.
I always wanted to go there, but never have chance to go there. It's a great looking wave, you know.
I went there at the start of the year.
No.
I had the best time,
Really?
and I spent a bit of time with Billy Stammond, who's another
Right.
surfer from there, and I just thought it was the funnest wave. Such amazing people, and surprisingly, you know how everyone has kind of, they have surfing, but then they have something else on the side that they're
Right.
kind of good at. So for Caleb, it's actually like hunting. Like he's quite good with a bow and arrow, like hunting animals.
Wow.
Yeah, how random is that?
It is random, but cool to have, you know,
Yeah.
hunting as a side job. I mean, like, you know,
Yeah, kind of a hobby.
Yeah.
Well, he works with nature. So from what I know, he works in a wildlife reserve, I believe,
Ah.
back in Raglan. It's a cool. He looks after trees and the animals and kind of goes in and out from the mountains. From what the little people I've spoken to, that's what we know about Caleb. And also, he's just such a great guy. I spent a bit of time with him in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Super lovely,
mm.
super calm, super chill guy.
It was super nice. We went
were
to
on the boat together.
we were on the boat together, so it was really nice. So he knows about ocean, he knows about mountains, probably. Wow, he's a specialist for the nature.
Yeah, if we run out of food, I know who I'm calling.
Right.
Ooh.
Whoa. He's super white. That's gonna be Lee.
Yeah,
That was a
nice.
great looking wave, and it was really like the first sun actually.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I really liked that first turn. I feel like he drove super hard into it. Here it is there.
Wow.
Just really nicely done. Timed it. It's a tricky section as well because where he hit that part of the wave, right next to it, there was no power. So he
Right.
did well to kind of navigate where he was going to get the most amount of power out of that wave. He likes it. He's kicking to get out the back. So Lee, 13 years old, but surfing super strong.
Super strong. It doesn't look like he's 13 years old.
Not at all.
Oh.
Tell me about Riki
Yes.
Komatsu.
Riki Komatsu is 21 years old from Shonan again.
It's just a popular place, isn't
That's
it?
a popular place actually. And he's now university student learning about physical training theory at the university, using himself as a research.
Wow.
So yeah, he's been studying a lot probably, and actually there's three QS 3000 in Japan, and he was in one of them, and he came 9th.
Yes.
So yeah,
At Omazaki?
on Maizaki Pro.
Maizaki.
Yeah, and in the Maizaki Pro, he was using exact same board as he was using now. He's using now the black board. So probably that's one of the best, surfboard. And yeah, so he's been competing since he was actually really young. And actually, a couple times I coached him.
Really?
Like 10 years ago or something. Yeah.
Coach Dai.
Yeah, I've been
that.
I've been coaching quite a long time actually.
Have you?
Since like 20
I
12
love
years.
learning
Yeah.
new things about people. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Next time I compete, I'm calling you up. I want you to be my coach. That is so cool. Are you coaching anyone here, or are you not allowed?
I mean, I'm not really into the heat coaching. I'm more of like technique coaching. So
Sick. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, we're going surfing this afternoon.
definitely.
Be like, Di, where am I improving?
Yeah.
Oh, how cool. So you would know Riki pretty well then?
Yeah, we actually surfed together. We weren't planning to surfing together, but because we are from same area, so we were surfing pretty much every day when there's a swell.
Sick.
He was a really, he was a kid when I coached him, but now he's a big, tough guy.
Yeah.
Growing up, and he's learning a lot of things at the university.
I think that's really interesting that he is his own study. Like, how
Yeah.
cool is that? That it means that when he's on the road and he can travel, I guess he can travel and study on the road, seeing it that he's
Definitely.
his own
That's actually a good idea,
Yeah, it's
smart move,
genius.
because he's competing and he's actually an athlete.
Yeah.
He can definitely use himself as a research.
Here we go. Caleb Cutmore up and riding. So one of our New Zealand surfers traveling with his mate Billy Stammen, who I'm sure is watching on land. Really strong goofy foot. I mean, he's just tagging this one. Ooh.
So smooth.
So, wow.
Here is Ricky Komatsu.
Yeah, you see that technique, everyone? That is the Dai Waker special.
Wow.
If you want to surf like Ricky, I'll give you Dai's number.
Definitely just DM me, message me.
Yes, I love this. Wow, there were 12 minutes to go. I feel like those two waves from Ricky and Caleb, really nice. Let's take a look at these replays. This, like you said, Dai, super smooth here.
Super smooth, and, you know, he's not even in rush, just waiting for the section to stand up for him. And he gets a couple turns in. That's great surfing from Caleb. And here is 小松力選手。さあ、スープに当ててから、ここ、非常にテールが上がったいいライディングになりました。That was a great, two combination from Ricky Komatsu.
Yeah, that kind of goes back to a point we were talking about earlier, that sometimes less is more. I really loved that second turn from Ricky. I mean, he got really nice release. He drifted for a good amount of time. The only question mark I had about Caleb's wave is whether or not the judges will deem that last turn a ride out. He did get hung up in the foam a little bit, but I do think the damage was done prior to that anyway, and he only was chasing... Well, right now he's looking for a 3.53 based on that last wave. And it's looking like he's going to get it. He's up and riding again now, so trying to build some momentum down the line here. He's going to come through this inside section. Sometimes the inside can get a little bit weird on the rights, but he navigated that one pretty well, I reckon.
Wow, definitely. He's got to always keeps his momentum together throughout the wave. Really love how he's not in rush, just waiting for the section to stand up. That's a great looking, hack. Oh, so smooth. Really love his style here. We are still waiting for the last wave. It comes in 3.6. Now he's in the lead.
Yeah, I really love Caleb's style and approach to his surfing as well. I feel like he's got a really relaxed approach, and sometimes I think that actually helps in heat strategy, because you can tend to stress yourself out and try and squeeze in a million turns, but you can tell Caleb really does wait until the wave is perfect for him to allow what he does. And not to mention as well, he's a pretty solid guy. Like, he's super tall. He's pretty solidly built, so he needs to wait for those stronger sections, because sometimes this wave can be a little bit fat. So I think for a first round heat, we said it's so nerve-wracking sometimes to surf in this round of 128, but Caleb's kind of just in cruise control right now.
Definitely his cruise condition right now. Well, here is a local guy up and riding. Good first section, but just like you said, if you push too much, you can balk the rail easily. Especially in this condition, the wave can die quickly. So you kind of you don't want to be in a rush on this wave. You got to wait for the right section and right timing.
Yeah, I agree. And I feel like the local guys would know this as well, but right now they're kind of just maybe feeling those first round nerves. Maybe they're just struggling. They're coming up against two pretty big international names. Big turn there for our surfer Luca Wang in the green. He's trying to get more down the line. Did well to hold on to that turn. Now out behind him, Ricky.
小松力選手、さあこれは右の方のレフトに乗ってきました。1ターン、2ターン、そして3ターンと入れてきました。見えなくなるまで乗っていっています。Wow, that was really, far south of the area.
Super south of the area. Love the turns though. A bit of a bigger wave. He just got nicely timed in the pocket. I thought that wave was going to run off down the line too much, but he really made the most of it. Love that single turn there from Luca Wang. Absolutely put everything into it, Dai. And yeah, I feel like he had a lot of fun on that wave. And then this next wave, I like it.
This one. Really love how he pushed the tail and throwing sprays and straight into the second. That was a great looking wave. Wow. Managed to put 3 turns, 4 turns in. It didn't get to finish, but still it was great two turns at the beginning.
Yeah, and he's only looking for a 3-1-1. I have a feeling that's definitely going to put him back in the lead. Caleb, though, if he can have anything to do with it, he will change it right now. 7.5 minutes to go. Looking for a finish. You can tell sometimes those lefts do start to almost break away from you, but Caleb got one that bent back, had him. Look how far down the coast he is, though. This wave went for a long time here.
Wow, he gets a great carves at the beginning, and he trying to race down the line and just. I love how he just waited for for the wave to stand up for him. Just from there, you can put one more turn and probably another one inside. It's a great surfing from, Caleb and Riki Komatsu.
Yeah, here we go. This is our local surfer looking like he's finishing off a wave. We'll catch up with the replay here. So bigger looking set. This is the 13-year-old Dai too.
Wow. Like I said before, it doesn't look. He's 13 years old. He's tall and he got this power and he gets a finish.
Oh no!
Probably
Just couldn't.
It wasn't a completion, but it was still a great approach from Lee.
Yeah, and that is Luca Wang, unfortunately, just bearing the rail, so going down there. But, yeah, Lee, they were a couple really nice turns put together. If he had have held on for that finish, it definitely would have been the best score for him right now. But look at that. It's a 4.23. So Riki goes into the lead. Caleb now chasing a 4.14. His last wave, judges already decided, no, they didn't. I'm just lying. They still have a score to lock in for them. Just a quick little plot twist. There's still another score to lock in.
小松力選手の最後の波 4.23 をスコアし第1位のポジションに現在ゼッケンレッドのラストスコアが集計中となっております。A couple scores locking for the last of Caleb, and he's needing 4.14 to go into the lead. Well, looks like there's plenty of the sets coming into the lineup. But looks like the last of red comes in 2.73, so not enough to go into the lead. Still needing 4.14.
Yeah, he's going to have to start pushing a little bit harder. He's definitely got, I would say, probably the most power in this heat. He's got the most strength. So he's got the capability now. He just has to find the wave. Riki up and riding.
Wow. さあ小松力選手これ2ターンになりましたが最後のセクションかなり厳しいところを攻めていきました。スプレーも大きく上げたのでこちら 3.50 上書きすればバックアップを上げてきます。Well, he was looking for a wave to better the 3.5 and really loved this last section turn. It was a huge turn actually.
That's the biggest turn of this heat for sure. We haven't seen anyone kind of go upside down like we saw Riki go. So he gets that kind of carving, gets a bit caught up, but then just absolutely smashed that last section, pushed super hard. All the fins came out the back. And as coach, you'd be pretty happy with that one.
Definitely happy with that one. But that wave wasn't, looking great in the beginning, but he managed to put a solid last turn. So I think it was a great move. I mean, smart, competitive surfing.
Yeah, and I feel like that could I feel like that's going to be the best wave of the heat. We're waiting for scores to lock in just based off the power of that one turn. It was, like I said, definitely the best turn of the heat we've seen so far. It kind of was one of those turns that made you feel something. So we can see he's still got a score to lock in, but maybe he's got... Oh, no, he's still got a score. We've still got the same ones. So I feel like, that was definitely a pivotal moment in that heat where the judges would have gone, oh. So I think we're going to see a pretty nice score lock in. Caleb right now is chasing that 4.14, but I have a feeling that number is going to go up when this next score drops. He's having a look out the back though, so he's going to use up first priority. He's going to look right. Has the power, like I said. That's better. That's more like it, Dai. Really starting to push a bit harder here, find his feet, and gets the finish. So And out the back, one of our local surfers, Luca Wang, just going down. But he's starting to push harder too, Di.
Right. Unfortunately, he just hang up on the top of the wave, but still, he's going for it. And I really love the Caleb's first turn. Actually, he was waiting for the right timing, and gets a great section. Actually.
Yeah, that's that kind of power, that strength that he has an edge on over his competitors in this heat right now. So maybe when he watches this heat back, he'll probably think to himself to use that a little bit more going into those deeper rounds, coming up against those bigger competitors. This is Lee up and riding, going to that end section, getting the completion. Wow. So I like his style there, Di.
He's, adjusting all the mistakes he made in this heat, and he now just managed to put 2 turns in. Probably it's going to be his backup score. But here is a replay of Caleb. Really loved the first down. That was great surfing. And he gets finished right there too. So I wonder what kind of score he's going to get for that wave. But here is our local guy going for it. Unfortunately, hang up a little bit.
Yeah, and then this is Lee getting that 2-turn combination. So gets the finish, and he's going to get himself, I would say, his best wave of the heat so far. Right. Looking at scores, though, that last run for Liki was a 4.5, basically just for that 1 turn. So best wave of the heat we've seen so far. And Caleb was chasing a 5 based on that last wave. He got a 3.73, so needs more up and riding.
小松力選手、こちらのライディング。4.23 以上スコアするとバックアップを上げてきます。さあしっかりとラストセクションも技を入れてきますが、先ほどのライディングで 4.50 をマークし、現在第1のポジション。Here is our local guy Lee up and riding. Gets a couple section in, but unfortunately, probably.
And then Luca Wang kind of looking for a last minute dash to the finish line, but I just don't think that's going to be enough from either of our local surfers. I've loved seeing them compete all morning though, and like I've been saying, this is great experience for them. They're going to take a lot out of this and grow as competitors from this experience too.
I really love the first down from Ricky, and floats the white water and gets to finish right there. It's a great combination from Ricky Komatsu. Looking for to better the 4.23, but looks like Ricky, Komatsu, and Caleb moving on to the next round of 96.
Yeah, I believe so. So we're going to see them coming up against the next highest seeded draws. We are going to go to a break, but don't go anywhere, guys. We have heat number 10 of the round of 128 right after this. We are back in Jinzun Harbor for the Taiwan Open of Surfing QS 5000. Waves of fun. The competitors are here showing up for heat number 10 to call it through with me. Paul, my good friend Paul Evans.
Wild
I was
horses.
going to sing your name,
Yeah.
and then I got scared, if I'm being honest.
A team of wild horses couldn't keep me away.
Yeah, great.
Partly because I might have put them on the barbecue. Just, getting into the spirit of things here. This is a barbecue and a surfing festival.
It is. It is. They love a good barbecue here.
Yeah. The sauces are great. The condiments, everything you need. Have a really good time.
I love it. We're moving into heat number 10, so it's Kai and Falvey coming up against two local surfers. It's Wei Chin Kao and Yiping Chen. So, three-person heat. I haven't seen a three-person heat today. Have you?
Yeah, there's been a couple of them. You don't want to come third, do you?
No.
Really, that's not where you want to end up.
No. Sometimes I even find three-person heats maybe more nerve-wracking because you're like, oh, yeah, I've got a great chance of getting through. And then when you're the one person that doesn't, you're like, ooh. But someone who did get through, he's down there with Dai Wacko on the tower, on the booth.
それではファーストラウンド無事にこう次のラウンドへ、進んでいったんですが、波の方いかがですか？
意外と見た目良さそうだなって思ってもこうちゃんと選ばないとスコアしない波なんで結構波選びで苦戦した感じですね。
その中でもいい波を選んでこういいライディングをしていたように見えるんですが、やはりこのサーフボードは御前崎で使っていたのと同じですか？
そうです。御前崎の時も、あの時もだし、その他の試合でも結構調子いいんで、今回もこれで使ったら調子良かったんで、はい、最高です。
So it was kind of hard out there to pick right ones, but he's got a magic board where he's got a 9th place in QS 3000 in Maizaki, so he's now using this every day. He loves it and he's happy with the result. 初めての台湾というふうに聞いたんですが、いかがですか？
そうですね、ご飯も美味しくて、で波も良くて、で今回僕一人で来てるんですけど、その現地の人とかもみんなあったかくて、すごいいい場所だなって思います。
So actually, this is his first trip to Taiwan, and he's loving it. He's traveling alone, but still he meets local guys. He had a local food last night in town, and he's having a great time here in Taiwan. では、ライブを見てくれてる皆さんに一言お願いします。
まずは応援ありがとうございます。次のラウンドも自分らしいサーフィングを見せるので応援よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。Good luck in the next round and back to you guys in the booth.
Awesome. Thank you, Dai. Thank you, Leaky.
I'm right thinking it's not Slick Rick, it's Slick Lick.
Yeah, Slick Lick.
That's the good thing about hanging out with Dai.
Oh, he's the best.
He's just bringing the culture for us, wising us up.
The best. You learn so much about the Japanese competitors thanks to Dai. This man right here, Kyan Falvey, on your screen. I actually just want to add, not only was this wave very well surfed, 5 days ago, a week ago, the nose of that board was not attached.
Ooh.
So he's somehow miraculously attached to the nose, back to the board, and he's doing airs, looking for the finish here, but kind of got swallowed up by that wave. This man on your screen, Yiping, he is from way up north. He's from a town called Hualien, which is 150 kilometers from here. So he's traveled far from the far corners of Taiwan to come and be a part of this surfing and barbecue festival here. And I like that wave. Really cruisy, laid-back style there.
Yeah, getting into it on the fun shape, which is cool as well. A bit of diversity in the craft. It looks like it's working well for him. I like Kyan's spray, the checkerboard. Is he sponsored by Vans? If not, he should be.
Billabong.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like the checkerboard, is cool.
Yeah, so Kyan coming off a quarterfinal finish there in Xiaogao, moved 30 spots up the rankings from that quarterfinal. So best ever result in a QS competition.
By getting tubed off his dial.
Yes, and doing big airs. And fun fact that you wouldn't know, he's actually my neighbor. He lives like 5 or 6 houses down the road from me. So, and Kyan and I trained together as well. So he's actually a really good friend of mine. And
right. What just on that, what would you say the limit is for neighbour as such in terms of houses rather than just someone that lives on your street? When do people not become neighbours anymore?
I live in a really small town.
Yep.
It's it's near the Gold Coast, but the actual town is tiny, so we kind of are all neighbours,
Okay.
if I'm being honest.
Everyone needs good neighbours,
Yeah.
don't they, famously?
I would say 6 to 8 houses would be the neighbour territory.
Right, okay.
What are your thoughts? Do you think I'm stretching it too far?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
old school. I would say just next door.
Really?
So unless
No,
there's
but they're like a special. They're like next door neighbours.
yeah, I mean unless their sort of their ranch abuts yours, I would just say there's people that live in the hood. Yeah.
In the hood.
Yeah.
Well, I would classify Kyan my neighbour, and I would also classify him my friend, and he's just a really great human. It was
good
great
neighbour?
to
Is
see. Great neighbour.
Good in the community.
Great in the community. The community loves to support him with the local board riders, and he's just got a great style, and he is the epitome of working hard pays off.
No loud music, antisocial behaviour, none of that. He's not tagging up at the bus stop.
Well, no, his family, mum's a yoga instructor and dad's a teacher. So really awesome,
Yeah, but
wholesome
you
family.
know that sometimes that can go the other way, can't it? You can turn out wild.
It could for sure, but we live in a really, really cool little coastal country town. So
He's still young, he might change.
yeah, true. It could all go downhill from here. This could be it. No, I'm just kidding, Kyan. But I like this way, Paul.
Yeah, he's going really good here. He looks loose to me. He looks like he's having fun. And if he has had that board glued back together, it looks great for him. So he's obviously pretty comfortable with the way things are going, enjoying himself out here.
That board was really magic for him, actually, over in the Philippines. And like I was saying, Kyan didn't really have any results before the Philippines. He definitely had put together a few heats here and there, but nothing substantial. Then did about 3 months of hard work, solid training with Jared Tatiri back home in Australia, and it paid off because you don't just get handed a quarterfinals in a QS 5000. You got to work really hard for it. He took down some pretty big names, so I thought that was really cool to see, and I'm hoping he keeps the run going here because going up 30 spots, he's really put himself in contention for Challenger Series now.
Yeah, that's massive. Crucial, isn't it? But not loads of spots up for grabs and pretty competitive region.
Yeah,
I guess as well, your region. Pretty gnarly for those spots.
Gnarly. Especially the women is 4 plus a wild card. 4 spots, that's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. So, yeah, I feel like they're all mates on land, but when it comes to being in the water, everyone wants those points. Everyone wants to get on that Challenger Series. And then when you're not, and then you watch the Challenger Series, you're kind of like, wow, I want to be there.
Yeah, apart from this year when the waves were a bit pants. But generally speaking, yeah.
Generally speaking, it just looks like the coolest, funnest tour. Everyone just looks like they have the best time. So I'm sure that our local surfers would like to get there as well one day. I know that Weichi, he's a gym instructor. So he's got a bit going on. This might just be his side hustle, bit of competitive surfing side hustle. The gym might be his first kind of pull. It was phrased to me as he's a gym junkie. And I was like, yeah, right. Here he is up on your screen. So solid looking guy. And if you're looking for a gym instructor in Taiwan, you know who to call now.
He loves a protein shake. Really, really big on recovery. He likes the ice baths.
Yep.
Hot to cold.
Yep.
Back to hot again.
Yep.
He's that guy.
You know it. You know it. You're all over it, Paul.
Doesn't mind a stretch either before and after surfing.
Yep.
Maybe takes on some electrolytes.
Yep. Why not? Just cover all bases. Have you been training with him? Is this how you know?
I'm trying to set something up. Yeah, I was like, well, let's chat after your heat.
Yeah, perfect.
He actually reached out to me and said, can we train? And I was like, I don't want to promise too much this early in the week, but I'll try. We'll try and figure something out.
We'll see. We have 8 long days of competition, so we'll see how we go. But he's got a 1-2, a 0.8, but right now it's kind of been that similar telltale story where we see those top seeds really hold down that first place from start to finish, and Kyan getting that wave right at the start, setting himself apart because now second place, 13 minutes to go, needs a 7.63. So pretty solid. Definitely still in contention, though, is our friend in white, Yiping, on the cool-looking board.
Would you rather surf in this round or maybe like just wait lurking in the next one? I guess you get a bit of extra practice surfing in this one, no?
I feel like I'd rather wait, if I'm being honest. I feel like...
Confident.
Yeah, just you're going to get the points anyway if you're just sitting there. So I'd rather get there. This is Yiping. Having a look at this one. Cool style, like really laid back. Just seems like he's just here to have a good time. So he needed a 0.13. That's that every day of the week. I would love to see more of his surfing because I feel like even those rights into that deeper channel, could see him walk up and down the board. That's the type of surfer I'm expecting to see from Yiping.
Yeah, he looks dialed in with the conditions, doesn't he? Nice entry into this one. And then just cruising, nothing rushed or forced. And a little bit of extra volume gets him over the flatter section of the wave. And a little cruisy kick out as well. So he looks like he's enjoying himself. And as you said, he's going to get that number. He's going to move up.
So before you came here, did anyone tell you anything of like what to expect or things you must do while you're here?
I only heard good reports. Everyone I knew that had been here was sort of gushing about Taiwan in general. But sometimes the place doesn't always like come over when you watch it on screen or you see clips or whatever. It's kind of hard to like when you see it in 3D. Obviously, you get a different impression. But I just knew people who I kind of like trusted their advice. Yeah. As well as all the people I don't trust. Yeah, everyone said really good things about it. So I was pretty confident it was going to be nice and haven't been disappointed so far.
No, it's an awesome town and something that some of the viewers wouldn't know. We're actually staying in Taitung City, which is about 40 minutes from here. Could it really be more different from where we are surfing? Are you loving the balance kind of between the two?
Oh, it's your classic town and country, isn't it? Love that. Yeah, so we're staying in town, which is just like bit of hustle bustle, but it's like quite a small, compact town, isn't it? So you got all the kind of fun stuff that's going on, and yet, you know, you get in the car and you just sort of slip out into the countryside, and it gets green pretty quick. You take this little coast road to drive up here, and it's just a beautiful drive to get you in the mood. It's about 40 minutes if you're respecting the speed limits, as I did this morning.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, some
Very impressed.
Some people were getting a little bit impatient behind me, but I was like, no, the rules are there for a reason.
Rules are rules. Yeah. You got to stick by them, and I think it's such a cool part of the world to have the best of both worlds. I know there's another city north, about 20 minutes, so not as big as the one that we're staying in. But I remember coming here for the first time last year and having zero expectations. Knew it was a really fun wave, but had no idea of how beautiful and mountainous Taiwan was. I had no idea.
Have you done the hot spring thing?
No,
that looks good. That's on the list, isn't it?
Definitely.
That's a good one for the Insta as well, and you get the sort of mud stripes on your face. That's quite cool, isn't it?
I actually haven't even heard about it.
Wow.
Well,
it's there. Yep.
You better start researching.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. So I've just been kind of discovering new surf spots. I went about 40 minutes north and surfed this super cool left the other day. Only breaks in big typhoon swells. So it's kind of another unique part of Taiwan where they have all these waves that probably don't break for a good chunk of the year. We are in typhoon season at the moment. We had a pretty big one hit us a couple days ago, and it made for these really fun 4-foot long running lefts, and they actually call it Taiwan Uluwatu, which is pretty cool, and it did live up to the name. So I was like, oh, I'll take this. Growing up in Narrabeen, I love going left too. So I feel like it is one of those places similar to Cloud 9 where we were last week, where even if you do get knocked in these early rounds, it's not really a loss. So many waves to go and surf. So we'll have to catch up with some of the competitors and chat to them, see how they're going to spend off the downtime if they don't make these big 1:28 heats, but kind of a quiet one right now.
Yeah, good on this shot, isn't it? You just see exactly how this spot works. You see that just kink in the cobbles there and just picking up all the swell that's coming down the coast, and a little bit of protection from the wind as well, grooming things, cleaning them up. There's a little bit of wind out there, but still plenty of fun waves to be surfed, and we've been enjoying it all morning in terms of the action. It's good to see everyone catching waves and getting opportunities as well, rights and left going down.
Yeah.
Something for everyone.
And also this part of the town is actually called the Golden Goblet. So it's named by that because of the wave from an above drone angle shot. Apparently the actual bay is shaped like a goblet in sense, so they call it the Golden Goblet and the Anchor Reef, which I thought was pretty cool, pretty unique for here. And we love it here. 6th year competing here too, and everyone just keeps coming back. So I know I was chatting to everyone over in the Philippines, and we were like, yeah, we're here, and the Philippines is so beautiful, and we loved it. But everyone was pretty keen to come over and get amongst it here in Taiwan. And it's a different realm, but 2 really cool 5,000s back to back, which I feel like you don't see waves like this back to back in 5,000s too often around the world.
No, and just on that note, you were talking about how few places there are as well, but at least you know with several kind of high-rated events and the 2 5,000s back-to-back, at least you got some opportunity to really get some points, because some regions aren't as well served with this many events. So, yeah, this one's a pretty good one on your path to qualification for the challenges, or even just going out having a crack at the QS, doing a bit of traveling, maybe getting a bit of prize money, but making some pretty epic memories.
Yeah, these guys have had a pretty dreamy season as well. Another back-to-back couple 5,000s were in Korean NIAS earlier in the year, and I mean, they got almost perfect NIAS. It was...
I didn't think you were allowed to get powered on the QS.
Yeah,
wild.
well, in this co-sanctioned part of the world, you can. We just don't tell people about it. We try and keep it to ourselves over here. So, yeah, I mean, even that shot looks very, very beautiful. You can kind of see the city in the distance. So that's where we are over there. Well, that's where we're at the night times. We're here all day for the event here in Jinzun Harbor, and it's such a unique part of the world. My sister and I keep saying there is literally nowhere else like this. We've never been to somewhere where you can be in such a compact, fast little city that would kind of give you taste of Japan, but then you come here and you're in this gorgeous, rugged country coastline. So, yeah, definitely a unique part of the world. Really fun waves, but this has been a bit of an uncharacteristic slow heat. We've seen so many waves rolling through in the last 9 heats of the day. This one, we have only had 8 waves surfed, and I feel like that is a very low number compared to what we've been seeing.
Yeah, it's been a little bit starved to action, but just on that point, that quick start that we saw from Kia, and it's just proven invaluable for him now, getting that 5 locked in, just in case, you know, time can tick down and you can be still waiting for a number, but I know he'll want more where that's come from, but he knows he's got that bit of quality already on the board. So I think he'll be fairly relaxed. The surfer's chasing down. This is Cow. He's in 3rd at the moment, but he's not looking for not that 1-9. It's not a massive number, but needs to find a way somehow.
Yeah, they're kind of doing it for Team Taiwan this morning, because we haven't seen a local surfer get through just yet. So this heat, we are guaranteed to have another local surfer move on through. The kind of gun local surfer a lot of people were putting money on was in that last heat. It was Lee, and he unfortunately did get knocked out. So it's kind of down to these guys. We do have 6 more heats of local surfers coming up, and a couple cool little... Oh, stand-up paddleboarding.
This could be your big opportunity here, Jessie, couldn't it?
This could be me.
This could literally change your life. Is it stand-up paddleboard yoga? Is that what we're doing?
It looks like it. This is the start of my stand-up paddleboard journey. Right here in Jinzun. This is one of those moments where it was like, you ask, you receive.
Yeah. You reached out to the universe, and the universe came back with a sort of a star formation stand-up paddleboard circle with the yogi in the middle. Live action.
Kyan pulling that one off, so coming all the way around. I loved it. Here we are. This surfer.
Oh, yes, please.
It. Very stylish. I really love it. Feet really close together, almost like an old school Oki-esque kind of approach to his surfing. I liked it.
Yeah, styly Riley, wasn't it? That was really smooth, and good contrast as well from the 2 approaches there. Different ways of doing it. Kian getting involved and flaring up, and then meanwhile Shen just cruising through this. He just winds into that bottom turn, just jamming it. He's having a great time. Let's see where that goes with the judges. Just that one maneuver, but it just looks like everything's smooth for him. And he's got that flow, but it makes his surfing look good.
It does, and I think Kyan, he is showing how incredibly versatile he is as well. He's just been super patient. He locked in a couple of turns at the start of this heat. Now he's just been like, all right, let's give it some. Let's push a little bit harder, and it's going to pay off. It's looking like he will better his score. He is sitting super comfortable right now. You have to think, unless he makes any mistakes, he's going to move on through. But we've just had an update. So after the men's round of 128, the women's round of 56 are going to be out there. Here's that replay, though, Paul.
Yeah, this was pretty cool, wasn't it? And, you know, we talked about how it'd gone quiet for a bit, and there's his response. No problem at all. Just nailed that. Great.
You'll take it. Any day of the week, you'll take that one. So we are, like I said, going to see the women back out there, or not back out there for the first time for this event, but only 2 heats because heats 3 and 4 are currently walked through. So we're going to get 50 minutes of the ladies underway. The men's round of 96 are off. So once we get through these 16 heats, we'll get 2 heats of the women, and then you know what that means after that, Paul? I'm going surfing.
Yeah, I think good call as well. Let's get the women out there as well and get their side of the event kicked off. We've got waves. There's good scores going down. There's opportunities. So looking forward to that happening. What have we got? A couple more in this round for the men?
Yeah, about 6 more heats to go in this. And then we've got 2 heats. 8 heats left today. Absolutely nothing.
And then out there.
And then we're out there. And we're going to do our best to steal you aboard.
Yeah, that'll happen. That's fine.
Piece of cake. We're actually going to be fine. Just hope that none of the athletes are watching this right now. But 1 minute 45 to go in this heat. Kyan's last score, it's a 3.93, so only ever so slightly bettering, but it's maybe one of those things where he's just getting comfortable. Like we said earlier, Paul, just figuring this wave out. It is his first time here. He has been on a bit of a dream run, though, so I'm sure he'll be feeling pretty confident about himself after that last week in the Philippines. Yiping, he betters, though, 157, so he can see he was sitting pretty closely to Wei Chin, who's having a look at this one now. Needs a 2.24, so this is all for that next round. Brings it back to the foam. This is a good-looking inside wall. Goes up for the next session. Gets it and goes for a third. Holds on with straight legs there.
Yeah, he's not been skipping leg day, has he?
No.
No way.
No, he's like, I'm in pain. I actually can't.
He's been doing the core work.
Oh, on the answer back, though. Wow. Out the back. Oh, I like it. Went for a kind of layback, but just couldn't bend his knees enough either. So 40 seconds on the clock. Wei Chin, Cow. Gets a pretty good score, needs a 2.24. Yiping, we have another score to lock in for him, but 30 seconds on the clock. You're pretty guaranteed right now that Kyan Falvey is going to move on through. Looking at these numbers coming in for Weichi, it's going to be under, I think, out the back right now, though. Kyan, just a bit of a fun tour kind of enjoyment right now. Takes to the sky, tries to flip that one, but can't quite happen. So it is going to be Kyan Falvey moving through. That score comes in. It's not enough for Weichi. It's going to be Yiping Chin moving on through as well.
Yeah, well, stoked to see the Taiwanese involvement continue on through the rounds, but a solid performance there from the Aussie. Ripped it.
Yeah, we are going to go to a quick ad break. We'll come back with heat number 11. Plenty more action coming up today. Don't go anywhere, guys.
And a very warm welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing Q&A. And we're having a look at Joshua Stretton taking on Shangyang Chen and Meng Chen Tsai, 2 Taiwanese and an Australian. I'm Paul Evans, joined now by True Starling. Are you frothing? Are you excited? What's your vibe?
Very excited. This is going to be a good heat. Josh Stretton is from Port Stephens down in Newcastle. He had a great event in Shargao, so I'm excited to see him back it up. Just really driving through a couple of nice connections. Gets a third one in. You can see how that wave is bending back. I love when you find right to kind of just bend back at you. It gets me so excited to surf.
Yeah, that was a runner, wasn't it? We haven't seen one like that for a while as well. You could see it on that angle looking into it. Stayed nice and steep for him and just giving it the full treatment. So off the bottom and then into the lip multiple times. Looked good. Judges enjoyed it too. 5.83, solid.
Yeah, a really good way to start this heat. I feel like 5s are like 8s out there today, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. We have been a little bit compressed, shall we say, with our scale. So that is a pretty solid number. One of the higher ones that we've seen throughout the day. And just kicking off your heat as well like that. He's been waiting around a couple of hours, like watching the crew surf as well. And then just to nail something at the very beginning of the heat. And he'd already be feeling pretty confident about getting through this one. Meanwhile, though, let's have a look at this replay of White.
Oh, yeah. Shangyang just getting 2 nice turns to start off his campaign. A 2.5, and he's looking really solid. It was a bigger looking wave.
Smooth operator, isn't he? I really like the style from him. It's super polished. He looked really good. So if we get him on some more waves, it'll be interesting to see what he can do. But he looked good. He looked confident as well.
Yeah, he did. He was just ready for it, which was really cool to see. So it's I don't know. I get really excited to see a lot of the local surfers in the draw competing and see what they kind of bring to the table. But, yeah, I feel like Josh Stretton, that 5.83, is going to be a really nice score to have in the back pocket.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got that one locked in. He'll be looking to try and get another wave as well as soon as the opportunity comes through. Second priority at the moment. We're looking for a first involvement for Meng Chen Tsai. He's in green. He's just slightly inside, and he's in third prio, so a couple of paddles from him. That's maybe a little bit of nerves at the start of the heat, and I reckon you would be kind of nervous. Well, a lot of these surfers don't have loads of experience, certainly at this level. And when you're in a contest, especially if it's being broadcast, everyone's watching you.
I know. I feel
Everyone's
like
looking at you.
they're ready. They're seeing you. I think you're either feeling nervous, or you're always going to be feeling nervous, but you're either going to let the nerves control you or be excited about it. There's 2 ways to look at it, I guess.
Shangyang Chen here. Good wave for him. Wow, that was a really cool turn. Unfortunately, the wave just went real deep and kind of soft on him, and he was committed. But the style's great from him. He's got a lot of spark, and I think from all of the locals we've seen this morning, he looks like have one of the smoother techniques. It looks pretty rad.
Yeah, he does. He's just kind of got a really low center of gravity, really cool style. Yeah, it's very cool.
Let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heats. Let's get some insights.
Kyan, you are going from strength to strength at a moment. Such a high over there at Cloud 9. To then come here straight into a heat win, you got to be just feeling the emotions right now.
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. It was super fun waves again. Nothing like Cloud 9, but it's just a totally different wave, and it was still heaps of fun out there. Yeah.
We were talking. It's your first time here in Taiwan. Initial thoughts. What's your take on the place?
Well, it's really different. I was just tripping how different it is to anywhere I've ever been. Like it's really strange, but I love it. It's a good different. Yeah, it's awesome here.
And you're back on the good checkered board. You love that board. I noticed through an Instagram post the nose was missing a few days ago. Talk me through the process of getting it back.
Yeah, I was out Cloud 9 and I think I got sucked over the falls and it just bounced off the reef and just crumpled the nose, and then I found a good local shaper around near the boat where you go out in the boats to the islands there, and he fixed it up really well. Yeah, it's feeling good now. It's just the nose, so it didn't really affect how it goes. So I'm stoked it works still.
And the men's round 96 is off for the day, so you get to have the afternoon off. Is it a dumplings kind of afternoon?
Yeah, I might try to squeeze another surf in, and then, yeah, dumplings till the sun goes down.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Kai, and we'll see you compete tomorrow. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, he's just cruising.
Kyan's a very cool character.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's super chill. But then as soon as he gets the Rashi on, he's laser sharp.
Yeah, he looked good in that last hit. How good is it when you're away on a trip and you get the sort of super fast, super keen ding repair as well? Because sometimes when you're home, people are a little bit like, you might have it in a couple of weeks. Then you go away on a trip and it's like same day.
Yeah, it's amazing. And even in Siargao and Cloud9, they're like, yep, no worries, we'll get it. When do you need it? Like 2 hours? And you're like, yeah, that sounds great. We'll pick it up this afternoon.
I can work with that. Yeah.
Fits into my massage schedule.
Shout out to all the ding repair unsung heroes around the surf world. Shapers get all the props, don't they? They get all the love and the big ups. But it's the ding repairers that literally keep us afloat. True.
They're legends. Legends of the trade.
You any good at fixing dings?
No. I go to shout out to Shinji, who is he also shapes boards as well, but Jesse and I take our boards and we get
just
our
a little
dings
bit
repaired.
solar res time to time, Nat?
Yeah, every now and then, but generally if I have to go get my board fixed, it's probably from a big reason, like my knee going through it or tails are cracked or something, and that's above my pay grade.
The sanding bit can be tricky as well. You just kind of, even if you do an all right job with like putting a bit of resin in.
I'm a bit OCD. I like it to be all nice.
Okay.
So I'm like, Shinji, please help me fix my boards. But the guys in the Philippines, they're amazing. So to get the board back and ready for Kyan is exciting. That board, the check-in one that he was riding, was the board he was using in Cloud9, and it was like this magic stick. So it's good to see that it's back and working under his feet.
Looking at 15 minutes and about 45 seconds to go in this. So just shy of 10 minutes gone, 25-minute heats, 2 best waves. One of those waves is already locked in for Josh Stretton. He's got a decent number in, 5.83. That part, half the job done, so to speak. He's looking for another wave, though. He's got first priority at the moment. He's a picture of calm as he just waits for his wave to come through. We've slowed up a touch in the last couple of heats in terms of the interval and the gaps between the sets. But when a wave comes through, I know exactly what is after. Meanwhile, looking to chase him down, we've got Shan Yang Chen in second at the moment. Got that 2.5 early on. Other than that, don't have any notable scores to get overly excited about, but we are pretty frothing in general on the involvement of a Taiwanese crew. And we're really seeing this whole generation. It's interesting to see how young all of them are. We talked about it in an earlier heat, I think, but you know, a lot of surfers that we're seeing in here, they are juniors, but they're in a QS 5000. This is amazing experience for them. They're only going to go from strength to strength. Here's a committed paddle, and Sai can't quite get there. We all know that feeling.
Yeah, that's never a nice feeling to kind of really properly paddle for a wave and then to just miss it. It's, heartbreaking. You can see sometimes the frustration, I don't know about you, but frustration really comes out for me. I'm like, oh, that was happening to me yesterday. It was really windy and I'd paddle onto waves and the wind would like just get underneath the nose of my board and would just push me off. I was like, oh my God.
Did you swear?
There was a few unhappy moments.
Did the air turn blue?
Yeah.
With the language.
True. Yeah, a few of the judges, they were laughing at me. It was it was probably entertaining for them, but not fun for me.
Were you swearing at the judges, True?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Never,
Good.
no. More at myself, really.
They deserve it, mate.
But
they're used to it. They actually like it.
Yeah, the passion. No, they're good value. But Shang Yang Chen, he's actually from a little bit further south of here, and he's part of the Yageo Surf town, company. So it's a big Taiwanese company who actually sponsor kids.
Yeah, they got a strong squad, huh?
Yeah, they do. They have a really strong crew, and he competed in this event last year where he did get knocked out in the first round, and in his Instagram post he said, I'm committed to getting better and hopefully make second round next year, which is this year. So right now he's sitting good for a second round, but anything can happen. 13 minutes.
Well, we're going to see another Taiwanese surfer get through, aren't we? We're just 3 of them in this heat in total, and 2 of them being the local. So that's exciting at the moment. Not loads of waves to get overly excited about. We're just waiting for this ocean to fire in a few more opportunities. Men Chen having a look at the timepiece, which will reveal he's got a little under 13 minutes, so no need to panic yet as well. Just the modest numbers been racked up by Shan Yang, so yeah, he needs a 2.8 or even a couple of small 2s. Will put him in a position so far in this one, but he'll be thinking about going right up through the scale and finding something better. Unable to really lock in thus far in this one, and a little reposition here. As you see surfers just heading slightly north to the left of your shot. There's a little bit of a sweep with that wind, a little bit of current moves down the point here.
Yeah, I think there might be a little one, maybe nothing too bad, just like a subtle kind of drift. But it's nice to not have to be paddling really hard against, a strong sweep. But it's definitely important to be aware of positioning out there for sure, because things like this can happen if you're sitting a little bit too far out. You can kind of get caught off guard, but Josh, he's sitting in the right spot.
Yeah, he's opening up here. Nice carve from him. And again, with a bit more venom in that one. And he'll finish by tagging it again. So 3 nice turns and the speed up throughout. And you see the difference between picking a wave that goes soft with a bit of downtime or identifying a good one that just runs. And again, that one for him, that right-hander, breaking really nicely with good pace. And it's going to be another solid number.
Yeah, that was a good wave. Let's take a look at this last one of Shang Yang. That was a nice first turn. Gets a second one in. Recovers well from a little wobble, and you can see that he's just trying to find this inside connection, which he gets it, goes vert, but unfortunately falls off the back, and you can just see the difference in stature between Josh and Shang Yang. Josh just really opens up, using all of that power and drive to his advantage, and fits 2 turns into really a 1-turn section. So Josh backing up the 5.83 nicely.
Yeah, gave that a good crack, didn't he? I enjoyed that wave.
Even last year, Vaughn and I were talking earlier, the rights kind of did offer probably more better quality sections as opposed to the lefts. It feels like the lefts today kind of running out to sea unless you find someone with the swell direction that's coming to kind of push it back at you. But it's really fun. There's waves. It's great to see. And the surfing's been really good. I mean, 2 5s for Josh Stratton. That's a pretty good combination.
Yeah, he's going all right, isn't he? A flat 5-4, that last wave for him. And that patient approach, just waiting for the right wave to come. It's paying off. He's got a decent total. He's into double figures with just those 2 waves ridden. And right now, having kind of tested the waters, tested the waves in terms of scores, he'll know exactly what sort of wave is going to offer him a 5 or better, and that's all that's going to interest him, really. He doesn't need to catch waves unless it offers something that will give him a chance to improve on his number. At the moment, he's heading through to the next round. Who's going with him? It's Shang Yang Chen, who has surfed pretty well in this one. He just hasn't quite found the real quality wave, but what we've seen from him, when he does get a good wave, I reckon he can really unlock a good score, and he looks like an exciting prospect.
Yeah, he really does. He's looking solid. He's fired up. He has a lot of energy as well. I feel like it's just a wave size that's really limiting the scores. He has a 2.5 and a 2.03. He's surfing as good. It's just been smaller waves. But as he grows and kind of develops his surfing, you'll see that start to get better and better. And I think that's what's exciting about the event being here. We've spoken about it a lot today. They get to put themselves up against some of the best in Australia and Asia QS region. And that's exciting for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not only seeing the surfing as well, but just seeing how people like prepare for heats.
Yeah.
Kind of that professionalism that you see like at all levels. Equipment as well, maybe even like people travel. Sometimes they sell boards. That's a great chance to get maybe boards that you can't get from local shapers. I know there's a good board building scene over here, but you see like some of the top surfers come from Australia and Japan. They're on some pretty sharp blades.
Yeah, definitely. You've got JS's, DHDs, Pizels, Almerics, LSDs, so many more that I probably can't even think of, but there's some really great equipment that has come through here, and I just think even for the locals to kind of be aware of that, I know when we were in Cloud9 last year, Tenchi Iwami left 25 boards over there. Yeah, for the local surfers to kind of use and to just develop their surfing. And I know that it's really helped the local community there. And it's cool that these surfers here also had that opportunity.
Yeah, it's really cool. Just spreading the love, sharing the stoke. Feeling pretty stoked right now. Josh Stratton got a decent lead in this. Just stretching the arms there with a little reposition, having a look. But as we mentioned, he's in pretty good rhythm with just his 2 waves, and he's not been tempted really in the paddle for anything. There hasn't been something that showed him a bit of quality. He's got those 2 right, so he knows exactly where he wants to be in the lineup and the sort of waves he's looking for. This guy at the moment will be another Taiwanese surfer heading through to the next round, and that'll be a really cool story. There's a lot of media presence down here as well today. If you just walk along the point here, there's heaps of cameras and press, and it's big news over here. This is a major event, QS 5000, and cool stories with this strong participation from their surfers.
Yeah, it's so great. You should wait to see the finals day, Paul. It gets packed. It is like hard to walk out there. So many cameras are around, so much press to hear, but to see as much life as what there is out there now is really cool. And there's a lot of Taiwanese surfers in this first round, in the second round, and then the third seeded round as well. And it's great to see them kind of watching the journey of all the competitors in the event.
Yeah, can't wait to see it all unfold here. We're looking at a really fun week and a bit more actually of surfing it at the Taiwan Open of Surfing, another edition of this event. We'll go down here over the next days, and let's hope we continue to see swell. You mentioned it earlier, maybe things are going to dial down a touch, but then we've got some more big energy moving through in the form of a typhoon, and I guess those big storm centers, they're kind of crucial into what sort of surf we get in this region at this time of year.
Yeah, absolutely. It kind of pushes the swell in. It does get a little bit windy, but that doesn't mean that the waves aren't fun. Yeah, I feel like it's kind of, we're going to get really fun waves. We might not see anything that's amazing, but as well, the forecast is always ever changing. I feel like sometimes you can wake up and it's like, well, this is not what we were expecting today. It's bigger than we thought, and pumping. And even right now, like there's actually, I feel like watching it right now doesn't do it justice, because when I was watching it live out there, it was really fun. Like there was some really good waves coming through, and you can see where the surfers are now, even a little bit further north or south. I'm really bad with my compass right now and where we actually are, but further up or down the beach, there's definitely good options as well. That looks like Kosuke Okamura getting ready for the next heat.
He's got a spring in his step, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's doing the rocks well.
Yeah, he is. They've done it a few times. We've been here a few times, but yeah, he's just able to kind of dance over them. But then it gets really, when you surf out here, super slippery on those rocks.
Yeah, the dry ones, the wet ones are a different story.
Yeah,
go
that's when you
there,
go slowly. But that's going to be a pretty fun next heat as well. But this one, Josh Stratton just really claiming the lead.
Just over 3.5 minutes to go here. It's a good paddle effort from young Shangyang Chen at the moment in second position in the heat. He's got second priority as well. He wants another wave and a purposeful paddle for him. Thought he'd seen something for a minute there that piqued his interest, but maybe just a reposition. I'll have a little look around. Just a few minutes to go in this, and he is in an advancing position. Here we go. There's a wave for Mang Chen Sai, and he's been just a little bit out of the action really in this one. He's had quite a few paddles and unable to find good opportunities, and he waited a long time, maybe forcing the issue a touch there, because that wave was a little sluggish, low energy.
Yeah, it was a smaller one. I mean, that's his best wave, but it was, yeah, the opportunity wasn't a lot, and I agree, it was kind of just forcing the issue, trying to find something that maybe wasn't there. But a 3.7 is his requirement, so I do think that if he can find an inside one like he's doing now, maybe he'll be able to get that score.
Meng Chen again here, late entry for him. Then the whitewater just grabs hold of the board. He goes down head first, emerges, and he'll be straight back out there. So we saw a bit of fire from him. He was kicking the legs after the previous wave, and then he got himself a wave straight away. So we just need to see more of that fire from him. Just get involved. Maybe if you're getting frustrated, turn that into good positive energy. Catch waves, rip them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you're in a position like this and you're third and you need a small score, you can't really let anything go. You know, you get back out there, see if you can find something under priority. You kick, you have energy, you're fired up to get the score. So we'll see. You can see he's kicking to get back out, and hopefully he gets an opportunity. But it's Shane Yang's job right now to block him from doing that.
90 seconds or so on the clock here, and it's still the Australian Josh Stretton who leads this one with just 2 waves, so an economy of effort from him. Good enough for a decent total, and he has shown that aside from the surf skills, also the wave selection has been crucial, because those 2 waves that he's had really have been the only 2 waves in, 23 and a bit minutes in this one that have kind of run and stood up. Otherwise, we've had some softer ones. So he's dialed into conditions. Maybe he's been in town for a few days practicing. Maybe he's just a natural at reading the lineup, but he's looking good in terms of picking opportunities here.
Yeah, he is. I think, Josh, growing up at Port Stephens, he's really good at kind of figuring out a ever-changing beach break. And I think, even though this is on cobblestones here, but he's good at kind of adapting out there. And I think that that's kind of one of his not secret talents, but his kind of superpowers for Josh. So a 5.83 and a 5 right now. He's looking good. He's trying not to push too hard, because I feel like that's where you see people come off the back of the wave.
Wave here for Meng Chen. And again, unable to really get going. So just kind of cruising through that one. Didn't really get a chance to go on the attack or tee off on it. He'll still try and stay involved. His number isn't huge. It's still that 3.7 that he's after. Meanwhile, here we go. There goes Shang Yang, and he'll load up on the backhand here. Nice little stretched out wall. He'll get a whipping snap and then widens up the stance. Foot goes back. And then nice combo of maneuvers. Goes the high line float down and then just carving back, and a little flamboyance on the kick out as well. Stretton likes it. He's pretty stoked. He'll just bring that all the way in right now. And it is a warm day, and he didn't have to expend loads of energy onto that win. He's stoked. We'll keep rolling with the action here. We'll go a quick commercial break. When we come back, more live surfing from the Taiwan Open.
Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Jinzun just providing the goods yet again. Fun little playful setups that we've got this morning. A little bit of a crosswind, a couple of airs going down, and another great heat in the water. Vaughan Blakey, True Starling in the commentary box, and I believe that we're going to see an opening ride here. A couple of nice snaps here from Kasuki Okumara. And then, bam! What about this? Ash Jenner gets the full, well, not the full rotor, but it's a nice air rev. No relation to Kylie.
No, oh my God. It takes me a minute, Vaughn.
Just checking.
I'm like, Kylie Jenner, who
is that?
Who is that?
I
clearly don't follow them.
Is Kylie Jenner a thing still?
I honestly don't know.
Oh, me neither. I'm not really up on pop culture like I used to be.
No, I'm not at all.
Like if I got asked like who is the the number one supermodel in the world or the top actor, I'd probably go, I don't know, maybe Cindy Crawford and Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yes, we'll go with that's right.
Yeah.
Because I actually don't know.
Who are the big stars these days? Go on. Let me know. Actually, let me know after this because Ash is off to a flyer. 4.5 and 3.67. Surfing extremely well.
Yeah, he is. Ash, he's from North Stradbroke Island.
Stratty,
yes.
Point Lookout board riders and big. Jeez, that's it's kind of like overachieving for how many people live on the island.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bede, obviously Pipe Master, runner-up to the world title. Ethan Ewing, runner-up to the world title. J-Bay champ, multiple CT victor. Curtis Ewing, hardcore shred lord. And, just keeps on churning out these elite talents.
Yeah.
So sick to come from there. Must feel, badge-kissing pride when you come from North Stradbroke.
Absolutely. It's like one of those moments where it's like, where are you from? It's like North Stradbroke.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the sickest place
It's
in
a
the world.
flex.
Yeah.
Where are you
fully.
from? North Stradbroke. And you know how, that sort of, they've got that kind
The
of
bravado.
low-key, just Queensland confidence.
Yeah.
Like North Stradbroke. Yeah.
Why'd you even ask?
Yeah. Bit of a flat tire. Oh, Paulie Evans. Has he got someone there? Who are we going to be talking to? Hello, Paulie. Good morning.
Yeah. How you going, Deadly? Mate, Josh, as two good waves came through out there, you found them both. How'd you do that?
I have no idea. I guess I was just lucky and I was in the right spot. And yeah, it was fun. It was good fun. Those boys are surfing pretty good, sort of. And yeah, it was good to get wet. It was super good. I love it over here, so it's mental.
Your first time over here, you were just over in the Philippines. You had a decent result over there. How's your form at the moment? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I've just got no pressure, and I've been training hard at home, and I'm just sort of just having fun and just learning along the way and taking it as it comes and not putting too much pressure on myself, and just loving where we're going. We get to travel to some amazing places, and Philippines was sick, and I'm loving Taiwan so far. So it's mental.
Been pretty good energy from the Aussie crew this morning. Tell us who you're rolling with, who you're travelling with, who's in your crew.
Oh, I got some of my best mates over here. I got Mikey staring at me over there. Bodes, Elise, Holly, and everyone. Dave, Perry. There's such a good crew from Oz, and they've been making the trip really, really fun so far. So it's good to have a good backing and support system. Coming so far away from home, it kind of feels like a home away from home. So it's good.
And it's, I guess, pretty different over here too. It's quite exotic. What do you think of the place? Everyone seems to be enjoying it. Taiwan's pretty sick.
Taiwan's super fun. I mean, I've never really been anywhere sort of like it, to be honest. I'm loving the dumplings. I'm sure I'll get probably a bit sick of them soon, but all the food's good. The people are super friendly, and waves are fun. The water's nice and warm, and, no complaints.
Good luck for the next one, mate.
On you, Paulie. Thanks, bro. Yeah, good, is he? Paulie Evans. And good on you, Joshy Stretton, the big man, the unit.
Yeah.
He's built.
Yeah.
He's a stacked out human being, that man. Imagine him with when he eats his dumplings, you reckon they just wheel it in a wheelbarrow?
Yeah,
just
I
like a
reckon you
bucket
get
of
a
soy
fair
sauce,
few.
and he just starts hoeing into them.
Maybe we should start asking people what their highest dumpling count is.
I ate at least, I'm going to say I ate 10 dumplings last night.
Yeah.
Is that a lot? I feel like it's lightweight compared to what the Groms would be eating.
Well, I had 10 the other night.
You know what my favourite food over here is?
Oh, tell me.
The beef pancake.
Oh, yeah, from
The
last
rolled
night.
up beef.
Yeah,
I know you're veggie, so you get the. What was you on? The spring
we got
onion
the
and
egg one.
oh
Yeah.
gosh, that looked
Green
really
onion
yummy.
and egg. Oh,
Yeah, the
it's
food here is incredible, True.
so good.
I love it. You come here and there's not a whole lot of real sort of tourism. It's really like you have to embed yourself in the culture of the places. We see Ash throws the big tail drift to slide, does not ride out of it. But yeah, you kind of just, you're forced to just make an effort to get into the culture a little more. And ordering food can often be a bit of a Russian roulette sort of situation where you're like, that looks good. You point to it and, it comes out. I think, was it you telling me that one of the judges ordered what they thought was a chicken burger and it was just fully compacted shrimp patty?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's gonna surprise the taste buds.
Yeah.
Radically.
Yeah. But it's cool though, It's like, I'd almost, if I wasn't a veg, I'd just point and be like, I'll have that tonight. What else, Try this and try that. There's just so much, and I like how it kind of makes you need to eat the local food here and just like dive into the culture. It's so cool. I love it. I don't know about you, but I get excited.
I really love it, yeah. I actually think about all my friends who love Asian flavours and I go, oh, they would love it here so much.
Yeah.
Lots
Food's
of good stuff. Chen Hu Xian is out there representing Taiwan. So every heat so far this morning has had Taiwanese surfers in it. Great opportunity for them to show their wares. Do you have an update on how the Taiwanese surfers are faring at the moment?
I think we've had a couple move into the round of 96. Not all of them, but we've definitely seen a few move into the next round. Hopefully, Chen can be another soldier in the ranks for the round of 96.
Right now, it is Ash Jenner out in the lead. Couple of decent scores. A few fours there as this guy representing Taiwan, Chen Yuxian, and he gets a good finish. Oh, right out of it. No, he can't. And a few more lefts starting to steepen up here. Crack! Kuta Sasaki getting a really nice off the top there. Plenty of power, and, you got to make the most of those left-hand steep sections because often the lefts run down the beach. If you get that little double-up wedge, you've just got to be on it.
Yeah, that
Pretty
was
good effort.
The best left section that I've seen all morning. I've liked this wave just straight up, bang. Huge turn there for Kuta. I liked it. It was such a shame. The end bit, it would have been such a good score if he could have ridden out. But I still think that he'll get rewarded for that single turn. I really liked it. It was huge.
Yeah, he timed it really well. That rooster tail was substantial.
Yeah.
Had some feathers.
It really did. It was sick. And Kosuke, I think he's 24 years old from Japan, as well as being a surfer Vaughn. He is also a rapper.
Oh, is he going to drop some mean beats on us during this event?
I really hope so.
Yesterday, when we were rocking up to the official opening ceremony, I was over in the car park. I couldn't quite see the stage, and I heard all this music and this kind of calamity, and I was with Di, and I was like, oh, man, well, we might be able to see some traditional Taiwanese dancing here when we get around the corner. And he's like, oh, that'd be awesome. We come around the corner, and there's all these dancers dressed up in cheerleader outfits with little water pistols squirting everyone. And they were doing like a full-blown, modern kind of K-pop routine.
Yeah.
Or T-pop. But it was not what I was expecting, but it was pretty entertaining.
One of the songs actually in there, I think they danced to like 3 songs, and one of them was the Kim Possible intro song.
Are you serious?
Dead set.
Like a cartoon theme song?
Yeah, Kim Possible.
Love that.
And I went up to a couple of the Aussie girls and I was like, was this not on your TV all the time at home? Like, it was Jessie and I loved it when we were growing up. I was like, this is amazing.
Yeah. Well, when my boys were little, I used to actually get all their favourite TV theme songs and whack them on like kind of a playlist and play them in the car when we were driving.
That is so
up or down the coast. Ninjago theme.
Oh.
Sonic the Hedgehog theme.
Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh, my goodness.
What else was on there? Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of classics. They would have got away with it too if it wasn't for you pesky kids. So 13 minutes already. Down to the 13-minute mark. Wow. So, not a whole lot of action in this one. Kuta Suzaki got a 3.63 for one turn. He actually is going to be kicking himself a bit. He got such a good opening click on that first turn. Didn't ride out of the second. He was probably left 2 points on the table there.
Yeah, I really think he has, and that might come back to haunt him a little bit. But Chen, unfortunately, goes down. It was a smaller wave anyway, so I don't know if it would have made a difference. But sometimes it's those completions that can really make a difference of whether you make the heat or not. But Ash Jenner right now, in and out of that wave, and Ash, he's a junior competitor as well as, competing on the QS, and he's such a great competitor. He knows, as we saw before, he's good in the air, but Kosuke right now, he's looking really solid too.
Nice little rebound. Doesn't get the ride out. You kind of get the sense at the moment that the two Japanese surfers in this heat, Kuta and Kosuke, they're going to be really duking it out. I think if Ash gets at least, sort of one more half-decent score, he's going to put himself in such a good lead.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. It's been tricky. One of the real challenges with this wave is it just doesn't really give you a whole lot to work with out of the lip. You've got to be perfectly timed. This morning when Josh Kerr was out here, he had the benefit of being on a twin fin, thicker board, so heaps more speed. He gets to places faster, gives him more opportunity, but everyone on the knifey little thrusters, they've got to be exactly right with their timing and hit the section bang on. You can't overdo it either, because then you just sink.
Yeah.
Your fins go out the back, you lose momentum.
Yeah. Even
it's tricky.
Speaking of Rio in Arbor before, and he was like, I got the wrong board. I should have brought my EPS out. They kind of sit a bit more on top of the water than the PU does. Maybe an EPS or epoxy out there today would be the go. Because as Josh said, it's user friendly. It's got push, but it's not so much that it's really holding you in there. It's quite an easy paddle out, and I feel like sometimes people maybe push too hard on their turns, and that's kind of what is making them.
And I heard that criticism of the early wave pulls, just a bit gutless out of the lip, and you couldn't do any rebound. If you went anywhere near the whitewash, there was nothing to push back on you.
Yeah.
So you'd sink, but Abu Dhabi pool looks pretty.
Yeah, it looks so good.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of PU.
Yes.
Did you walk past that stinky tofu street stall last night as we were walking past the hotel?
No.
PU, man.
Not good.
Well, everyone's got their flavour. Not my cup of tea.
Not your cup of tea.
Look at this roll in from 10,000 miles out to sea.
Wow.
On the Poseidon adventure. Oh, no. He just cannot put a full stop on these rides. Not a whole lot done there, but what was cool? He was just snowboarding, He was just drifting on the pow-pow.
I was sick. It had such a nice wave. It just too late on that second turn.
Yeah, well, as we said, True, timing, absolutely everything. So many young competitors in this QS 5000. It is not a small event, this thing. This is major points up for grabs to get onto the Challenger Series at year's end. How old were you when you went in your first QE, do you reckon?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe 16?
Wow.
15?
That is so young.
Yeah.
But we've got 13-year-olds. I think there's an 11-year-old in this event.
10-year-old.
There's a 10-year-old, isn't there?
Yeah.
Speaking of 11-year-olds, I went to Stab High earlier this year and got to watch Patty Zhu, the Chinese wonderkind, surfing in the pool, doing monstro frontside full rotors and backside straighties. Whoa, that was a nice speedy float. This is the wave he's been waiting for. Gets a second snap in. He pushes it, overdoes it, and that, unfortunately, was a big mistake because he had so much speed after that floater, and he caught a little bit on the turn, and then that put him out of rhythm for the last hack. So have a look at this one. Because this looked really good from the start here, didn't it?
Yeah, it really did. He got that speed float and then gets his turn in there, throws a spray, but it's this bit here. Maybe a little wobble in that last one kind of put him out of rhythm, but just that end section that's coming back at you, it doesn't have a lot of power, and if you put too much in, it kind of just fades off. Yeah.
I can see the competitors area there. There's quite a few surfers from different nationalities all cheering on the squad. It's so close to the break. That's one of the awesome things about this spot, isn't it? When you are surfing a heat, where you take off, you can hear people yelling and screaming and clapping, even if it's only a small crowd like this one.
Yeah.
You can really feel the support of your countrymen. So coming up next, Andy's a big fella, isn't he?
Yeah, Noah Andrew. He's
a giant.
Last year, Vaughn, because normally we have the 5-minute paddle outs, right? I would take 8 minutes just so that I could walk across the rock. So, like, for me right now, I'm like, why are you standing there, Noah? Like, get your board and get down on those rocks.
Would you go down to the north end and just jump in the rip and let it take you out, or would you try and go straight out through the middle?
No, I'd go through the north end.
Yeah, you have to, because like the wind swells are just so annoying. You got 10,000 duck dives to get out the back.
So many. This is Izzy Calvo.
Noah Andrew, tell us a little bit about him.
Yeah, he's from the sunny coast of Australia. Really strong competitor.
Do you know which club?
No,
North
not off
Shore
the top of my
or
head.
one of those ones?
Let me get back to you.
All right. Can't get it wrong, that's for sure.
No, definitely not. But, yeah, he's awesome. He's such a good guy. He wasn't in Cloud9, but he's come here to Taiwan. I actually spoke to a few competitors that didn't go to Shagao, and they were like, damn, like, we wish that we went there and then came here, got back-to-back. Like, it's such a great vibe.
Is Philippines a 5,000 or a 3? Oh, it is?
5,000.
Oh, right, yeah. Kind of worth doing the both, especially when you see everyone getting pitted out of their heads.
Yeah.
So that little path there, it's slippery and it's tricky to get over those little rocks.
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you, 8 minutes to get out there. Because the amount of times I've almost fallen and cracked my board, too many to count.
Just to the bottom right of where the boys are paddling out, that's the channel. So that rarely closes out, or it was actually quite big there the other day, but...
Well, you can paddle out in that path where the next surfer wearing that green rashi is, or you can walk down and paddle out on the beach.
Yeah, so we'll see this as it comes around. There's a little beach area that can also put you in the same rip as that little footpath.
Yeah, but sometimes that beach does have a pretty gnarly death shory on there. So even the paddle out kind of where that path is probably the best option. But the beach is there too. And when it's smaller, it's just nice to kind of float out.
That little harbour provides sanctuary for a lot of the local fishing boats. You can see there on the other side. We're sort of wondering if there's a big typhoon swell where the waves actually break over there and into the harbour. Because it's not very wide.
No.
But this is our beautiful location here in Taitung County. The wave building there, that's got a few little shops and markets in it.
Yeah. It's very cool. There's so much to do here. And it's just even nice to kind of just sit and relax and just kind of watch the surfing, figure out the vibe. It's warm out there too, which is so cool.
Ash Jenner holding it down, 4.5 and a 3.67. Okamura sitting in second. And what did he get for that last wave there? 3.27. So it was probably, it was his best score. But you just saw as he came off the second turn, he just caught a tiny lump on his toe side rail and it bobbled.
Yeah.
Took the speed off him and killed the final manoeuvre. So a couple of little errors sneaking in here for both Japanese surfers. They could have put some pressure on the rest of the field. We know that Kuta has made a couple of big manoeuvres. No finishing exclamation mark. Look at it. That is magnificent, man.
That's there's just so much here. It just doesn't look real, honestly. The views there, like even just sitting out in the surf, I just sit out there and turn my back on the ocean and just look at that because I just find it so mesmerizing.
It is one of those places where you sit out in the surf and you can find yourself just staring at those mountain ranges.
Yeah.
It happens in Tahiti, happens in Hawaii on the North Shore. You're just staring up there at those cliffs, those volcanoes. They're kind of the tip of these underwater volcanoes that stick out of the ocean. It's so cool to surf so close to mountains.
It's amazing. And it's different from what we're used to as well in Australia. We don't get views like that.
You know where I love surfing because you do get kind of a crazy big escarpment over the top of you is like in that little Coaldale region, you know, where Scarborough Board Riders Club's from.
Yeah.
That's a great zone.
Beautiful. Cold.
Can be cold. Can be very cold.
Yeah.
But then, you know, you speak to the Victorians, they're like,
yeah. What are you talking
mate,
about?
I'll wear my G-banger out there. Don't even worry about it.
I chase an endless summer.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Looks like it's getting a little bit windier out there.
Bit of ruffle, isn't there? Backside, upside down. This is Kuda. And he needs a score, a 2.21. Really curious to see what the judges throw at this because there was a little bit of sting in it. Didn't have the same pop as his backside re-entry from earlier on. And I thought that was a pretty good turn, that backside rear.
Yeah, I think that was nice. I wonder if he got something out the back, but Ash Jenner gets that connection there and then drives through this one, but unfortunately doesn't get a finish. I feel like
they're really busting their hump to try and milk scores out of this lineup.
They're really forcing it, hey.
Well, there's just nothing doing.
Yeah.
I can't remember how tidal this place gets. Do you recall if it? Because like on the paddle out, if you catch a wave, it's kind of like waist deep all the way out to where the waves break.
Yeah.
So it doesn't actually sort of taper off or taper down. It's like consistent all the way through. Sick angle. Amazing drone clips here from Rye.
Oh, he's awesome.
But yeah, it's kind of like weird. You're just standing on boulders the whole way out.
Yeah. I don't think it gets too bad from memory, but there's definitely moments when you get to the inside and you can see the frustration from Kosuke. But yeah, when you get to the inside, maybe just like a couple kind of pop up and you're like, ooh, maybe I'll jump off now.
This is so interesting. We're waiting on scores for last Akuta. One backside re-entry that didn't quite send a lot of spray. And so Kosuke was like, I've got to get a score here.
Yay.
So that's probably similar to the last wave of Kuta. So, you just net, chigaimasu.
Yeah, well.
So hard.
That last wave, 2.23, changes. Kuta goes to second, Kosuke down to third. And Kosuke needs a 2.6 on his last wave, which he doesn't get it. So Kosuke could be out. Oh, wow, there's 10 seconds to go. So time's running out for Kosuke.
So Kuta got the score.
Yeah, gets a score.
Far out. That was huge, that little backside Rio that he did. A 2.33 could be enough to see him into the next round. And in fact, it is enough. So Ash Jenner will take that out. Kuta Suzaki will move through. And that is just frustrating. So frustrating for the other surfers. We're going to take a quick break here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We'll be back after the break. Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing, folks. Hope you're enjoying the show. Fun little waves here at Jinzun Harbor, Taitung County. And we are up to, what is this heat?
Heat 13 already.
Heat 13?
So this round we have 16 heats. 3 more heats to go into the next round. But now we have heat 13. Noah Andrew, Yuji Mori, Kao Chun Chung, Furo Nadami from South Africa.
Yeah.
It's a bit of an international heat. Japan, Australia, Taiwan, and then South Africa. Here's Noah up and riding. Really good two combination and really love the third turn. Can he get a finish right here? Yes, he does.
Excellent, and that's something that was really hard to come by in that last heat, Dai.
That's a close heat.
It's tricky.
This is 森裕二選手1本目のライディングになります。しっかりとカットバックでつなげてきて、このセクションですね、インサイドが出てくると得点も一気に上がります。さあ、ここはスープにアタックしていきます。さあ、綺麗にライディングを終えたのが森裕二選手。ラウンドオブ128、ヒート13。Well, here's a replay with a drone shot. It's on a smaller wave, but still he managed to put 3 turns in, and he gets a finish right there. So probably it's going to be a best out of the 3 waves. And here is Yuji's last wave. I really love this smoothly carving turn from Yuji. Trying to connect to the inside. And form rebound to finish it off. It was a nice wave from Yuji. We're just over 21 minutes remaining in this heat. Really tight heat last heat probably. It was really close heat. Okay, so now we're waiting for the actions. We are going to the post-heat interview with True.
Thank you, Dai. Ash, congratulations on your first heat win.
Thank you.
It looked really tricky out there, but you got your first 2 waves within the first, 5 minutes to 10 minutes. So was that kind of your game plan going into that heat?
Yeah, well, Dad texted me saying get a quick start, so I thought I'd do that. But yeah, it went pretty slow after that. Glad I got it done though.
Sticking to the plan. Moving on through to the next round. Are you going to change anything? I mean, we're going to have waves throughout the whole event. There's going to be something there. So we kind of try and get waves in the first few minutes.
Yeah, definitely try and get another quick start, but I'll probably have to be switching to my epoxy in the coming days by the looks of the forecast.
And it's your first time here in Taiwan. How are you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Like, foods, there's not that much of it. It's pretty packed at every restaurant at night, so just been eating it. Well, I ate at 7-Eleven last night, but there's good food there. They heat it up for you, so sweet.
And coming over from Cloud9 and here to Taiwan, you've surfed quite a few heats already. What is something that you've kind of taken away from this kind of leg of events?
I don't know, just like take the day as it comes, because it's no Cloud9 here, like completely different waves, but yeah, it's still good, like just, yeah, go with the flow, I guess.
And would you like to say anything to anyone back at home?
Just hello to and thanks for watching any of you, my family and my grandma and just any of my friends back home.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Ash.
Thanks, True. Thank you, True. Yeah, good to see Ash ripping it up and getting a heat win here in Taiwan. Nice little straight air into the flats. The surfer in red, and shout out to Grandma.
Right.
Shout out to Dad. Good advice. Get a quick start. You got to love that. You know, advice is key when you're a Grom out traveling the world for your first,
Right.
Kiwis. You know. especially from a little island like North Stratty.
It's a good place, though.
It is a good place.
You know, B. Davidge and Ethan Ewing.
That's right.
From there.
Mm-hmm.
Really like the beach break. It's
yeah. There's a
the
few
best.
little zones up there. They've had a CT final up there. Did you know that?
Really?
Yeah. Kaipo Harkias won it at.
Didn't know that.
Yeah, just on the beaches. Pretty cool. The surf went dead flat, and they just went, let's get up to Stratty.
All right.
Yeah. Pretty mad. I can't remember who was in the final, but yeah, it was a pretty memorable event, that one. I think it was the same contest where Shane Beshan got 3 perfect 10s in his heat.
Yeah, back in the
Akira.
days, we were like best 3 waves, yeah?
Yeah.
Now there's the 2 best wave in the heat, but...
You know what's mad? Shane Beshan had a perfect heat score. The only guy in history, I think, to get 3 10s in one heat.
Definitely.
But he got a 4th wave, and he got a 9.8, and, mate, it was as good as some of these other 10s.
Wow.
It's crazy. So what do we know about these guys?
Well, I know Yuji Mori really well because he's from pretty much the same town as me. He's from Shonan, but now he's the local guy up and riding. It's a replay.
Chao Chun.
Nice catback, but here is the Japanese guy. Yuji Mori is the first wave. This wave comes in 2.57. Nice connecting turns right there. Gets a float. And he was looking for the last section, but didn't really offer for him too much. But the second wave comes in 3.5. So now he's in the lead. So yeah, Yuji is from Shonan, where I grew up, and he has got really stylish surfing actually. And he
looks amazing on wave, yeah.
He recently dropped his signature films, and he was all like screening, and he was busy, and he does coaching as well.
Cool.
Here is Noah up and riding. Wow, really loved the first turn.
Oh, he's found some good form, hasn't he? A 4.83, that's one of the better scores we've seen in the last few heats, and he's going to back that up. Looking forward to seeing the front view. Big Noz from Queensland. Big Queenslander.
Right.
You often hear the word Queenslander and big with the front of it. But yeah,
Oh,
look at this. Sick little board slide.
That's a
kicked it.
Great ride for Noah. Really loved the 2 big combination. And each time was different. So it's great combination, great variety of maneuvers. Really, it's going to be his best score, and it's going to be a best score in this heat. So we are now a little bit over 15 minutes. A few scores locking in for Lasso Blue, and comes in 4.83. Now he is in the lead with 4.83 and 3.33. So we still haven't seen, any long ride or great ride from white and green, but they have first priority and second priority, so probably waiting for the right ones. But I got the chance to talk to one of the Japanese competitor, and they were saying it's kind of tricky out there now. They know that it's good and fun, but still it's hard to pick right ones.
Yeah.
That one gives you a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, well, it has been a little tricky period through the middle of the day here, Di. But it looks like the wind's actually backed off just a touch, so that might make things a little more fun. As we see Chang here. Chao Chun, he's representing Taiwan. We had the trials yesterday afternoon. The surf looked really fun for the trials. It was a little more windy. There was a bit more swell. There were some really good performances.
Definitely, it was a lot bigger, actually. And the wind wasn't too bad, actually. It was great for the competition.
Vali Ndamasi out there for South Africa. Haven't seen much of him surf. I'm really excited to see what he can do. He's got a 2 on the board at the moment. I haven't seen many South Africans over here, actually, for this one. Do remember Sarah Baum surfing in it a while ago.
But not many, surfers from South Africa surfing. Well, because it's different region.
That's right.
Definitely.
But I think they don't have a whole lot of opportunities to surf comps. Here he goes. And Ndamasi now off the top. Oh, I love that. Good little float. Cracks the lip. And this thing's staying nice and steep for him. Third turn. And that is one of the better waves we've seen. And Ndamasi giving it some sticko.
Wow, that was a great wave choice from Ndamasi.
It was.
And here is Noah up and riding. Really powerful hack off the top. And going to the kind of a kick reverse.
Yeah, that wave was nowhere near as good as Ndamasi's wave, obviously. And you can see what happens when you've got to force turns. It just slows you down. You have to kick the fins out. It's just a bit of a hassle. He's a big unit, isn't he? No, Andrew. He's huge. Shout out to the North Shore Board Riders Club, who no doubt are tuning in. Really powerful club back home.
Right.
As we see Ndamasi. Look at that. He bashed it. Good stuff. And that's one of the better waves of this heat. And it looks like Noz on the wave behind. Yeah, some really good surfers. They've got a couple of surfers on the Challenger Series. In Alistair Reginato. He's from that club. Sophie McCulloch from up that way. They're just a really powerful team. Noah Andrew, another one. Cheyenne Bevan, he's up there as well. And yeah, they're always extremely strong performers in the Australian board riders battles. And it's funny, you see a club start to do well, and often the club will start to do well first. And then on the back of that, their surfers get a bit of momentum and start to, make inroads on the world tour. A perfect example being North Shelley. They always fantastic in team competition. And then all of a sudden you just start seeing the team surfers do really well individually. Joel Vaughan, Huey Vaughan, Molly Picklum, Macy Callahan. Right. So yeah, it's almost like the club gets your momentum and your confidence up, and then you go out on your own and you can slingshot into the rest of your career as an individual. It's really cool. And it's starting to permeate throughout the rest of the world, man. Like, there's board riders clubs all through America now, the Hawaiian Islands, Europe. Does Japan have board riders clubs?
Yeah, actually, Asia Cup, right?
Yeah.
On the Gold Coast, that one of the Japanese board riders go there every year, actually.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
We're talking about. I literally commentate that contest.
That is.
But I mean, is there kind of like seedlings starting to sprout with board riders clubs through Japan?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's cool.
Definitely, especially in Bali though. It's
Bali's
big.
Yeah, Bali's
and they had this
Padma Boys
board riders final at Uluwatu like a couple weeks ago. It was amazing with amazing surf. It was pumping Uluwatu.
I wonder if there's and I'll bet there is. I'll bet there is a Jinzun or a Taitung surf board riders club, because we're just seeing so many kids come through this town on the back of this event, having been here for so long. It's like 14 years or something.
Yeah.
Whew.
Why do you think it's really important to have like board riders system?
Just pure experience for one thing, and then also access to the elders and the elite level surfers. Even when you're from a little hometown, the surfers are often away. There's look at that, all the competitors giving the drone a big wave, but. Yeah, like they can be away for 8 months of the year, so you're not really getting access to them. The Board Riders Club puts you in their orbit. You end up sharing heats. They can give you advice.
Right. So
it's kind of this community that also give you just so much support. Like it's awesome when you are traveling. If you're struggling for coin, someone can give you a ride. If you're like, you want to improve one aspect of your surf and there's someone there to help coach you. It's just this really kind of ongoing support network. And it breeds champions. Like every single Australian world champion has come through that club system.
Really love all the support from every single, board riders club. I was actually surfing in Ali board riders when I was in Australia.
Classic, man.
I
That's
really loved
sick.
all the supports because you get, coaching session after the school, like every, Wednesday afternoon,
Yeah.
4 p.m. Get to the beach, get together, and just getting coaching from one of the best on the Gold Coast.
And that's it, man. Like when you have those teams challenges, because you've got different divisions and they're all representing one team, you can have like a 13-year-old surfing against Joel Parkinson.
Yep.
Or you could have like Steph Gilmore surfing against, I don't know, like one of the up-and-coming regional qualifying series guys. So you really get to see where your surfing's at, and that just pushes you even further. So it's super cool.
And really love how they travel together when they have like a board riders club battle. One time I had this board riders battle in North Strathie.
Yep.
It was a great time. I was having so much fun with all the crews from board riders. It's just so much fun just hang out with the same generation as well as the old elders. It's a great opportunity.
It is, man. Yeah, well, hopefully they pop up all over the world because, some of the board riders clubs are turning 60 in Australia now, and, it's the best. It's the best. Really gets you pumped up, fired up. It's not about the competition anywhere near as much as it is about just hanging out with crew from your town and having a hell time.
Right.
So this heat has wound down to 6 minutes remaining, and it is Noah Andrew out in the lead with a 4.83 and a 3.33. And Yuji Mori is out there in the red for Japan, holding down second. It's a bit of a pretty tight squeeze there, second, third, and fourth.
Not much difference in between, to second, third, and fourth now because green is only 3.21. So last wave for the Marseille was 2.87.
Which he must be scratching his head about because
Right.
he did 3 turns on it. It was a nice steep wave, but I think the judges just want to see a bit more aggression and commitment.
Definitely, yes.
Out of the lip. They're sort of just placing the board up there instead of really ripping into the turn. So I think he would be going, what? But, this is a QS 5000. This is as big as it gets on the regional queue, and you've really got to step it up. But he looks like he's might be picking off another gem here.
Well, his wave selection is just on point. This wave looks like it's going to be a good wave. That was more like it for the Marseille. But here is the other side. Yuji Mori was on backhand attack, but unfortunately he went down on the last section. It was a great looking wave and a great maneuver.
Really good turn. And you can see the difference in just total aggression there. Ndamase getting a lot of flow, but as soon as he started to kick the tail a little harder, he kind of went off balance. Meanwhile, More down the beach hammers the section and just overcooks it.
Well, here is森裕二選手のリプレイになります。さあ、一発目はスープにきれいに当てていきました。ここでセクションが出てくるのを待ちながらリッピングをしていきます。さあ、このターン、素晴らしいターンだったんですが、少し引っかかってしまいました。
He would have gone straight to the lead if he'd made that last turn. But now Noah Andrew will enjoy just that little bit of buffer, you'd think.
But really, love his doing. Probably now he knows. Oh, probably I gotta go big now. So he just pushes so much. So that's a good sign for him. We still got 4 minutes remaining. So now he knows what he has to do to get those 3.86.
It's a sketchy little paddle out there. Those rocks are slippery and they're small. You can't ever get kind of solid footing on them because they wobble around. But it looks like...
So that's a Raiki Masuda from Japan.
Raiki Masuda.
Raiki Masuda. He's from Miyazaki area. I'm sure you've heard of Miyazaki.
I have,
of
course. Actually, it's funny. I've been to Japan maybe 3 times in my life, and the only place I've surfed is in that pool at Shizunami.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've never had a swim in the ocean because I've only ever gone over for sort of Tokyo visits. But I'm definitely going to because Dear Suburbia, end section.
Right.
Whoa. Oh, no, is it Lost Atlas or Dear Suburbia? What's the one with that insane Japanese session with John and Dane?
Oh,
Kai
yeah.
Neville.
I forgot the name of the video, but that was insane.
Man, is that the best
waves.
ever waves ever?
Well, definitely one of them.
Oh.
Definitely. And it's like a 30 minutes drive from my home, actually, that break.
Were you surfing that day?
Nah, I didn't surf, actually.
That's a... When you were watching it, were you like, where was I this day? What was I doing that was so important? I wasn't surfing with Dane and John. And who else was out there in that session? I think Dylan Perillo or someone like that.
Yeah. Only
Pumping.
a few people out there surfing.
It was cooking. 2 minutes remaining. And Maury has just left meat on the bone. Gets a little score for his efforts. A little 3.23. Or 3.33. No, 3.23. And but, yeah, he would have gone into the lead if he'd made that last snap.
Wow, definitely. It was going to be his best score. But just unfortunately, he couldn't, right out of the last turn. One of the biggest turn in heat so far, though.
We haven't seen a whole lot of Chow Chun in this heat. Just 3 waves so far, nothing of any substance. But as we've said all throughout this event, for the Taiwanese surfers, it's about feeling what it's like to be in the water with surfers of this caliber. It's about getting the experience under the belt. You know, as soon as everyone packs up and bails, these guys will be surfing their brains out to lift their level and come back next year stronger.
It's not only good experience to be in the heat, just probably in the morning, like practicing surfing with the other guys, top level surfers. It's a really good opportunity for them. And here is Noah up and riding. This is a good looking left.
Punches the section, just gives him nothing. Nothing to work with for Nosy Andrew, but he's holding down first place. You can't see that changing unless Mori can find a little opportunity. Here's Chow Chun Chong. And another fizzer.
Well, it's probably finding the way to go in. It's only 10 seconds away from finishing, but Ndamase is having a hard paddle. Can he get away before the...
Oh, he's not going to get to his feet in time, I don't think. Whoa, he's letting go of some steam too. You know what? He's frustrated with that score that he got early. I think he'll look back at the footage and understand that it probably wasn't what he thought it was in his head, but he did give it a few cracks. It was definitely the best wave we saw. It just needed a bit more aggression for Ndamase from South Africa. And Chow Chun Chung, unfortunately eliminated, but Noah Andrew from Queensland, Australia will be moving through with Yuji Mori. We're going to take a quick break. Stay tuned. Taiwan Open of Surfing will be right back.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Taiwan Open of Surfing QS 5000. We are now into round of 128, heat 14. Reiki Masuda, Rafael Castro, Chi Liao, Yang Huang, and I'm here in the booth with Jess.
I'm back.
You're back. Welcome back, Jess. But now it's heat 14 already.
I know. We've absolutely flown through today.
Definitely.
I cannot believe that. And we have 4 more heats left today because the women are going to get out there.
Right. So here is the first ride from Rafael. He is a very powerful surfer, waiting for the section to stand up for him.
Yeah, Rafael, he's a very interesting surfer as well. He has Brazilian in him, but lives in the US, but then lives in Bali, so elects Asia as his region to qualify through. So he's kind of like Kian Martin, because Kian's Brazilian, represents Sweden, but lives in Bali and chooses Asia to be his way to qualify for the Challenger Series. So Rafael is kind of similar.
Gets a point, right?
Yeah, he takes the points.
Well, here's Reiki Masuda. How's that second time? It was a great second time and straight into third. Well, this wave just offering so much section for him. Is he going to get the last section in? He looks like he did.
Wow.
It was a great wave for Reiki Masuda from Japan.
That was one of the better shaped waves I've seen today.
That was probably one of the best waves on the left side.
Definitely.
Today.
He found one of those waves that was super bowly, allowed him to open up multiple times and not just string together a couple of turns. He absolutely whacked it a couple of times, and I feel like that's going to be a really great score for Reiki Masuda.
Definitely.
And Reiki, he's 23.
Right.
And got a 13th in the Miyazaki. What more do we know about Reiki Masuda?
Well, he's from Miyazaki. And he
is from Miyazaki.
So he's been in this competition so many years. He's kind of being like underdog in the Japanese scene. But last couple of years, I've seen his name on like every, quarterfinals and semifinals. So he's probably now in a place where he has really confidence in him, and he actually sounds really good.
Sounds like we are going to cross down to Vorno, who's out there with the last heat's heat winner.
Yep, down here with the last heat's heat winner, the big man. What are you lifting these days, mate? 150, 170?
I wish. I can't even get close.
No, mate, kind of similar to where you're from in Queensland. Bit of gutless, sort of nothing, and on its day can pump, of course, but you manage the conditions pretty well. Feeling at home out there?
Very similar to home, except right now home's probably about half a foot, so it's pumping here compared to home. But it's fun as.
Classic, mate. Got a couple of good turns in early. Like the last heats before yours, no one was really clicking with the sections, so a good start for you.
Very good start. I was feeling the mojo from the beginning, and then I kind of just went silly towards the end. I should have just stayed patient. That's all right. It was good fun.
And what's the plan with the regional queue for you, mate? Have you been getting into a few events? Did you do the Indo ones at the start of the year?
I did Crewy at the start of the year, had a shocker, but I started last year and I've just been putting too much pressure on myself. So this time I'm just kind of like trying to let go, just enjoy where I am. It's kind of working.
You look pretty relaxed, mate. Are you having a nice time over here?
It's amazing over here. I love this place. I was here last year. The waves were pumping. The waves are good this year. Finally got the left point break good, and it's just so much fun.
How good, mate. And what's the plan for this one? If you're going to let go, how do you get into that mindset? How do you get down here, get your rashi on and let the nerves just seep away so you can have some fun?
I don't know. I've kind of just been doom scrolling on TikTok. I just get stuck in. I just get stuck in there and I just can't stop.
Isn't that a one-way ticket to anxiety land?
Supposedly not.
What comes up in your feed mostly?
Oh, at the moment it's golf because I'm trying to get into it, but I'm just shocking.
Yeah. No, golf is just a good walk ruined, mate. You should know that. There's no peace of mind in the golf land. No, but well done, man. Anyone you're going to give a shout out to home, North Shore crew?
Yeah, North Shore crew, I know they're watching. Mum, Ash and Jazz, I know they're watching. And Sola, my goddaughter, and her big sister Hayes, I know they're watching too. So love you guys and see you soon.
Great to see you do so well, Noz. You do look like you've just cruising and having a good time, mate. Enjoy Taiwan. Enjoy the next round.
I will, thank you.
Good on you, brother. Thanks, Pleasure.
Amazing. Noah and Vaughn, ladies and gentlemen. There's not many people that Vaughn doesn't have to crouch down low for or do that wide leg stance that he does to get to a closer height. But Noah, he's pretty tall. He looked pretty strong in that last heat too.
He was actually. He was having a great heat. But like he said, he looked really like relaxed in the heat.
Yeah, he's definitely a cruisy human as well. So taking it back to this heat, though, a 5.67 for that last effort of Reiki. The judges liking it as much as we did.
Right. Definitely, first bit of the wave was 5.67. It was great surfing. And probably he gets a finish as well. So that's why he got a 5.67. But now probably he knows what kind of wave he wants to catch. And, yeah, can't wait to see he's on the second one.
I feel like it's kind of similar to the early days we saw in Cloud9 where 4s and 5s are more like 7s and 8s in comparison to the waves we're seeing in the types of conditions the surfers are having to compete in. So if you're getting 5s, I feel like you're doing a good job. You're getting some of the highest scores that we see in the day. Obviously, all of these surfers are talented of 7s and 8s. But, yeah, I just feel like that 5, 6, 7, it's as someone who's watching it right now, like it probably has a lot more value than what the numbers are giving off.
Definitely. Like, I like how you think about the scores, Sometimes when you're in a heat, 5, 6, 7 doesn't bring a bell. Like, oh, I did surf great, but 5, 6, 7. But like you said, it's like 7 and 8 in a normal condition, but 5, 6, 7 is still probably the keeper.
Yeah, definitely. We haven't really seen many waves going to the high 5s, 6s, mid 6s today. So I feel like the fact that he even has a 5, 6, 7 when he will go back through the draw and have a look, that's definitely going to be a standout score today for Reiki. So yeah, I'm excited to see him take off again and see if he can back it up. Is he the type of surfer that's super consistent in heats?
Yep, super consistent. Pretty like machine or something. Yeah, he does everything exact the same as always. Oh, look at this view. This
gorgeous
location reminds me of Hawaii a lot, actually.
Ah, cool.
I haven't been to Tahiti, but someone said remind them of Tahiti too.
It's such a unique part of the world. You would never, ever, ever believe that this is Taiwan. I really, when I first came here last year and I was telling people I was going to Taiwan, they're like, oh yeah, it's really cool there. Like, but no one described the landscape to be as raw and rugged and exposed as this is. And I remember the first drive I had from Taitung City to Jinzun Harbor, and I was like, what? It is nothing like I thought it was going to be here. So very unique part of the world, Dai. And
definitely.
I absolutely love being here. I have one more question for you about Reiki. So you say in Japanese events he's consistently in quarterfinals and he's doing a lot of great surfing. I'll get back to that in a second because he's up and riding right now, just the one turn. But when it comes to co-sanctioned events, I feel like I haven't seen him consistently in those deeper draws. Why do you think that is for Reiki?
Probably he's kind of new to this, QEs, I reckon. So, but after a couple of years, definitely he will get confidence in him. And definitely, I'm sure that he's going to do good in this condition.
Yeah, it seems to really suit his surfing, and he seems to be picking off the best waves, that's for sure. We can see a couple of fun little activations we have going on down here. So a couple of the spectators getting a bit of a feel of what it's like out there in the ocean. So we do have a couple of food stalls to the right of there too, Dai. And yeah, it's a really unique part of the world. It's cool.
I haven't been there yet, but you were there, right?
Yeah,
just before.
Just then. I've got a burrito sitting over there staring at me. I've got about another half an hour till I can eat it.
So that's a vegetarian burrito.
Yeah, vegetarian burrito.
Nice.
Sounded amazing. And this guy on the screen, though, Rafael Castro, had an incredible start to the event in Cloud9. As we know, Dai, he's got a very good air game. And I feel like by the look of that wave, you could tell he was hunting for it.
Definitely. And here's マサライキ選手、大きなカービング、そしてそこからもう一度大きなカービング、テールスライドへ持っていきます。Wow, that was a great combination of carvings. He managed to put 2 different types of carvings. You know?
Yeah, that was funky. I like that second turn. He
Right.
really, you can tell he's feeling comfortable in his surfing and confident in his surfing as well. And I feel like that second turn, he really opened up and maybe just a bit of his personality coming out and that. Yeah, this is that last wave of Rafael. Like we said, Dai, he was looking for that end section, but super foamy wave here too.
But still, he managed to put big carve right there. But I really love the last turn. Carve straight into tail slide. You know, probably this break reminds him his home break. His home break is more like the great beach break. So it's like, it's kind of skate park, Japanese skate park.
Ah.
So probably he has a lot of confidence and he knows what he should do on this wave.
It's a Japanese Taiwan.
Probably, yeah.
Wow, that's really cool. I like that, Dai. I feel like I like how we compare the waves where we are in the world to where we can be in Japan, or the locations.
Right.
We relate them back. This guy up on your screen, though, Rafael, lives in Bali, represents the US. He's kind of struggling to find his flow right now, but it's not really any problem because we haven't seen white or green get a wave yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there is white and green in this heat, but yeah, they are struggling to get waves.
Yeah, can't really see them out there. Haven't seen a glimpse of them so far, so we will report back and see if they're out there. If they are, they're only chasing a small score of a 396. But yeah, like I said, so Rafael chooses to represent America. So lives in Bali though. So he has lived in Asia for long enough that he can elect Asia to be his region that he qualifies for the Challenger Series for, similar to Kian Martin and Annie DeSantos. She's another person who does that as well. And I feel like I got my first glimpse of him just over at Cloud9 just last week, and I was really impressed. He got, I think, a 4th in the NIAS Pro Junior earlier this year, so he's a really talented surfer and a really lovely guy as well. He's up and riding here, tagging away on one of these Jinzun Harbor lefts. Potentially that wave, I felt like he was almost chasing the lip.
Right.
You know, it looked like it was breaking away from him.
But still, he managed to put a couple turns in. But, you know, comparing that wave to Reiki's first wave, you know, probably less, you know, big maneuvers. But still, it's going to be his best score because he was only got 2.83 and 1.13. But just like you said, I've seen him since Kurui and Nias, and he was so great in Nias as well.
I almost thought that was Reiki, but that was just one of our free surfers. I went, Reiki. But no, he was way over on the right. But yeah, no, he is definitely impressive. He's up and riding. I love this drone shot. Such a cool way to watch the wave.
Such a great way to watch this replay. But that was one of the biggest done in this ride. He gets a finish, but probably not the way he wanted to. But still, he gets completion and comes in 3.7. So that's his best score so far.
Yeah, I feel like you can tell even maybe by his body language that he probably wasn't happy with that one either, because I know he definitely knows that he's got a lot more to give than what he was doing on that wave. Potentially something we spoke about earlier, Dai, slowing it down, dropping 2 turns on that wave and just doing that first one. You really want to make it through, but these guys pretty much guaranteed a spot into that next round if we're correct. Pretty sure there are no other surfers out here. Looking like Rafael Castro having a paddle into this one, so he's up and riding. We're going to stick with it with this drone angle. There's the first turn. Lots of water moves, Dai. Second one's nice. He's just flowing from turn to turn right now. Comes in with the finish. That feels like it was better.
That was a much, better wave for him compared to the other 2 waves. He got the right section, right timing. Probably he was listening to our commentating because he was slowing down a little bit, waiting for the sections to stand up. Right here, that was a great turn. Straight into the second. Actually, it's better looking wave from the beach angle.
A great wave. Looks better from the beach angle, I agree. And like you said, Dai, he really slowed down his turns. He didn't try to squeeze in 2 or 3 extra turns. He just went, all right, let's surf the section, not just try and get a million turns done. And yeah, definitely paying off for Raphael. He's looking for a 5.21. In comparison to Reike's, what are you thinking?
I gotta say yes.
Yeah.
I really love the three turn combination with the power in it. So yeah, I would say it's gonna be close to the range, so mid-5, I would say.
Yeah, I really liked it. I thought it was a really well put together wave from start to finish. But Dai, you know a lot of the competitors, not just the Japanese, the Australians, the Indonesians, you know all of them so well. I asked you this at the start of the Philippines and you picked very, very well. Who are you thinking that is going to be a pretty strong surfer for men and women in this event? Because you picked Tenshi, and Tenshi ended up getting 3rd in Cloud9.
Well, I gotta say Tenshi again. And probably, and I gotta pick Riyad Ito. He's here. He wasn't in Cloud9, but I'm pretty sure he's in Taiwan now. And he's gonna be in the top seeded round. So I gotta say Riyadu and Tenshi, he's very focused. Probably he gained a lot of confidence in him with Cloud9 results. And probably women's side, I would say Sarah.
Yeah, well,
Definitely.
Sarah won this last year too, so.
And she said he is one of her best favorite place on earth. So yeah.
Oh, amazing. Yeah, I mean, all very talented surfers, very capable of the win as well. And Tenshi got a pretty early knockout last year here, so maybe with a bit of a point to prove to come back and try and get a good result. That last wave, Dai, you're right. It was a 5.63. Raphael goes to the lead.
Mid-5.
Yeah.
5.63. Oh yeah, but still, Reike's first wave was slightly better than, Raphael's last wave, so.
It was still a really well put together wave. It was the score he needed to get into first place. Now, Reike needing a 3.66 to answer back. So both these guys with pretty similar scores right now. And Raphael just getting the better of it. With his 2 scores, he's just disappeared underwater. There he is. He's back.
Oh,
and
he's having a great practice surfing.
Yeah, I know that Raphael is going to have to switch from comp mode to coach mode pretty quickly because his girlfriend is coming up in the first heat of the women.
Wow. Well, going to the air. Probably wasn't the section that he was looking for. But yeah, after probably 2 more hits, and then we are moving on to the round of 56.
Yeah, round of 56 of the women's. Yeah, nothing too crazy with that air. I think he could tell as well, just by the way he pulled off that wave, that wasn't going to be anything huge. There are a couple of waves coming through out the back. So, yeah, we have Raphael's girlfriend, Kai Kori, coming up in heat number 1 of the women's round of 56, taking on Anri Matsuno and Kai Yisai. So that's going to be an exciting first heat.
Right.
Only 2 heats of the women will be run today, though.
And heat 3 and heat 4 just
they're just
walkthroughs.
Walkthroughs. Piece of cake, kind of like this one.
Right.
So coming down with under 4 minutes to go. Reike out there with first priority, needing to get the 3.66 to get the win, but I feel like no matter what, these guys are kind of just in cruise control right now. This has been a really more of just a free surfer lineup, kind of figure out where they want to be for their heats, how they'll play the tactics in the next one. So unique situation to be in. I don't think I've seen a heat like this in a QS 5000 ever.
Definitely, because most of the times it can't be walkthrough if there's only 2 surfers in the heat. But great to watch them surfing, like doing free surfs, because like you said, it's a first round, gets the nerves, and sometimes, all the competitors just try surf safely, I would say.
I agree. I feel like you don't see the best of everyone in the first round. So these guys just figuring it out, seeing, because when you're free surfing, there are so many people out there all hustling for the same wave. So this is honestly just an epic experience for Reiki and Raphael just to actually probably figure out the lineup and get a couple waves with not a million people around you. Raphael now up and riding. Bigger looking wave here, so still with that same pace from that last wave. This is what we wanted to see, just going through the motions, making the most of the bigger sections. Goes for it, but goes down. I love the fact that he's going for it, though.
Definitely, I love the approach from Raphael. It was a great looking wave, and he had a couple good turns in, but I really love how he approached to the last section, going to the air, because he knows that he got a 5.63 and he wanted to better the 3.70, but still probably he wanted to just try out everything in this condition.
Definitely, and Reiki, he's being very patient. He's let Raphael get a few waves under his priority. He's not stressing right now. I feel like he may have even looked at the draw and been like, if I get second in this heat, I might get it. You know, you never know. You never know with these guys. They definitely look far into it.
I thought about that every time I'm in the heat. I was in the heat.
Did you?
Know, I was in the competitor. Well, not always, but sometimes like trying to think.
I would too. But I always wanted to win.
Yeah.
But I would definitely look at who I would get in the heats, or if I was in the seeded rounds, I would look at who I could potentially have in my heats and make up these fake heat scenarios in my head. But, I'll probably have them and them. And also something that I used to do when I was little in the Grom comps, I would stalk people's Instagrams to see what they surf like. When we were younger, I did a podcast with Molly Picklum a couple days ago, and we were bonding over it because we both used to do it together.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I would have to ask Raphael if he used to stalk people's Instagrams too, because he's looking like he's going to walk away with the win. Maybe he's done a bit of a deep dive on Reiki before he surfed his heat.
But here is Reiki having a look at this one. He's up and riding. Probably, quick in and out. Only got 30 seconds remaining in this heat.
Interesting call there for Reiki. That was... He probably could potentially get one more wave out the back, but just could have maybe made the most of that one section, especially when there's only 30 seconds to go. He's looking here though, Dai.
マサライキ選手、これが最後の波になるでしょう。さあ、一発目フローターをしっかり入れてきて、さあここで縦のアプローチ、スプレーも飛ばしてきます。ここでカービングを入れてインサイドまでつなげていきますが、どうでしょう、最後のセクション来るのか。Well, he gets 3 turns in. And he needed mid 3. Interesting situation, but probably a few scores coming in for the last of blue, but we are still waiting for the last wave for red. But now we are going to a short break, and we'll be right back after the commercial.
Hotter than a sizzling pot sticker in the midday sun. The action continues here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Having a look at a new quartet right now. You're watching Yu Chai Chi out of Taiwan representing this nation. Strong squad from them already down to beers. Here goes Takumi Nakamura on replay. This is pretty cool shredding here, Jessie.
That was the best intro I've ever heard to a heat. But yes, this was great surfing here from Takumi Nakamura. And this was Yo Chia Chi, like you said, just tagging away on this left. A bigger looking one. Potentially a lot of deep water on that wave, but he got a couple carbs in. Got a heat started. That's all you can ask for right now. He's still going. Wow, I was shocked by that. We are, though, going to cross down to Dai Wako, who is with the last heat's heat winner.
All right, so you had a unique heat because only 2 people in your heat. But how was it out there?
Oh, yeah, it was fun. I was like, we looked at each other at the beginning of the heat, like, oh, only 2 of us. I was like, oh, yeah, free surf, but no one out. Like, we're both making it sweet. So I did a couple, like, bad waves choices in the beginning, but it was just cruising and yeah, stoked.
Probably before the heat, you were like competitive mode, be ready for your heat. But in the water, 2 other people, it was kind of free surfing, like you said. But did you change your plan out there?
Well, in the beginning, I mean, yeah, because I got like a small one. I was just like, oh, free surf, let's just get one and see what it does. And 25-minute heat's like pretty good time, so just got a couple, fill it out, and then yeah, stoked to get a couple fun ones. You know, the waves are fun. It's like the best I've seen since I've been here, so stoked. Yeah, I went chill mode in the end, so it was cool.
Probably completely different condition compared to Cloud9 here. But is this your first time here?
Yeah, my first time. It's really cool. Beautiful culture, like beautiful like coastline too. The mountains, I didn't think it was gonna be like this, and fun and warm. You know, I thought it was gonna be colder. Like, but coming from the Philippines, it's cold compared to that. That was sweaty here. It's like a little cold, but it's cool. It's cool. Good food too.
What do you like? What kind of food do you like here?
Oh man, everybody's talking about the dumplings. I ate once the dumplings. I didn't go in the one place everybody's talking about, but like we had some fried rice from this truck. This food truck is amazing, like best I've ever had. But we've been mostly eating like 7-Eleven meals. Like we got a bunch of 7-Eleven and like good curries though. We heat them up and they're so good, and I just fry an egg, put them on top, and it's sweet, you know.
Man, you gotta try dumpling tonight. Definitely. But do you wanna do any shout out to your family back home?
Yeah. Thank you everybody. I know my mom, dad watching. My girlfriend here is gonna go out in the heat too soon. And it's fun, man. Good times. Good times to be here. Thank you everybody for messaging before. Good luck. Yeah, fun.
All right, thank you so much. And back to you guys in the booth.
Epic stuff. Thanks, Di. Castro's on a journey of culinary discovery here, isn't he?
He is.
He's loving it.
He's just finding food truck fried rice. I am a little concerned that he's not on the dumpling bandwagon at this point in time, but it is. This wave, though, I liked it. 2 turns here for Han. I want you to know something, Paul. We actually have a Taiwan Open of Surfing finalist in the water right now. Takumi Nakamura, he got a 2nd place here the very first year they ran a QS here. Lost to an Aussie, Perth Stanley, in 2015. It was a QS 1000, so he's back. Wants some more.
Yeah, he looks good. He's serving like a former finalist. Live action here. We're having a look at Han. And he goes down, tries to put it up, super vert on a fluffy section. Feels like we've got a lot more energy in this now. Jesse, we had a couple of quiet ones. It went a little lully, but this one's kind of firing up. I like it.
Yeah, this is what I want to see. I feel like those first 8 heats of the day, there was a lot of waves. It was pulsing. That's Arch Whiteman on your screen. Happiest guy ever, may I just add. But yeah, I agree. There's so many more waves coming through. We want this consistency to come back because this is what we're here for, Paul. We want to talk about surfing. We want to see surfing. The judges want to score some waves. And it's going to be a pretty good heat coming up next.
What makes Swipeman so happy?
He is just
high on life.
Always. Like, nothing phases him. It was so funny. When we were in the Philippines, a bunch of us went and got ice cream one night, and Arch came, and we were like, how's your accommodation? He was like, so bad, with the biggest smile on his face, and laughed afterwards. We were like, oh, why? He's like, I'm covered in ant bites. The aircon doesn't work. The Wi-Fi doesn't work. But it was super cheap, and I'm having a lot of fun. I was just like, if that was me, you wouldn't hear the end of it. So he's just a really happy guy, and win, lose or draw, he's got a smile on his face.
What a ledge. Looking forward to his next heat. Let's get back to live business here. Nakamura giving it a healthy crack. And again, smooth as he joins things up. Little slopey, softer section. He doesn't mind it, though. And he goes exploring up into the lip. Nice little stab to finish as well from him. So classic heat surfing. Get your second score on the board early doors.
Yeah, I like this wave a lot. There's a lot of variety. Went up for it, then gave us a couple carves, showed us what his rail surfing's like. Got himself a finish. So I feel like he's probably want to find something with a little bit more grunt, something with a little bit more punch by the end of this heat where he can really start to open up. But yeah, he wants redemption here. And you're not going to be a bad surfer if you get second in an event at this wave. So Takumi, his final finished here. He definitely wants some more. I know that some of the local surfers, they're actually pretty well versed in competition. So Yu Chia actually goes by the name Devlin, and he represents the Taiwan national surfing team. He's half French, half Taiwanese, and he was in El Salvador for the Olympic qualifiers, trying to get a spot for Taiwan, which is pretty cool.
Radical, yeah. What a cool story that's been. Let's see how he goes in this one. He's got 16 and a half minutes to get into it. He's got a small number on the board. He'll go here. Live action from the Goofy. And he sees a section in front, and he just almost got a bit caught there. Did pretty well from sort of a sticky part of the wave to get that turn done. And then a float, not really over the white water, just kind of through it. And then onto an inside and a strong finish. So he cleaned things up there. It did get a little sluggish, but he did well. Just kind of muscled his way through that one, Jess.
Yeah, he did well to pull it off at the end. Probably didn't have that flow. Or I feel like that saying, I was just a half beat behind. He's probably thinking that with this wave. It was just a half beat behind from start to finish. He's coming into this one with so much speed, but potentially should have just waited and hit it when it bowled up a little bit more. Instead, he's kind of given us a few down the line turns here. But like you said, cleaned it up beautifully at the end. That was a pretty big drop out of that one and got the finish. But I think you could tell by his body language, he was like, oh, maybe I should have just held it back a little bit and just done one big turn on either that first or last section instead. So feel like he'll regroup. He probably has the most heat surfed, I'd say, within the Taiwanese local community.
So you said he's half French, half Taiwanese, is that right? How's that culinary combination? That must be some interesting kind of fusion flavors going on there.
Say you could combine your food at home with your food here. What are we getting?
Like stuff I cook.
Yeah, like say, well, you live in France.
Yeah.
So say you're taking French street food and Taiwanese street food and putting it together. What would that look like? Like a croissant with dumplings through it?
Yeah, you know what? You could probably do some quite interesting stuff for that. Yeah, the croissant-ling.
A croissant-ling.
Could be a thing. Yeah, let's explore that.
I like this. I feel like there could be some weird textures going on, but maybe some nice flavors.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. They kind of Asian influence. There's a bit of Thai influence as well in the cities with some French food. They're pretty good at that, actually. There's some good stuff there, but yeah, the Taiwanese and the French food, that could be very interesting flavor combinations. Meanwhile, here's some pretty meat and potato type stuff as we see a bit of spray and a bit of power and some nice whip on the end and a vigorous wave again from Nakamura, who puts a bit of welly into his waves, giving it some back foot power as well and a bit of authority. And he's going quite fast and he's just standing out at the moment. Anyway, for me, just got a little bit more so far in this one.
I feel like we've just seen where his strength is, where his power is. It has to be his backhand. So strong, times it really nicely. I feel like he was able to generate a lot more spray, connect with the pocket a lot better on his backhand. So I would love to see Takumi go left more because he definitely looked, what I felt, a lot more confident.
13 and a half to go in this. Let's see if we get an improvement there on the scores. Meanwhile, here goes a right-hander from Balo. Budley Brown getting involved here and just didn't quite have the velocity to take on that section. He'll go down behind him. The wave will just shut down. I had a little look. I think it was from Hassan who tried to get involved.
Great name. Balo Bodley Brown. Triple Bs. I love it. What such an interesting group of young Taiwanese surfers coming up. You can see that he's got that Yagio sticker on the front of his board as well. So Taiwan deeming him as part of their future surfers as well. I love this young generation of Taiwanese competitors we're seeing.
Yeah, definitely. It does feel like one of those kind of movements where you get a lot of talents come together at the same time and they all kind of push each other. They get that really good, strong squad vibe going as well. And I think we're on the brink of something that looks already, just from what we've seen today, maybe in a couple of years from now, a lot of them are like mid-teens, maybe even younger, and you just give a couple more years experience having events like this on the home shores and providing them to get a glimpse of, you know, some of the best going at it. The future's super bright for the Taiwanese surfers.
Definitely, and I feel like we've seen so many young competitors today. I heard Robbo, our beach commentator, announce that one of the competitors in a heat just a few heats ago was 11 years old. So they're super young. They're ranging from probably 11 to 15 on average. And there's a point in time where they're going to start bulking up. They'll start to put on a bit of muscle. The strength will come through. Decision-making will come through in heats. And then these experiences that they're having with these older international competitors just going to add to their game. So I feel like every year we come back to Taiwan, we're just going to see the local surfers improve and improve and improve. And I am here for it. I cannot wait to see the journey that these guys go on.
Here we go, in blue on the backhand and giving it a bit more this time. The wave's steeper for him, so able to get some spray generated and then just doesn't quite get the timing on the last turn. Almost kind of pulled back and went down incomplete. He had some pretty sharp redirects prior to that, though. Meanwhile, White having a crack. Han getting up nice and vert. Hasn't really got on the scoreboard so far. So giving that one a solid hit, but he'll need a bit more where that came from. Might get an improvement, even if you don't on the last wave from Chia Chi. Maybe soon he'll get another one. You definitely feel like he's got the surf, and he just hasn't found the sections yet, has he?
He's definitely got the strength behind him as well. He seems like a pretty solid guy. So yeah, Chia, I feel like, or Devlin, as he also goes by, I feel like he's definitely got that edge against probably Han and Balo with the power side of things. Han, he also goes by another name too, Stanley. So Stanley giving it one big crack there. He's a big part, his family's a big part of the surf community here. They own a surf shop just up above the bridge, not too far from where we are. And I know they're big supporters of all the local guys coming through.
Do you have any other names? Any alter egos? Or just stick with Jesse?
I actually,
dabble with,
it's so...
Or would you like to come up with something now? Maybe
yeah,
we can workshop some ideas if you like.
Okay, what are you thinking? What? When you look at me, what name?
I mean, Jesse's already quite kind of a cool one, so you need to go sort of somewhere else, don't you? Somewhere completely different. Yeah.
You'd be surprised. I rarely get Jesse. Right. I always get JJ.
Okay.
Everyone calls me JJ, but at work, I feel like everyone just calls me Jesse,
yeah,
you know?
Strictly business.
Strictly business here in the commentator's booth.
Yeah.
What about you? Do you have any other names?
Not that we can mention on it. Yeah, not so. I got loads, but not suitable for broadcast. Yeah.
So this will be an off-air conversation. Yeah. Beautiful. I look forward to it. I look forward to our drive home and uncovering the stories behind these names too. Wonderful.
Yeah, I'm thinking for you something. Well, yeah, I'm still thinking. 9 minutes on the clock. We're having a look at Nakamura still leading this one. Scores are modest, though. We're all caught up with numbers from the panel, and they're pretty low so far. That means this is anyone's. Our surfers pretty bunched together out there and waiting for their next opportunities. It is red with the first prio. Meanwhile, it's a paddle, and it's this guy, Han. So nice timing into this wave. And then snaps out on the rail. And again, pushing with the back foot. And then a section for a third turn on the inside. He won't quite hang on to that. Here's a vigorous paddle from Devlin. Here he goes, winding in hard. Bang, really nice. And just slightly overcooked it, though. You can see how much he wants it. He's really loading up.
This is that power. This is that strength we were just talking about. You mentioned it just before. You said, I feel like he's got more he can give, and he's almost just not fully committing to the sections. That is a fully committed Devlin, and it pays off.
Ooh, Nakamura. Here we go. Nice and smooth, powerful at the same time, and that's innovative and progressive as well. So blowing out the tail above the lip and reversing around to finish. So showing us something a little bit different. Solid repertoire from him. Nice power carving, and then good enough to be light on his feet and frisky for the finish here. JJ.
I like that wave. This is more like it. I feel like Dai said something earlier in that last heat. He said a lot of people safety surf in this round one, and a lot of people do, and I totally understand why. They don't want to make mistakes. They want to get through this round, but put it on edge, put it on the line, and that is exactly what Takumi did on that last wave, and I feel like it makes for an entertaining heat, and I love being on the edge of my seat, not knowing if they're going to pull it off, and Takumi just put me right on the edge. She said, oh, here we go. And I love that type of surfing. I feel like the judges are going to love it too.
Yeah, let's see where the numbers go with that 7 on the clock. Bit of a set standing up outside here. Good to see the ocean pulsing again for our penultimate heat in this round, right? We've got one more, 16 heats in the round, and then 2 heats of the women.
Yes.
That's what we're running?
Yes.
Okay, sweet. Here we go. Devlin, again, winding in. Off a rail. And then in the pocket, he's got the bit between his teeth here. Game face is on, a big section. What's he got? And he arrives there just a little messy. And maybe just overcooking it a touch here. He's fallen a few times on waves that maybe doesn't need to push quite that hard. You mentioned like safety surf, maybe not what we want to see. But at some point, if you're falling a lot, but you kind of on talent looks like you should be making it through the heat, maybe it does need to just dial it back a touch.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like he also seems like the type of surfer that needs speed to get through his turns. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy that's going to manufacture a turn. He seems like an all or nothing type of surfer, so potentially just needs to drop a turn and just give one. He's 110%, but this guy's been on fire this heat.
Yeah, Takumi ripping in again here. Love that. Slides out the tail and then gives it a whack to finish as well. So the combo of turns, judges love that. No downtime at all between the maneuvers. And he's just going through the gears now. He got a 6 on that last wave. What's he going to get for this?
I don't know, but I feel like it's going to be up there. It's definitely better than his 3.6. So much variety. Kicks the fins out on that last one. Really lays into it. Gave us a bit of a Rashi adjustment kind of claim. Be like, oh, here we go. How you like that one? So, yeah, I mean, Takumi's building confidence. You can really tell right now.
Bailo Baudelaire Brown, here he goes on a softer left, but he's just cruising right now. Has a little look around, realises not much of an inside going down for him. So Bailo will bail out and he'll make his way back out the back, at which point he'll have about 5 minutes to do something about his predicament. He's in 4th at the Mo. That's the bad news. The good news is it's not an insurmountable task. 3.73. Although today, you know what? Those high 3s, they feel more like 5s on a regular day.
Yes, definitely. Di and I were just talking about this. If you're getting 5s or 6s, it's more like 7s and 8s on a day like today, based on conditions, kind of based on what they're working with out there. So a mid 3 or a higher range 3, it's probably more like a 5. So you have to surf a little bit better than what you think you'd have to get a 3.73.
4.5 on the clock now. Still waiting for that number to come in for Takumi. He will get an improvement. It'll be close to his high score. He's going to go way out in front when this drops. 5.87 is in for him. So look at that distance on the scoreboard right there. And he has been by far and away the best surfer. And the other thing from him, he sort of started pretty well in this, but he's actually each wave he's improved. He's got stronger. He's got better. He looks more in rhythm. He looks dangerous.
He does. And I think momentum surfers are genuinely the scariest competitors to pull because each wave they just keep getting better and better.
Here goes Han. What's he got for us? Nice flow to this surf, and he's super light on his feet and sprightly. From behind the white water, it's quite hard to gauge just exactly how steep that section was, but he had a really good flow to his surfing. A couple of hits from him. Meanwhile, a speedy exit for Takumi. All right, here we go. Here's Devlin again. And just trying to come from behind, from way deep, actually, on a left. He backed himself to get down the line, but couldn't quite do it.
Yeah, maybe, like you're saying, has to just rein it in a little bit. Maybe just trying to force it too much, or maybe overthinking it too much, thinking he needed to come out of the gates and get 2 8s and be like, all right, everyone, I'm here and this is what I mean. And I feel like right now, if he just gets 2 3s or 2 4s, he's going to feel a lot more confident and comfortable getting through this heat rather than, Han needing a 2.93.
Yeah, do you reckon he was listening to some quite banging tunes to get fired up?
Oh,
Maybe a little bit too banging.
Definitely. Who'd you say that rapper was earlier? Slick Rick.
Slick Rick the Ruler. Yeah, but that's kind of mellow.
Is it?
Yeah. He was one of
Right.
those the sort of beginning of hip hop when they kind of told a story about what they did that day. It was like that kind of style.
Never
Slightly
mind.
comedic.
Okay, so he wasn't listening to that.
I don't think it was Slick Rick the Ruler, no. I don't think so. Hey, we'll try and find out.
I'm intrigued in Slick Rick the Ruler.
Yeah, check him out.
I will.
Pretty good. He's got quite an unusual sort of voice. But yeah, he's an OG, definitely.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I look forward to it. So maybe that's what he needs to be listening to. A little bit more mellow rap. Slick Rick the Ruler.
Yeah, or maybe just some like panpipe moods or something.
Never heard.
Something like that. Panpipes, the sort of Peruvian kind of fluty instruments. Or maybe just some like whale noises or
there we go.
A babbling brook. Just the sound of water over the rocks. No? Just some meditative sounds, maybe some of those sort of Himalayan just gong sounds off in the background, just to get you super chill. Maybe that's too mellow.
I feel like you should make a preheat playlist.
Yeah, it'd be a bit of everything.
Yeah,
It'd have range, wouldn't it?
Yeah, we'd go from Slick Rick to a gong.
Yeah.
To
People would like
Rage Against the Machine.
Get up and dance, and then they would kind of like look at each other and like,
what's going on?
Yeah. Yeah, keep them guessing. Down towards 1 minute and 10 to go in this. It's a solid lead and big numbers for Takumi Nakamura, who's dominated this, and he's ripped it actually. He's thrown loads of spray, and he's looked really good. That board looks super good under his feet as well. It's working great for him. Everything so far so good for him. Doesn't really need to ride another wave here, but he's enjoying his surfing. Currently in second, but with the pack chasing him down, it is Devlin, our French Taiwanese surfer. He's in the blue singlet there. He's been battling away to rid himself of these twos for ages, and I do mean battling because he's put a lot of physical energy. By contrast, Han in white, so he's kind of flowed through things. He's cruised, but he's still looking for that number. It's a 2.93, and he's only got 20-odd seconds.
Yeah, it is kind of do or die right now for Han, and unfortunately for him, it is Devlin out there with first priority. It might be a bit of a split peak if Devlin decides to not play his hand. Smart move right now from Devlin.
Yeah, had prio and just snuffling out any opportunities that Han Hassan might have got ideas about on that wave. Made sure he took it and made sure he sees things out. So he'll get through and he'll live to fight another day or go to the next round alongside Takumi Nakamura. We'll keep rolling with the last heat of the round when we come back from break. Welcome back to live action here from the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We're close to wrapping up a scintillating round of action. Having a look now, a couple of Australians, Willis Drumer and Arch Whiteman out in the water, along with a couple of Taiwanese surfers. Can't read that. You're going to have to help me out here, mate. I'm literally dying here on there. Come on, True.
I was trying to test you there, Paul.
Yeah, that was mean.
Someone who's testing the field. Wow, Willis Drumer. What a way to start off a heat. Oh, my goodness. And, wow, it's jam-packed right now, Paul.
Whiteman getting involved, getting busy on the backhand, giving it a good flick. So a couple of hits from him. And he looks into it as well. He's enjoying it. The Aussies have had a great day today so far. And mainly kind of youngsters in this round from them, and they got big energy. They got some pretty rad surf. Another look at Willis here, cracking it.
Oh, yeah, the Victorian just lighting it up out there. He's found one that's really opened up, and he's been able to be light on his feet and make the most of each section. You can see just tail high, gets a reverse, and the completion as well. Arch Whiteman, he's strong on his backside, gets a nice first connection, loads up for a second one. Arch from North Avalon completes his first wave of the event.
What's your stance on the red spray?
Yeah, I think it looks spicy under Willis's feet.
Yeah.
And, that was... We know him as Noah Parrish. On screen there it'll be Nuya, but we'll call him Noah for the entirety of...
No. Yeah. He was ripping in there. He was definitely trying to set himself up for something really big. Let's see how he goes about doing that. He's going to have a tough heat with these two Australians that were already showing glimpses of their form. A decent number is going to come in for Drumer pretty soon. It'll be that mid-range number, which you can probably add a couple on that. As just the way the scoring's gone today. Just under 21 minutes to go. Yeah, the red, it's quite a hard colour to wear, red, isn't it? Don't you think?
Yeah, it's hard to pull off, but I feel like Willis is doing it.
Jack Robinson doesn't mind. He goes the red trunk quite often, doesn't he? Is he pulling it off for you, True Starling, you think?
Yeah, I reckon.
Has he got it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You're wearing red shorts
I think he might
right now.
want to rethink. Yeah, I mean, they're sort of salmon-y, aren't they? Yeah, I got dressed in the dark, mate. Love me, don't judge me. Yeah. A good paddle going on here, maybe some energy coming through. It's great to see that last one pulse. Couple of quiet ones happen, and then things really fired up. The last heat was really enjoyable. Let's have a look here at Parrish, giving it a crack. Really nice, open things up and putting a bit of body into that. Meanwhile, let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat, standing by for chat.
初めての勝利者インタビューとなりますが、サーフィン調子良さそうですね。
いやー、そうですね。結構波にこのカーボンが合ってて、またフィリピンとは違う波なので、このボードで試したって感じですね。
まずはラウンド1というところだとは思うんですが、何を一番意識してたんですか？
そうですね。結構波が右と左にセクションがあるので、スポットがその中ででも僕結構レフト狙ってたんですけど、スコア出したのはレギュラーだったんで、とりあえずスコア少し出せたので、次のラウンドにつなげれたかなって感じですね。
あのライトはあまり作戦の中にはなかったんですか？
全くなくて、この左のライトはあんま自分の中に見てなかったんで、ただちょっと入ってる中でライトの方が波風が来てるなと思ったから、それでセット来たので乗れたって感じですね。
So his original plan was to get a left. Actually, he didn't see any rights coming through before his heat, but somehow he managed to get two good rights, and that's how he got a wave, and he's happy with the result. And this board going really good for him. 台湾もう何回も来てると思いますけど、どうですか？
そうです、何回も来てるんですけど、このアジアシリーズになってから僕は QS にずっと出てなかったので、本当3、4年ぶりとかにQS にもう一回回れるようになって、でまたCS に狙うチャンスがちょっと見えてきたなっていう感じなんで、今回ここでそうですね、決勝とか行ったらまたポイントもらえるので、それを目標にして今年1年やってるので、ちょっと今回大切な試合ですね。
This competition is gonna be very crucial for him because he's looking for the spot to qualify Challenger Series, but he's now onto it. He's just so ready では応援してくれてる方にメッセージお願いします。
そうですね、いろんな人のね、こう、おかげでこういう試合に出れて、また海外の試合に出れてるので、まあ、いいサーフィンして、いい成績残して日本に帰って、はい、みんなに恩返しできるように頑張ります。ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much, Takumi. And back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Di. I really like the look of Takumi. He looks like a character, doesn't he? I think I'd like to hang out with him a bit. I reckon he's a fun guy.
I could see you guys being mates.
Yeah.
He might be a bit more fun than you. Well, Noel Parrish gets a couple of nice cuts. Paul's not happy with that goal.
First day of the event.
We just pick up where we left off, Paul, honestly.
That was a good wave there. I like that one. Noah Parrish getting involved and again putting plenty of body into it. And he's going to have to do that here. Numbers in for Druma. He got the 5.33. We also had 2 scores in for Whiteman. The better of them was the 3.3. This is Willis.
Yeah, this was his last wave. Just gets a quick speed float. You could see him just making the most of a few opportunities. It was a little bit of a fatter wave. This was during that interview with Takumi. Noah leans into that first carve. That was better looking. You could see trying to get around that section, which he will, and opens up once again. Looking really smooth on his rail. And he kicks out, doesn't try and do too much more. And I like that he didn't try and milk it towards the end. I feel like people have been doing that, and maybe it's kind of been not working out for them. That's what I think.
Noah Parrish. You can see how crew would come up with like the nickname, but the second name is harder to. I guess you just pick one, right? That you like the sound of. That's
I
cool.
guess so.
He's
He's from south of here in a place called Kending. But he actually lives in Hawaii, where he looks after his grandma over there, which is pretty cool.
Epic.
So, yeah, that's what I thought. You can see Jamie Killorn there, as well as Rafael Castro, and it looks like the women will be out there next on screen. That is Kai Corey, and she's going to be heading out for a heat.
He ripped his heat, Castro. Did you see that?
No.
Strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looked good in the interview too. He could be in a boy band, or he could be like kind of like the star of the high school football team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got a bit of a crush, Paul.
Well, I just, you know.
You want to hang out with him too.
Yeah, again, someone I'd like to know more about. He's looked stoked. He's enjoying himself fit. He's cruising.
He was actually in Cloud 9, and the first few heats that he was surfing, he was like, yeah, this is just a fun tour for me, and then realised that because he lives in Bali, he can qualify for these points. And someone who's doing just that, Arch Whiteman.
Yeah, Whiteman giving it the treatment here. Going full vert with the backhand whips, 12 o'clock. And keeping the speed up between the turns as well. And almost looking a touch baffled on the inside there. Has a little look around. But this was pretty good backhand ripping from Arch.
Yeah, low off the bottom. Gets that first connection. Driving through a second one. He's so speedy. Gets a third. That's a better connection for Arch. And kicks out. So it's good to see him open up a little bit more on his backhand each wave. It looks like he's getting better and better. Arch is one of the people where he will put the time in on the break. He's always out there. He's the first one out there in the morning, the last one out there at night. He just loves surfing. He has just this real happy energy about him. So I'm excited to see Arch in this heat representing North Avalon. He's competed in quite a few QS events, but probably hasn't had the results that he's been looking for. So I know he's trying to make a dent in this one here.
Yeah, well, he's going all right so far in this heat. Scores are in for him. The 4.2 for that last effort. So the 3 turns with the completion and a bit of speed as well. It's the second highest number of this heat so far. We're still waiting for some participation from Su. He's been patient so far. Thinking about the numbers right now for second. Well, Druma's got that 5.33. So as soon as he improves on the 2, that could get tougher. Meanwhile, let's check out Noah. And again, leaning in hard on that rail, gets super low and just driving through the turn, but the wave just fizzled out for him. You just contrast that to what we saw from Arch, where he had the runner with the multiple sections, and that's exactly the kind of wave that Noah wants.
Yeah, for sure. He's looking for one that's maybe a little bit bigger with some better sections. But you can see the women getting ready. They've probably been watching the men all day, taking a few notes. So I'm excited to see them hit the water for the first 2 heats of that round, which I believe is around 56. So we'll have Anri Matsuno from Japan with Kai Kori and Kai Yi Sai from Taiwan, which will be exciting.
It's coming up in just under 13 minutes time right now. We're wrapping up the round with Heat 16, around at 128 for the men. Whiteman and Druma, the two Australians at the moment in the driving seat in this one. And waiting for further opportunities here. The Ocean has had a couple of moments throughout the day today, but overall we've seen plenty of energy coming through. Mainly been the rights where the scoring's come from. Is that something we can expect to see, you think, throughout the week here, True?
Yeah, I would say so. Although there was actually maybe 1 or 2 heats just before where there was actually some really good lefts that were coming through that I was like watching and I was going, whoa, there's like kind of appealing left right now. So yeah, but I do feel like the rights, they just offer maybe more critical sections.
It will definitely be one or the other, though, won't it? It'll be lefts or rights,
Yeah,
probably. That
yeah.
get the scores, I would say.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's what we're expecting. Yeah, we're monitoring what's happening with swell as well. We've got some energy from typhoons spinning around. Sometimes when you get those really big storms at the exact position, it's a little bit uncertain when you're away out. We're maybe 5-6 days away from that. So where it pops up in the window could be interesting. It looks like it's going to be a bit south of here. Maybe swell coming in, kind of a direct hit from that direction. Might be on the left. Let's see. Meanwhile, good hit there from Druma. And again, similar sort of turn, but gives it a little more welly on that occasion. And then light on his feet. Whoa, a little pop with a spin on the inside as well. That was smooth as you like.
Yeah, the red board, red Rashi combo is looking pretty good for Willis Druma. Let's take a look at the replay. Low off the bottom. Gets a first turn, but this second one, as you said, Paul, a little bit more spice. Drives through the third one, and then he just pops straight up, makes it easy, and gets a really clean finish as well. So good second score for Willis. I feel like we'll see him go into the lead. From Jan Juk, he's kind of one of those surfers, again, where he can surf in the raw, open, powerful ocean, and then can kind of transfer that into beach breaks. He's super light on his feet. He's still a junior competitor as well. So he's got a lot to learn, but he also has a lot to give.
Enjoying what we've seen of him so far in this one. His number's in 4.73. So he goes into double figures right now. 10.06 the number. Or surfer out of Victoria, Australia. Willis Druma at the moment with the lead in this. And his compatriot, Arch Whiteman, second place at the moment. Scores somewhat more modest. The 3.33, he'll want to wash off. He's got first priority. And we've seen Noah Parrish in white. He's actually been the busier of our surfers. 4 waves. I'm not sure that we got Sue in the water, have we? I haven't seen signs of him. I don't think he's there.
No.
That'll be why.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's out there, which is unfortunate. I was looking forward to it, but, you know.
Maybe something else came up.
Yeah, something more important. Who knows? I mean, it's really fun out there right now. But, yeah, it's right now it's the Australians that are out in front, but Noah, you know, he's got experience, lives in Hawaii right now, loves surfing. He's obviously wouldn't be here if he didn't. But with 9 minutes to go, he really needs to try and get at least a 4 on the board. But I don't know, Paul, what do you think? I feel like today 4s are hard scores to get.
Yeah, definitely. It's been the story throughout the day, hasn't it? And I think the judges kind of making a statement about the kind of level, the sort of standard and what it's going to take to really go up through the scale as well. Of course, we've got the bigger seeds to come in later. It won't be happening today in competition. Some of the bigger names, we're as yet to see them take to the water. But we've seen some quality surfing. Nothing to really overly light up in terms of scores. But ultimately, first day, it's just about making it through these rounds, really. If you get good numbers, great. But it's all about staying alive.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, the round of 128, 2 5s or a 5 and a 4, even 2 4s on a day like today is what's going to get you through the round. And I feel like these first few heats is just a really good way to kind of make up the numbers, feel your feet, and then kind of move on from there. So I think for Arch and Willis, it's good practice round for them and for Noah as well. A good practice round for them to get some waves, get used to the bank, and then be able to light up in the next few rounds.
There goes Noah right now, winding into this one. Arrives late to the lip, but gives it a good hit and emerges triumphant from the whitewater. He'll go complete on that backhand attack. Whiteman, first turn, and then a deep bottom turn. So nice surfing again. The linkage is really good from him. And then the wave goes a touch soft, and he readjusts and then builds up speed, gives it another good crack. So again, nice surfing from him. Real contrast from the sort of stuff that Willis is doing on the forehand, but not necessarily less effective. That was nice surfing here from Parrish.
Yeah, one strong turn for Noah, and then Arch just loads up once again. Bit wobbly on the first turn, but groups for the second one. He got a little bit of a slide as well. And you can just see tags it to finish for Arch. Arch is actually quite tall. I feel like he's like 6'1", maybe 6'0", 6'1". He's really tall. And he kind of uses his height to his advantage. He gets really low. He's got such a low center of gravity, but this is that last wave as well for Willis. He also got in on the action, releases the tail. He's just, wow, really surfing really well out there. He's able to kind of have fun and, as you mentioned, Paul, be really light on his feet.
Are you familiar with the work of Archie Whitewater?
No.
Musician.
No.
Okay, well, we'll get that going in the car on the way home.
Okay, bring it
Fire
on.
that up. Archie White was really good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm excited. I don't know if Arch Whiteman's into him, but he should be.
He should. We'll get onto it. We'll have a chat. Is it like a pre-surf hype up? Or like a chill out?
No, it's much more than that.
Chill out kind
no,
of
it's
vibe.
a different. It's
different.
neither. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued.
Yeah.
I love new music, so bring it on.
I mean, it's old, but it's new.
Yeah, that's fine. New music to me. Love that.
6 minutes on the clock here. Druma still out in front. Whiteman behind him. The 4-2-3 drops in his last wave, so just nudging up those numbers, loses the 3. And those two got a bit of a gap now from Parrish, chasing them down. His requirements are 5.96. He just needs to find a much, much better wave as his first task. Really, he's not going to get that kind of number on in-between one. Good news for him, he's got priority, and he'll need to use that pretty wisely. If he gets a solid one, a set wave, a bomb, multiple sections, hits it hard, he can get that number. Druma, meanwhile, was pretty cash, pretty poised. Been a good day for the Australians so far. Does that fill your heart with joy?
It always does. Yeah.
I mean, your heart is generally your default fullness of joy is up there, but
Yes.
particularly when the Australians are doing well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am very patriotic, so yes, I
Right.
do always cheer for the
Does that ever
Australians.
spill over into something kind of more sinister, or
no? It honestly.
just a no straight away would be the correct answer there, rather
No.
than thinking about it.
I was about to say it depends on the mood and how
Right,
much
okay.
food I've had.
Okay.
But no.
Right. Okay. Good. I'm pleased to hear it. Yeah, that's great. It's been a really good day for the Australians.
It has. It's been good. But, you know, it's been exciting. I don't know. I've actually been really excited to see a lot of the Taiwanese
Yeah,
surfers.
they've been kind of the stars of the show in a different way today as a
Yeah.
collective. They've been rad.
Yeah. The Bo Yu Chen, the 10-year-old.
Oh, my heart's still melted.
Still melted.
Yeah, he's a legend.
He is. Very, very cool. I reckon that's highlight of my day today. For sure. To see him out there just really going toe-to-toe was great.
4 minutes on the clock here as we look to wrap up this round of 128. We kick things off at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. First day of our waiting period. We've got a few days to play with, actually, so we can pick the eyes out. Conditions, tides maybe come into play a little bit as well later on in the week if things get a little smaller. Meanwhile, nice liberated backhand hit from Druma, and again getting that drift with the tail, and then as the wave goes soft, doesn't really bother kind of trying to finish that turn, just kind of throws it away halfway through. But I like the rhythm early on that wave. Those first two turns are great.
Yeah, they were solid. It was probably one of the best looking lefts that I've seen so far today. It just offered two proper connections, maybe even a third, but he didn't need it. And that first turn was really nice. He got the drift and then loads up for that second turn. You could see him just throwing spray sky high. So that was cool to see from the Victorian surfer. And you can see he's fired up right now. He's excited to get out there.
Yeah, good energy from him. as he gives it arms to get back into the lineup. Pretty short paddle back as well. And it does level the playing field a bit. We're not seeing people caught inside for ages and losing precious time trying to make their way back out. You get away, you're straight back in the lineup, thinking about your next one. In terms of the wave catching, 6 waves have gone down for Parrish in white, left of your screen. None of them really good enough to threaten his rivals at the moment. He is stuck in those 2s. He's going to need a bit more. It'll just drop in as a throwaway number for Druma. It'll be a flat 4. Meanwhile, here we go. Noah. What's he got for us here? Winds into this one. Slices off the top, but doesn't get loads of it. The bottom turn is convincing. The top turn, less so.
Yeah, you could see the emotions really come out there. A bit of frustration for Noah. You know, that was really unfortunate. You could see him kind of lining it up, and I was like, don't hit it too hard. Don't. It's so easy to overpower the waves out here, and looked like he did just that. Let's take another look at this wave. I love how he just taps the water into that bottom turn, gets a little hung up on the first turn, which probably set him out of rhythm for that second turn, and you could see there he probably realized that, and Arch Whiteman on the answer back finishes that one off as well.
Yeah, just showing how light on his feet he is. Not a lot of room to swing there, but doing the geometry and making it look cool.
Yeah, nice first turn for Arch. Gets the second one in there. 2 strong connections, and he wants to try and solidify second place right now. He has a 4.23 and a 4.2. That last score to lock in, but with just over a minute to go, he looks like he's in a good position, but you never know what can happen. That last wave didn't go into the top 2. It was a 3.43. So Arch needs to better his account right now.
Final minute here. As we'll count down and look to finish off the round right now. Our Australian duo looking good in this one. Druma. He's the surfer in red. He's got priority and the leads. Whiteman has been catching waves. He's just ridden one. Didn't go in his top 2, and it's pretty much as we were. And barring something truly spectacular right now from Noah Parrish, it will be these 2 advancing. And that really good morning and early afternoon for the Australian men will continue to finish off the round here. It's not all over though when we wrap up. 2 heats of the women to go. That's exciting. That'll be coming up right now real soon. We'll finish up counting down here. Willis, he's in the spot. As he strokes in, he thought about maybe going right. He goes left, backhand from him. And nice and sprightly and active in the pocket, and that super light on his feet approach as he blows out the tail and spins. And just looking like he's got so much more where that came from in the tank as well. First day of competition, serving a little bit of notice, and he could be dangerous, particularly if he fires up further into the event. We'll wrap up the round of the men here. We've got the women to come live. Couple of heats of that from the Taiwan Open. Stay tuned.
Well, well, well. The mobs are starting to gather. The pitchforks are poking into the air and the torches are lit as the Tom Curran defence team come down. St. Tom of SB, Santa Barbara, come down to sort out this issue in the commentary box. Classic. How you going? True Starling, Vaughan, Blakey in the commentary box. And we are in to the round of 56, heat number 1. The women are in the water. Anri Matsuno, Kai Kori, from Hawaii, and Kaigi Sai from Taiwan. This is good stuff, isn't it? We're just straight into women's action here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice day. I was dreaming. I didn't hear you say anything about Tom Curran before, did I?
Nothing. Sure.
Not dear Tom.
No. Love his surfing.
Love his surfing. Love the man.
Yeah.
Wonder who's watching. Tom Curran, 3-time world champion.
Do you reckon he's watching?
I don't. I think he's listening to his favourite old school radio station over there in California. What a legend. Love him. Just went away with him for a Rip Curl Search film.
Over in...
secret spots. Not allowed to say. You got to sign the.
I stopped
you can't give too
myself
much
from
away,
talking there. I was like, wait.
But it was a good trip with Steph Gilmore, Mason Ho, and stuff.
Mm.
Did you enjoy
Video
it?
was good.
Did you enjoy the movie?
It was sick. Loved it, Vorno. Love your stuff.
Thanks, mate.
Always.
So what are we expecting to see here round 1? True, Starling, you compete in this event. You know these women well. You've probably developed rivalries with some, great friendships with others, rivalries and friendships with the odd few. What are you expecting to see this year from this particular group of women in light of what we've seen in the past 12 months from women's surfing? Because there has been a major shift in performance levels, progression. It is a boom time. You would almost say like a new golden era dawns. You know, for so long we had the Steph, Carissa, Tyler years as the queens, but, you know, in amongst that, the Tatianas and the Sally Fitzes and all the, the rivals for those thrones. But we are really, on the brink of a big generational shift here.
Yeah, we really are. And I feel like you can feel it now more than ever. Just kind of that movement of new women coming in and just entering every heat, really. I mean, you see Tia Zabrowski over in Portugal. She's 13 years old. You know, she blew my mind. She has multiple world titles in her, that's for sure. But for this particular event, I feel like we're going to see some really good surfing. Sarah Wakita is defending champion. She's been doing the events for quite a while, and I just feel like for this event, it's both Asia and Australia qualified. We have Sierra Kerr here, Charlie Haitley, so many young surfers. Kai Corey up and riding.
And a nice combo. Love the little acceleration into that second turn. Ooh, a little bit jumped off. A touch premature there. Thought she could have ridden out, given the judges just no question. But sort of just sticks with it. See that? Accelerates up into the turn and then jumps off. But I think there was you can't leave a question mark hanging over your completion. You've got to ride out and then dismount. So hopefully they deem that completion for Kai Corey.
Yeah, it looks like they did in a 1.67. So that's like the hardest part. It's kind of knowing when it's okay to jump off and when it's not. And this next heat, it's an all Taiwanese.
Wow, Su Min Wang coming up. That's who was on the screen. And this is Kai Tai. And this is the kind of, just the epic thing about this event. You've got first-timers, locals. Like every single Kiwi event has the opportunity. Look at that face. Wow, here's the future of Taiwanese surfing.
Yeah, that's Wan Yu Chen coming up.
And you can see the nerves, like as we say, there's always wildcards. There's an opportunity for local surfers to dip their toe into that elite level competition. This event really does provide a lot of opportunity for local surfers, but these women in particular, imagine just the froth of being, I'm not sure exactly how old Wang Yu is, but, you'd imagine she's looking at Tia Sabrowski and Sierra Kerr and Katie Simmers being, you know, one of the youngest world champs of all time. It's amazing that, you know, it's not that far away from them. It's not that far out of reach.
Oh, for sure.
And if they don't necessarily get to the very upper levels, they're going to inspire the generation that comes after them anyway. So
yeah.
it's cool era right now.
Oh, it is. I feel like regardless like of whether you kind of qualify or don't qualify, there's always some sort of inspiration that's around, and I just think that is so cool. Like, to be able to even surf with other females, but this is Anri, unfortunately coming unstuck. Yeah, the female surfing is, it's definitely getting better and better, and this was Anri's first wave. Really nice first turn.
Sick.
Gets a little bit of a wobble up here, unfortunately, but that was a great first turn.
Yeah, the bottom turn just led beautifully into it. What's going on here? Are we going to throw it down to Paulie?
I think so.
Shall we?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's do it. Willis, mate, you guys have been watching it all day down here. Tell us a little about conditions. There's waves out there, but tell us about finding the best ones.
Yeah, definitely about finding the best ones because it's slow and there's not heaps of opportunity out there, so you have to be getting good ones and hitting it. So yeah, I got like a couple of right ones. I was happy with the waves I caught. So yeah, it was a fun little heat.
Yeah, you look like you had it pretty sussed out. Mate, tell us a bit about free surfing on the Kiwi. Pretty brutal, bit of a feeding frenzy. There's a lot of people in town all fighting for the same waves. What's the vibes like warming up and practicing at a spot like this?
Yeah, no, it was actually alright because at some places where it's one takeoff spot, it gets real like hassly, people hassling. But out there, it was fine because there's like 2 or 3 spots, and it's a good thing to do heats out here because there's like heaps of little like places you can surf. Like, you know, you got the south and so I don't really know what directions around here, but you got heaps of different peaks, and yeah, you can sort of just pick your waves, and it wasn't too bad with the crowd. Yeah.
Yeah, nice, mate. We've got a couple of hours of light left today. You're gonna surf again? You go and put your feet up, have a nap. What's going on? What's your vibes?
Probably just put my feet up. Might nap. I'm not sure. I might go for a little surf maybe, but the waves are small, so not missing out much if I don't surf again. But yeah, probably just go back to the hotel and kick back.
Keeping your options open, mate. I like it. Cheers, Willis. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Paulie. Thanks, man. Good on
Love
you, buddy. Yeah, Willis Drummer. He was a recipient of the Mick Fanning Rising Star Award at the Surfing Australia Awards, Australian Surfing Awards a couple of years back. So, you know, big talent on the come up, and I think the Strokes named an album after him, actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, Droom on Fire. Their second album.
I'm just going to ignore what you say most of the time.
Well, all my pop culture jokes are going to go so far over your head.
I'm like, I don't know what you're saying.
No, it's embarrassing.
For me, yeah.
No, not for you. Oh, crikey, I'm just giving myself away here, True.
Too funny.
Yeah, it's funny, like, you know, I've got more more hair in my ears than I do on my head these days. So it's a bad sign.
Vaughn.
So
that is so good.
Well, yeah. Not that good.
No.
14 minutes remaining.
Good call.
Here he is, old Salmon Pants. Paulie Evans coming into the commentary box after yet another award-winning post-heat interview. And, mate, it's been a big day. You know, day one of an event, it's a real nice little chip shot into what the rest of the event has to offer. And I feel like we're building beautifully into something real special. I remember last year's finals were just so good. The vibes, they just keep getting better and better.
Oh, fully. I mean, we're going to have good waves. The surfing's obviously really great as well. So it's going to be an exciting event. And I think to have the women as well on their first day is very exciting.
Let me throw you, I'm going to throw you under a bus here.
Oh, no.
Who is going to win this comp? Oh. Who's going to do it, Drew? I want you to just put yourself out there and just say, look, I think this person will do it because of this.
Okay, I think Amura Suzuki.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love Amura Suzuki. You know, I'm a bit of a good luck charm for her.
Really?
When I go to comps, she wins. When I was here for the World Juniors, she won. When we were over in the South Korean event last year,
She won. She got second here.
She got second.
Last year.
She did too.
Against Sarah.
But I didn't call the final, so
No.
there you go.
That's why. The reason why I think Moreau.
Yeah, tell me.
She got knocked out first round in Cloud 9.
Mm-hmm.
So she knows how important it is. And I saw her after and I was like, how are you feeling? She goes, not good. I'm going to Taiwan to get points.
Okay.
And I was like, all right, bring it on.
Well, she had a little taste of the CT
Mhm.
and got some pretty good waves. You know, like she's a world tour quality surfer, so
Yep.
I really want to see her on there, especially with the quality of the waves on this year's tour.
Yes.
We see here Corey just catching a bit of rail. That's a good call. And men's?
Men's is harder. I really don't know. Okay. There's so many good men in this event. Reeve Hazelwood.
Wow, I love that.
Is that a big call?
I love that call. Reefy rips.
I know.
And he's done well in CTs before.
Yeah. Reef was ripping in Cloud 9. He's got a good flow, good energy around him.
He does.
So does this girl here, or this woman here, I should say, Henri, opening up on her backhand, just slicing away. She's found a nice looking left and she kicks out, gets a bit of work done.
Yep. And this is the replay. Kai Corey.
Yeah, that was a nice first turn. And just there, unfortunately, catches a bit of rail. But she's sitting in second right now. Kai Yi needs a 2.57. So we'll see. Kai Yi has a time, 11 minutes to go. Yeah, they're my picks.
Okay, well, Reef is an interesting one. Just being on, being a very strong goofy, and the lefts haven't really been offering a whole lot of.
But his backhand is
That's what I mean. He's so good. He's got so much pop. He can really use that air wind properly. No, I'm not going to pick anyone. I'm not going to put myself out like that. What?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No.
Why would I
way.
get on the wrong side of all the competitors by saying that only one person's going to win?
Well, only one person can win.
No, I'll give you some names.
Yeah. Go on.
So
you need to put your glasses
we've
on.
got the defending champion this event, don't we?
Yeah, Sarah Wakita.
Sarah Wakita and Dakota Walters as well.
Yep.
Wow, there's so many good surfers in here. Okay, I'm going to say that I think Kais King will get it done.
I was going to guess that you were going to guess that.
Well, I'm living in Byron. He's just around the corner. Hopefully our bands play together on New Year's Eve. It's an easy one for me. But I'd be happy with just about anyone in this draw. There's so many great surfers, as you say. And in the women's, I'm actually going to back Sierra Kerr to go back-to-back.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh, that is a really good one.
This is a perfect little pocked-out air wind right-hander bowl, and she's got the rail and the slide, and she's got the air game. So I think these little right-handers will feed beautifully into her strengths.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see her go back-to-back. But obviously I am wearing my, I haven't got my commentator's hat on. I've just got my biased Australian hat on. So
yes.
Any one of the competitors from Japan could easily win this thing. Sarah Cleta was so strong last year. Really enjoyed watching her surf. And, I'd love to see, John Mark to Kong Kong win it.
Yeah.
He's unbelievable. And I just love his face.
Yeah.
He's such a frother.
He is. He's awesome. He is so much fun too. He's like the best human ever.
And who won the wave pool event in South Korea last year?
Keijiro Nishi.
Nishi. He's unreal.
Yep.
I love his surfing.
Red hair.
There you go. So I'd have him as my little bolter as well.
Yeah.
So here we go.
Rips.
This is Kai Corey. And it's going to be a pretty major effort for crew to come through from round one into the seeded rounds and go on to win this thing, but it happens.
Yeah.
It definitely happens. We just saw Erin Brooks this year get a wild card into Cloudbreak. And what happens?
She wins.
She wins it.
Huge.
Unbelievable.
How incredible was that?
That was one of the coolest things, you'll ever see in surfing.
Yeah.
And she is, now that she's qualified, I mean, what an addition to the World Tour. You've got one of the youngest world champions of all time, and you've got a serious threat to that coming straight on her heels. Unreal. Can't wait for the 25 WCT, WSL. Oh, it's going to be so good. Hey,
Bring
Reef
fireworks.
Hazelwood,
Yeah.
I don't know. I've got a few moments in pro surfing that I just love.
Okay.
And most of them involve big, swooping, perfectly clicked roundhouse figure eight cutties.
Okay.
So the first one is Katie Simmers in the
Mm.
WSL finals. Just a beautiful figure eight, perfect flow state. Never projected it for 1 second, just surfed her way into it beautifully.
Yep.
And the other guy who I saw do an amazing one was Reef Hazelwood in the Narrabeen CT. He had a wild card.
Yeah,
I think he got a
that's
ninth.
right.
And he did the most Formula One figure eight roundhouse. So good. Oh, it just lives in my memory like, Christmas when I was 9 years old. I got my first bike. So good. And then the other one was they posted on the WSL Instagram the other day. The big figure eight that Ethan Henry Matsuno still in the lead. So the Japanese surfer just holding it down over Kai Kori at the moment from Hawaii. And Kai Yi Tsai is holding on a couple of ones. Yet to really feel, I think, open and relaxed in this heat. A big moment for her, representing her country on home soil, getting a big opportunity like this in the main event of a QS 5000. Hopefully she can get a little wave that'll get the locals fired up. The funny thing that you do notice when you're on the beach outside, True,
Yep.
is when the Taiwanese surfers stand up, there's a wall of photographers out there, and it just sounds like a train going past because of all the clicking.
Yeah, it is crazy. And it gets more and more towards like finals day and stuff. It's so sick. It's so great to see, the press and the opportunities here. And Kai Kori straight up into the lip for that first turn, and she kicks out. But yeah, the photographers don't miss anything. Honestly, if we go surf this afternoon and you get some good ones, you'll be like, did you get my waves? And they'll probably would have got them somewhere. Give you a card.
I will walk up there and give my number to every single one of them if I can get a perso out of it.
You will, 100%.
The personal files, I call it.
Maybe we'll get Gabs or Maddie Dunbar in the water.
So here,
Commentators Cup.
look, we'll get it. So see the contest structure.
Yep.
Just to the right on that wall. That's Kodak Alley. That's where everyone sits.
Kodak Alley.
Yep, and they just have the cameras pointed, and the second someone sees them, it's like, you just hear the whole thing.
Yep.
Just, look how many photographers there are.
Wow. That is packed.
The other crazy thing is that there's been a couple of gnarly weather events in Taiwan over the past few months. There was a pretty major typhoon. They had a little earthquake here, and lots of the roads kind of got shut off. So we don't have the influx of tourism from Taipei coming down. So, I mean, it's still chockers.
Yeah. It's still chockers. There's still so much going on. I feel like they're going to find a way as well. This is a huge event. Everyone wants to be here.
Oh, they will.
There's an atmosphere. It's amazing, to watch. There's so many good surfers. They definitely don't want to miss out.
It's a marquee sporting event.
It really is.
There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
I think the other big sporting event that's going on at the moment is maybe the Taiwanese badminton championships.
Whoa. That is, you know what?
Are you a fan? You a fan of badminton?
Yeah, I reckon.
Nice.
I could get around it.
Ooh, nice little slice off the top here. Matsuno, and that's a good combination. Bit more aggressive. Finds the flow and jams that final section for what will probably be something around the same score as a 4.17.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Anri, she's looking solid, gets that first turn in there, and you can see she loads up for a second one, throws the arms up to get the finish, and she's just solidifying first place right now. She's kind of running away with it with a 4 and a 3, which kind of seem like low scores, but today they've been pretty significant ones. That's
It's been so tricky, hasn't it? So tricky to find waves that really bowl up and give you more than just one section. There's been a few. Josh Kerr made the best of it this morning. And this is a nice effort here from Tsai from Taiwan. Cuts back to the power source. Good little read on a pretty nothing wave. Just needs to find a bit more opportunity, I think, to at least give herself that feeling like she performed her best.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. She'll find another opportunity in the next 2 minutes for sure. It's just about kind of identifying that. I feel like waves come through, but out here you have to be pretty aware of this is a good one, this one's kind of going to die out because they kind of all look the same, but then as soon as you take off, some will either stay walled up or some will just go straight to the flats.
Nothing worse, is there, when you paddle for a wave and it just fizzles on you?
Yeah, heartbreak.
Especially if you've been waiting around for a little while, or you've got like heaps of people out and you've got position, and then you take off and it's a dud, and you look over your back and someone's just getting drained or whacking the lip or doing whatever. You're like, oh.
In a heat as well, when you use first priority and then there's a better one behind. No.
Yeah, well, it just goes, every surfer knows that feeling.
Yeah.
You know that saying, only a surfer knows the feeling? Well, that goes for the good stuff and the bad stuff. You're jumping off a wave, getting the blue bottle sting across your eyeballs.
Ooh, I don't know that feeling.
Yeah.
Not a good one.
It's bad.
Ooh, hope I don't ever find that one out.
Board chafe, like boardy rash. Only a surfer knows the feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a funny old game. Geez, you spend so much time in your young life just dealing with the elements, like learning all about it. Hey, like it's the best because later on in life it just serves you so well. You know, rips are terrifying when you're young and you're first learning to swim, but then they become your best friend when they help get you out the back and all that sort of thing. Oh, I thought Kai Corey was going to make that. She just did not get the click and right out that she was looking for. Still holding down second though.
Yeah, she's still in a good position, and I think she'll definitely find, 30 seconds. She'll move through to that next round at this stage unless Kai gets a good opportunity. But Kai Corey, she's kind of been working pretty hard to get those 2.83 and a 2.17. The 3.73 is going to have to be pretty special.
It will. Kai Corey, she really looks like she's got so much more in the tank to give too. Like there were little moments in these kind of gutless waves where she looked speedy.
Yep.
A couple of little just check turns where it looked like she was finding her feet and then the wave would flatten out. So she does enough and we will get to see more from her. But this heat was all about Henry Matsua, and congratulations to the Japanese surfer moving through. And we're going to welcome Dai Waiko back in. True. See you out there for the interview. We'll have a quick break and be back with more from the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Welcome back. It is the Taiwan Open of Surf. Vaughan Blakey and True Starling in the commentary booth. We're going to throw it down to Dai Waiko. I said that he was going to be in here with me commentating. I lied. I'm so sorry. I lied to everyone out there in broadcast land. Bad news, actually. Bit of bad news. Yeah, it's the last heat of the day.
I know.
The good news is there's like, what, another 9 more days of this?
Yeah.
Yay! Woo! But it actually will be sick because the surfing just gets better and better and
It
better.
does.
Look at Wan Yu Chen. Now, there's some good news. One of our youngest competitors ever. And this is an all-Taiwanese heat to shut out the day, so this will be so fun. And true, like, mate, you know as well as I do, it is going to be fever pitch out there right now. Like,
Yeah.
the Taiwanese crowds are such fanatics. They're going to be going ballistic for these 3 surfers.
They really are. It is going to be so loud. There's going to be cheers. There's going to be whistles. There's going to be so many photos taken. It is going to be a great way to end the day. And with 3 Taiwanese surfers in there, it just makes it even better.
I just wonder, I always wonder when I'm here, like, how on earth and who on earth is editing these photos that they're taking? Like, when they get home, are they just going through these, like, just endless memory cards, millions and millions of shots, and trying to figure out, and where do they go?
I know. I don't even know where I think they just put them up into the internet and just they let them go. There's actually, like I said before, you can actually be like, hey, what's your card? You know, can I please get those photos?
Cool.
But it's pretty cool. You can see Henri there talking to Oni Anwar.
Oni. What a legend. What an absolute legend.
He is.
Sort of, he's a bit of a local everywhere he goes, Oni. Like,
I know.
The crew at home, you know, to the crew at home, he's Australian. To the crew in Indonesia, obviously, they love him.
Yeah.
But he's such a good fella. And
He
what is he doing a bit of coaching with crew?
I don't
Or is he just
actually know.
everyone's mate?
I think he just chats to everyone. He's always talking. He is in the event, which is going to be exciting to see Oni surf. But yeah, I think he's on. You know, Oni loves a chat.
He does. Wonderful man, and no doubt given some wisdom to Henri there. So this is so cool. Look at this young competitor for the first time in her life surfing a QS 5000. What a moment.
Super amazing.
Wan Yu Chen, and here she goes. On the backhand, nice style. Carves back to the pocket. That's a good start. Scores on the board. Well, she's already in the lead with a 1.83.
Yeah, she started out well and looking to back it up quickly, which is exciting as well. And it's just, she is so young, and it is just so exciting how much surf life she has ahead of her.
When I was a Grom, and I think most of us who crew at home watching this, you and I, Paulie Evans probably as well, it's the greatest time in your life surfing when you're a kid, when you haven't got any other influences. Like, nothing matters more. And nothing can matter more. Like, when you're a kid, you don't have all that pressure of other things going on in your life. You only have, when am I going surfing? And then at some point when you're surfing, you go, when do I have to go to school? Which, you know, that's the big drama, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why do I have to get out?
My dad used to have, like, little bit things. It's like, if you get in and you get changed for school quickly, I'll get your hot chocolate.
Oh, the bonus. Wow, see that? Chen really attacking that section. And let's throw it down to Dai Wacko, who's with the winner of the last heat. Henri, congratulations.
1ヒート目の、ラウンド1の1ヒート目だったんですが、いかがでしたか？緊張とかメンタル的にはどうでしたか？
そうですね、男子の後のすぐの切り替えのヒートだったんで、どこを参考にしてとかあんま分かりづらくて、入っててもどこで待ってていいか、どれの波乗っていいか分かんなかったんですけど、とりあえず次につなげることができて、緊張したんですけど、めっちゃ緊張したんですけど、次のラウンドにつなげることができて、とりあえず一安心でした。
その見つけられない中で何を一番考えながら波にアプローチしてたんですか？
そうですね、とりあえず一発でもターンができる、リップができる波に乗って必ずメイクするっていうのをちゃんと心がけて、自分の悪い癖とかをちゃんと考えながら試合をしてました。
She was kind of nervous before her heat because it was first heat of the women's round 1. And she actually got lost in the water, but still trying to get a wave that she managed to put one big turn in, and now she got through, she got first, and she's really happy with that result. 台湾楽しんでますか？
はい、めっちゃ楽しいです。
どんなところが楽しいですか？
そうですね、なんか雰囲気がめっちゃ好きで、この台湾のもちろん波も楽しいんですけど、その食事ご飯とか、あとロキシのチームのみんなでどっか行くとかめっちゃ楽しくて、もう超エンジョイしてます。
So she's traveling with all the Roxy crew here, and she's enjoying all the food, vibe, everything about Taiwan. She's just loving it. では最後に見ている方にメッセージの方をお願いします。
ライブを見て応援してくださって皆さんありがとうございます。とりあえずラウンド1を勝ってラウンド2につなげることができました。自分的には全然練習でも乗れなくて、試合で3人で貸し切りだったので、楽しく試合することができてとても楽しかったです。また明日試合があると思うので、明日も絶対勝てるように、調整します。応援よろしくお願いします。
All right, good luck in the next round, and back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Di. And yeah, the translation of that last bit was just like, thanks heaps.
Yeah.
Stoked.
Yep. Very happy to be here.
It's pretty funny. Here we go. This is Chen. She's having a mad crack at this heat. Getting plenty of waves, flying down the line on a really long left here, and does get the completion.
Whoa.
Far out. There's some determination in this young competitor. And that's a strong wave.
Yeah.
Plenty of speed, down the light speed, connecting it, and a couple of turns in there. The front view will be interesting. Yeah. Sometimes I feel like Australians need translated, to the English audience.
Yeah, I agree.
Don't you reckon?
I think so too.
Like you could be like, I could say to you, True, like, how'd you go when you hit? You're like, oh, mate, yeah, had a bit of a shocker, but it was pretty sweet, I guess. And I'd be like, so for people at home, she didn't enjoy the start of the heat, but then came good towards the end of it.
Then got better by the end.
Yeah.
You're not wrong there.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, managed to rip the lid off a couple, I suppose. Here we go. So this is Wenyu Chen. I really do not know how old she is, but I think she would have to be the youngest competitor on men or women's side of the draw.
Yeah. And she's absolutely shredding.
Yeah,
that sharp
ripping.
eye looks so good under her feet. I'm excited to see. You can see, that's a free surfer. I thought that was someone else. Like, who is that coming towards blue there? But
2.67, high scoring wave of the heat so far. And great job. Wonderful first day down here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We're wrapping it up in about 14 minutes.
Yeah.
But how cool. How cool. What a great day. Highlights for you? I think the big highlight for me is Josh Kerr's performance this morning.
Oh, yeah, that was a sick one.
He was pretty special. Did you have any other highlights from heats?
I had a highlight, Bo Yu Chen, who might actually be one. Yu Chen's maybe a sibling, who knows. But Bo Yu Chen, he's 10. He was in the men's. That was a highlight for me. But this last heat of the day could also be a highlight.
This would be amazing. Imagine if the youngest competitors were siblings and getting through. That would be a huge story for Taiwan surfing.
Great. Yeah, it would be. It would be amazing to see. And, it's just exciting. And I feel like, as we've kind of said, the first day kind of sets a stage for the rest of the event. It's fun. We've had fun waves today. We've had so much opportunity. We've had some great surfing. There's just more and more on offer. It's good.
Yeah, the next few days are going to be a lot of fun. The swell forecast, it's not really like showing up anything mind-blowing, but there's plenty of surf. We're going to have some really fun waves. We've actually got up our sleeves a couple of lay days if things sort of fizzle too much, so that might be cool. There actually is a little typhoon starting to spin off in the ocean again, which it might be one of those scenarios where we're like, ooh, maybe we should get this done before that hits, because the last one was pretty brutal. Like there was not a lot of surfing going down. There was just a big old, storm front that just blasted this island. And, it was kind of hectic, actually. There was a fair bit of damage to the roads and a fair bit of damage to property. But thankfully, everyone got over here. Taiwan, Taipei, Taitung County, everyone rallied, got the site all cracked up, and now here we are, day one, at an end, and things are going good.
Yeah, great way to start the event. You can see that is Chi Liu paddling back out from her first wave. And you could see this free surfers down there. They've been using that wider spot all day, and it's so great to be able to have like the comp bank and then a free surf bank a little bit wider that's pretty similar. But then so many other waves up and down the coast as well. It's just so much on offer here in Taiwan, in Jinzun Harbor. It's exciting. And I don't know about you, Vaughn, but I was very excited to come back.
Well, I don't know about you, True.
Okay.
I just don't know about you. But no,
I'm offended.
You're the greatest. Are you kidding? You're the greatest. You
thanks,
and your sister Jess are just absolute trailblazers, legends, great surfing minds, total frothers.
Oh, we
great
love
family.
you.
Love your mum and dad, and it's a real pleasure to sit here with you and call this action.
Again.
We
did it last year.
We have done it. I was. It's so fun to sort of, it's one big travelling family, like when you do it for a couple of years, this regional queue, because such a small percentage of crew qualify for the Challenger Series. And even if they do, if they don't make the top 20, they're back here trying to keep the dream alive and stuff. So you see a lot of familiar faces. You make a lot of new friends. Like, that's really cool. We even in the staff and stuff, you see the same faces every year. It was awesome to see BB and Winnie. Absolutely love those guys. And, there's so much joy around this event. Everyone's so stoked to have this come to town.
Yeah.
And, it's always good to see, all the Aussies, the Japanese, the Filipinos, the Balinese. There's a great representation from that Asian Pacific region.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a lot of fun over the next week to see who can find the grit to get the points and hopefully qualify for the Challenger Series. Challenger Series, wow, it is so hard. It's sounds ridiculous, but in so many ways, it's so much harder than even the CT because you're not just relying on your performance. Like, there's 4-man heats to kick these things off.
Yeah, it's a lot. And I think you got to have experience and, as you said, the grit. And she's just good on her backhand. She's good on her forehand. And it's so good to see. I'm excited. Looks like she's sitting in a good spot to progress through the next round, which is great for her. But, Vaughn, what's your favourite part? If you had to choose one thing, what's your favourite part of Taiwan?
That's really hard. It's Winnie, for sure.
It's Winnie.
Just one of the local legends, surfs his brains out. No, I think my favourite part is just how unique this place is. Like, it's hard to sort of pinpoint, but there's just a general feel when you land in Taipei. And it's all the way down the coast to this spot, and then when you go exploring, it's sort of coming at you from a lot of different energies. Like, the geography's amazing. The sort of layout of the cities is cool. The country is just absolutely beautiful. The overall mood of this place is one of real happiness. So it's quite easy to just tap into just the magic of this joint.
Yeah.
Yeah. But beef pancakes as well. Very good.
Those, yeah. The omelette ones, the egg ones are pretty good too.
Yeah. I met a guy called Philip yesterday who was... He could speak English. Not everyone in Taiwan speaks English, so that was kind of, I guess, just nice to have a chat to someone who was a local. And lovely fella. Myself and Paulie just got to know him a little bit, and he was just full of, happiness and gratitude, and it was just cool, like just getting to have a chat because it's not really touristy here. Like, they're not making a huge effort to sort of look after visitors in a way that affects their culture.
Yeah.
They're living their own lives, and it's a really nice thing to come here and sort of just tap into that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It forces you to kind of learn the basics as well.
Exactly, yeah. Well, it just puts you back onto that sort of level of, make an effort when you're traveling.
Yeah.
Get to know people. Get to like sort of feel out what the courtesies are and all that sort of thing. But then, you know, we rocked up the other day to the official ceremony. It was so good. They cooked up a big pig right there in the car park, which, you know, I'm talking a lot about meat. Sorry. I know you're a vegetarian, but it was just so welcoming, so happy, so warm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really recommend coming here if you've never thought about it, because it's just a magical joint.
Yeah, it really is. And if you're a surfer, there's so many waves too. It's so fun. And that was Sumin and Wan Yu.
Wan Yu is really in rhythm now. Look at the bottom turn now through the lip. You just know that the photographers went ballistic on that one. So this is an all-Taiwanese heat, don't forget. So this is history in the making. A QS 5000. 2 of these women are going through to the next round.
Yeah. Yeah. That bottom turn on Wan Yu then was so huge. She just dropped her knee, straight up, loaded into it. Oh, big results as well off that top turn. Just unfortunate to not get a finish. But she is just, bright future, bright star for Wan Yu.
Very determined.
Yeah.
Lots of intent in the bottom turn. If you can draw out a bottom turn that long, you've kind of got the basics down pat. Like, you know, all good surfing, it comes from that platform. And, didn't get the click, but so young. You know that if she's already got that much drive and she can project up in the lip with that much speed, she's pretty set to do some pretty magic surfing in the future.
Oh, for sure. She's one of those determined they're all determined. You wouldn't be here if you're not. But she's just so determined to kind of keep getting better and better, which is so exciting. And for someone so young, I feel like you don't really see that in such young surfers. And for her, it's just great to see.
Just saw a huge fish splash next to her.
Oh, really?
Actually, have you been copping the size of some of the fish swimming into the waves, like surfing?
No.
Yeah, there's been some big fish swimming through there.
Wow.
Like friendly fish.
Yeah.
You know, like, I don't know if they're snappers or whatever, but they look like snapper.
I'm not very educated on the fish, I'm sorry.
No, me neither. No.
Great. We'll ask. We'll ask around.
Yeah, there's friendly fish that look kind in the face, and then there's the things like barracudas and whatnot that don't want to bar
bit
off.
Scary.
Yeah. Here we are, paddling on the inside, and no, but yes, Wang will have a fly down the line here, gets the section, doesn't quite time it to perfection, holding down second though. So Sumin Wang might be heading into the next round, but Chi Lu needs to stop her. Only 1.36. So I mean, just take off, get a bottom turn, a little wiggle in, and you can get that score. But here's our heat leader.
Yeah, Wan Yu just straight up and into that carve. You can see she just draws it out, and what she got up and into the lip, but just gets exploded with the whitewash. But again, you can just see that kind of fierce hunger in her eyes to just get up and into it and better herself each time. And it's just so exciting to see. I don't know.
Look at all those sponsors.
How is that?
Well, they know. She's a big deal in this country.
She's 12 years old. So her brother is Bo Yu, and he's 10. So Wan Yu is 12. And that was huge. That front-on angle was so good for that last turn of Wan Yu. I mean, she goes straight up into it, air drops down, but just gets completely eaten up by the whitewash.
Front page of the Taitung Times tomorrow.
Fully.
There's a frame grab in there.
There is.
You're getting the shot.
She's got a few frame grabs from this heat.
Have you checked her Instagram?
No.
Me neither. You should have a look. I reckon there'd be some pretty good shots on there.
I think so too.
All right, so the siblings could be the big story out of day one. Wan Yu Chen, Bo Yu Chen, 10 and 12, representing Taiwan, and both getting through day one of competition. Far out. That is super cool.
Amazing. Super amazing. I mean, to be so young and to be making dents in the draw is so great to see. And, I think that was Chi-Chi just getting a bit of a clean-up set on the head, but with 2.5 minutes to go, Wan Yu's pretty much booked herself a spot in the next round for the women, which is the round of 48. Very exciting. If she wins this heat, she will go into the heat with Jiley Stokes, Emily Burke, and Sasha Baker.
Whoa. That is huge. Well, she'll definitely be up for the challenge. Sue Wang here, just coming unstuck. You really got to congratulate all our competitors today. It hasn't been pumping. The sections have been kind of wanting. They just haven't really stood up and really given us like lots to get busy on. But there have been highlights.
Yeah.
Josh Kerr, the club sandwich, like
that was
classic way to start the day.
I forgot about that. That was sick.
Yep, he had a great heat. He looks fantastic. We've got to get to the bottom of it. If he qualifies for the Challenger Series, will he actually have a crack at qualifying for the CT?
Yes. That would be pretty cool.
It would be.
Josh and Sierra on the CT together. Wow.
Has that ever happened? I mean, I'm sure there's events where fathers and sons have surfed. Like, I know that Michael Ho and Mason Ho surfed in the Eddy.
Yeah.
So that's a father and, father and son in the same comp.
For sure.
1 minute to go. And out the back, this is one of the bigger waves we've seen.
Oh.
And, yep. When you flying down the line, it's almost looking like reverse J-Bay at this stage for this pint-sized competitor. But she's definitely getting length of ride. She's had a great heat, really.
Yeah, she has.
Put it together wonderfully. Even, attacked a few sections when they popped up. She'll finish way down near the mouth of Jinzun Harbor. The size of this thing.
Wow.
Mandaka.
It's a bigger looking wave. She gets I like this second turn that she gets. This turn here, I loved it. The drive, bam.
That was cool.
That was smooth from Wan Yu. And that's actually her best wave, a 3.07 for this last wave of Wan Yu Chen. And with 10 seconds to go, she's moving on through to the next round. 12 years old. Super exciting. That was a great wave.
That's amazing. What a day for Taiwanese surfing. A big round of applause from everyone up at the rocks there. Winnie's dancing a jig in the commentary box. He's frothing. And we are going to throw to a few recaps. Are we talking through these? Probably not. Unreal. All right. Well, day one of the Taiwan Open of Surfing is done, I believe. We're going to be back tomorrow, True. It's been a pleasure sitting with you.
Thank you.
Please enjoy the highlights from today, including Bo and Wan Yu Chen surfing for Taiwan and Josh Kerr. What a day. See you tomorrow.